Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever is going on with you guys. I'm a little bit sick, but we're gonna power through and we're gonna stream anyways. This is the second week in a row that we have been streaming, and so we're trying to be as consistent as we possibly can be. Because the truth is, listen, there's so many moron streamers out there who are wildly untalented. I think consistency is probably key. You just need to go live. Bud123 says, "Hey, Chad Connor." Yeah, I'm going to give you guys another flex because honestly, I think my arms look good there. So, hello. Surprise flex. But yeah, so just to kind of catch y'all up on where we're at this week, we're still obviously experiencing the fallout from Destiny. I did release a essay on the Counterfire channel that has been broadly been received positively. It's the Mr. Girl Destiny report summary. So what I did, John Kennedy says I jumped into the video at the weirdest time. Perfect. Welcome aboard. But it's the Destiny report summary. So I went back, I watched all 18 hours of Chud Logic's Destiny report coverage. I picked out all of the Destiny's many sins. I narrativized it. I made it shorter. I made it more concise. I gave my takes on it. I mixed in some psychological concepts. I did this. I did that. It's probably been received positively, despite many critics accusing me of probably being the second or third strongest sweeper for Destiny besides Erudite and Dan. So we will obviously create, like, I think my strength is essays. So we will create an essay going over the revelations of January 20th, 2025. So we can kind of like update the perspective in line with what's going on. But I also figured like that's the hot topic. So why not cover it right now? There was an interesting video that was released on Twitter that we're going to watch together shortly, which is called Destiny's Moral Authority. And I think that it's interesting because if it's the people who hate Steven the most, I think this would be as approximate to their arguments as possible. And so I think we should go over it in detail and kind of break it down. After that, Denims is getting a lot of reinforcement from the Hassan Piker crowd and clout space and orbit. However, she has done. Drazar Wesker says, "We're still covering this. Denims is retarded." I mean, yeah, we could literally just say Denims is retarded and then close out the video. That was it. That was the whole stream. I just want to let you know that Denims is retarded. Drazar isn't interested. But yeah, like, no, we're going to cover it. Obviously, dude, here's the thing. So in an essay, you have to be concise. You have to be punchy. You have to use sources. You have to do this. You have to do that. In a stream, you just fire up somebody else's dog shit content and then you pause every 2 minutes and you go, "This is why I think this is stupid." And then just do that for like 6 hours and bam, you're like 100,000 So if there's people who are doing that right now, where they're taking other people's bad content and then they're like, "This is dumb for this reason," then why not us, right? Why don't we get rich off of calling other people stupid? So Joe Vasquez says, "You, Connor, good job on reaching 100K on your other channel, bro. Thank you. Thank you. It's a massive accomplishment. I'm very excited. I can't wait to get y'all can't see it, but there is an empty alcove up here. I'm going to get my play button and I'm going to put it in here for sure." Christian Blair says, "I read it when it was released. If Destiny never platformed Fuentes and the Groypers never got Mr. Girl banned, I doubt he would have even wrote it." I don't know. I do think Mr. Girl had some sincere objections about Destiny's sexual conduct. Are you doing Destiny allegations? Not really. So I'll be doing like an essay on the Destiny allegations, but for today, we're going to be going and covering the most, I think, aggressive critique of Destiny possible, so we can kind of dig into it. Real Sweeko says, "Yo, hello." Christian Blair says, "He and Lav use their Jewishness as a fucking shield from criticism. I had to rewatch Abba and Preach's video on Lav, lol." Honestly, that might be interesting content. Alex Kerr says, "Congrats on your accomplishments. I'm proud of you, my dude." Thank you, King. Thank you. Obviously, the goal, I'm just sharing. I'm just being real while we're warming up. There's a temptation. There's a temptation to rest on your laurels. There's a temptation to be like, I got 100,000 subs you know, I break 1 million views on this channel regularly. Who cares? You know, let's chill out a little bit. And it's like, no, got to keep pressing content, got to keep going for the next level, and got to press with other content. That way we can get the other content quality up to the bar where they're getting YouTube accolades, right? So, you know, because let's face it, there's a lot of morons with a silver play button. So anyways, but thank you for all the good vibes in chat. It is appreciated. And thank you to the 40 people cross-platform who are already here. We'll get started now, I guess. And, you know, just chilling a little bit. Be sure to like the stream. That way other people know that we're live. Be sure to follow or subscribe if you're not already following or subscribing. If you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, feel free to do super chats. And if you don't have any money, don't worry about it. Just hang out with us and have a good time. So appreciate you. Kalinada. Counterfire says, what is your, or sorry, Christian Blair says, what is your Star Wars content channel again? It's Counterpoint Star Wars. I did not post content this week because I was so busy with all the 100K celebrations and getting content out over the past 2 weeks to make sure we had internal channel momentum, and then obviously dealing with random live streams that I was invited onto. So unfortunately, I didn't get a third video out, but I'm obviously going to keep pushing content onto that channel, Counterpoint Star Wars, because if Warhammer 40K is capable of bringing in a few $1,000s per month, and then Star Wars is probably, I don't know, 10 times that, right? Kalinada says, I haven't watched your video yet, but we're not saying that Max's report is worth something now, are we? The shit with Pixie doesn't prove that he was doing Weinstein shit like Lav and Max were alleging. Kalinada, Kalinda, I would recommend that you watch it. So it's not a total vindication of the Destiny report. It's an acknowledgement of what's real. And then I would say not a dismissal, but an explanation for why those criticisms didn't connect at the time. That's the way that I would frame it. Kalinda said also the stuff he did with Anna. I mean, yeah, I think that's the thing that had the most teeth in the Destiny report. John Candy says, if Destiny has such moral authority, why does the moral authority seem to be wielded with such one-sided viciousness? Well, that's going to be a question that I think is answered in this piece. So if you guys get an echo while we're talking, let me know. I'll go grab headphones. But right now I only have like a busted set of headphones. So I'm just going to use speakers and then hope that you don't get an echo because I have a really good mic. One more thing before we get into the content. Talon of the Silverhawk. I'm really confused why people are saying they are severing all ties with Destiny, like sharing a selfie in other film with another is bad, but it's not that bad. We'll find out. We'll find out. Let's watch this together and see what we think. Let me know if you guys have good audio and if I need to turn it up or down.
Separate the art from Destiny. Destiny has lost his moral authority because of his actions contradicting them. Additionally, he has shown no remorse. No remorse, no redemption. All politics stem from morality.
This is what it boils down to. I'm not a moralist. I don't have like the arrogance to believe.
Hold on, I'm so sorry. What is a moralist? What does that mean? Person who teaches or promotes morality. How can you do politics and not be, what does she mean when she says moralist? You're doing a ton of moral imposition. Moral imposition is almost unnecessary. Actually, it might by definition be a necessary precondition to any discussion of policy, right? For us to say, when you implement a government policy, to precede that statement, you have to say the government ought to be doing something, which is almost necessarily a type of moral statement, or I think it is necessarily. Like if I say, for instance, we should have single-payer healthcare, you're making the moral statement that, or that somewhere baked into that is a moral statement, the government ought to be in the business of helping citizens be happy, healthy, and have, you know, good healthcare, right? That's why that policy exists. The policy is going to be downstream from any sort of like moral claim. You can't just make government policy without morals. That's just such a weird, or maybe I'm not understanding, but it's such a weird like statement to make.
Yes.
Okay. So breaking this down, and by the way, like if you're not into getting into the nitty gritty, then I just might not be the streamer for you. If you're not into boring moral analyses, then again, I might not be the streamer for you. Obviously, I want you along for the ride, but if you're not into long-winded moral analyses, then we just might not be the right person. And you know, I love you, but you don't have to watch every single thing that I do, right? So let's break this down. Lost his moral authority. So he lost his authority, at least according to this video, to tell people what is good and bad. And we're going to get into this later in the video, but basically I didn't put that much stock in Destiny's moral analyses. As an example, he used consequentialism to argue that incest can be morally neutral. I never put any stock in that line of argumentation because I know that even if we can't articulate it perfectly, that incest is still bad, right? Then when it comes to the abortion arguments, he's jumped back and forth. He had like a pro-life stance for a while where he was saying that like, oh, well, at some point we have to protect some level of sentient sapience or the capacity for pain. And then he jumped back and he said like, well, I actually don't think that a fetus is capable of feeling pain or being sentient or sapient. Therefore, we don't have to give it any kind of like moral, moral consideration. And for me, it's like, no, I know that the situation is infinitely more complex than he's given it credit for. And therefore, I'm not giving him any moral authority. So for me, it's kind of weird that this is probably more for liberals and progressives anyways, that you would give Stephen moral authority. I think he's a good debater. I think he's an intelligent and insightful political commentator, but I'd never put much stock in his moral authority. And so if you're kind of shocked, you're a liberal or progressive and you're shocked by his, shocked by his conduct, then I would almost say like you need to reevaluate your moral systems, because the fact that you gave him that much authority in the first place is, I don't want to say silly, but to me, it's kind of silly, right? And then shows no remorse. I'm just going to say this, Stephen, if he gets frustrated with me, I totally understand. Stephen's a sociopath. Okay. He might not be diagnosed sociopathic. He might not kill animals for fun. He might not serial kill people. He might not do this. He might not do that. But he just shows all the hallmarks of sociopathy. And what I mean by that is he is capable of being empathetic. And the way that I'm using that word is that he is capable of analyzing the positions of other people and kind of understanding logically how they feel. However, in my opinion, I don't think that he's sympathetic, okay? I don't think he's capable of feeling the vicarious pain of another human being. And the reason why is because he doesn't seem to exhibit that at any occasion. When we're talking about Darius with the dog, when we're talking about Pixie with the nudes, when we're talking about Melina with the drama fallout, when we're talking about Lauren and Melina with the Lauren Southern affair, when we're talking about any decade-long worth of dramas, name any incident, and I will tell you that Destiny is capable of understanding everyone's perspectives, but if he was feeling vicarious pain, then he wouldn't act in the way that he's acting. So we're just going to roll with that perspective from now on. And I think everybody knew that too. Like they might have not wanted to use the term sociopath because they didn't want to be like, they didn't want to load it, but I'm not using it as like a morally loaded term. I'm using it as a description of psychology. So yeah. Anyways, so that's the first segment. Second segment. I'm not a moralist. Moral imposition is a necessary component of policy. Ought statements are necessarily moral. He's not wrong. Okay. He's not wrong. Like Hitler can say, drink a gallon of water a day. Okay. Like I'm drinking water right now. Y'all should be drinking water. Hydrate. Hydration is important. Hitler could say drink a gallon of water a day. Just because he killed a few 100,000 to a few million Jews, right? According to Nick Fuentes, 300,000. According to, AIPAC, 6 million. Somewhere in there. Killed a lot of Jews, right? Just because he killed a lot of Jews doesn't mean that his statements on water don't carry weight. Okay? So if his analysis right here, I'm not a moralist. Him calling out Emma Vigeland or whatever and saying that what she just said is silly is still accurate. So Destiny could still be Hitler and what he just said would still be accurate. And this isn't separating the art from the artist. This is letting true statements be true regardless of who is saying them. Right. Is he a psychopath? I think there's a difference between psychopath and sociopath. I would have to actually look up the definitions to be accurate. Old Slimy says, I'm shocked by the stupidity of his self-torpedoing his career, but not shocked by the sex stuff. I mean, yeah. Destiny is a do as I say, not as I do character in mind. You can still advocate for the right thing, even if you're not doing it yourself. True. Yeah, Gay Mudgeon says Destiny has moral authority. What? Yeah, I mean, isn't that a good thing? Depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking about drinking a gallon of water, or if you're talking about having moral analyses and policy, yeah, 100%. These are good things, regardless of whether or not Steven or Hitler are saying them. All right. Anyways, you guys are having fun in chat. I'm going to keep rolling.
Destiny has contradicted what should be his system of morality. As someone who expresses the experience and knowledge to give criticism and advice in regards to relationships and sexual dynamics, how are you to trust his words if they contradict his
I don't
actions?
see the huge difference between like sex and nudes. Like you're leaking like personal like sexual shit that somebody sent you and like trusted you with. In my opinion, this is like one of the biggest forms of like weird like backstabbing shit that you can do. It's like one of the worst things a person can do is like leaking like private sexual shit.
Once again, you cannot separate the art from destiny as of right now. This concept is held and argued by R. Relevant perfectly in his conversation with Dan.
Hold on. So I'm breaking this down even, I'll be very brief with this because it's still obvious. Why would you trust him on his advice if he's a hypocrite when he comes to his advice? I never trusted Steven for his advice on personal shit. If you're a 19-year-old or an 18-year-old or a 17-year-old or you're 20 or something like that, and you were looking to Steven for sexual moral guidance, I think there were plenty of people in the space, including his closest orbiters, who were saying that you're a fucking idiot. And I think even Steven was like, don't do what I do, right? He said, it's not going to work out for 99% of you. And he was correct. Now, there's something to be said that people follow examples more than they follow words. However, you should have listened to him. You should have listened to everyone who was saying that this is a bad way to live. If you see a man who has a decade's worth of shallow sexual experiences, you see him get married to another polyamorous person, you understand that they're going through, and this would be 2022, they're going through very serious, emotional, dark, deep issues. That results in a divorce, I think in 2023 or 2024. I forget when they officially broke up. And then it's kind of in what would you call it? It's inferred. It's insinuated. It's insinuated that the reason why they were having so many emotional issues was because he was carrying on an affair. Then at that point, it's like, why are you trusting? Like, you can still evaluate his statements to see whether or not you agree with them, but you shouldn't be one-to-one following this man on anything. And as a matter of fact, I wouldn't one-to-one follow any person. So yeah, just because he's a hypocrite or just because he broke his own statements doesn't mean that he can't be correct in his description of a situation. But let's actually check out, this fight is interesting. This fight between Irrelevant and Dan, it's bristling. They don't hate each other, but they say really interesting stuff. So let's take a look at it.
I mean, what I said, maybe you said something differently. What I said is all of this.
Hold on. So Talon of the Silverhawk actually needs to watch my essay that I released yesterday. Talon of the Silverhawk says, in affair, they are poly. What the heck? What in the world? I think is what he's saying. So in a polyamorous relationship, you can casually date other people outside of the relationship dynamic. At least this is how it's been explained to me. But if you want to bring somebody into the dynamic and have them be a more permanent or serious part of that dynamic, you need the consent of the base couple or throuple, right? And so in the scenario in 2022, Steven and Melina were the base couple. They were both hooking up with people on the side. But then Steven started a friendship and then romantic relationship with Lauren Southern that became very deep, very quickly, very emotionally deep, and probably more physically intimate than he was willing to share with Melina. And then he probably lied about the depth of that relationship to Melina. So that's where the affair or the cheating is coming in, right? Fable says, wait, why are you assuming the shallow, it's weird moralism because he doesn't have your value systems? Fable, I think you reply on Twitter or YouTube, and I think we might have talked last time. You and I don't share moral systems, so why am I assuming that they're shallow? I'm assuming that they're shallow because when you're talking about relationship, you're talking about intimacy and depth. This should be obvious to anybody who isn't emotionally retarded. So if I go out and I'm single and I have a one-night stand, I hook up with somebody once, we never talk again, and we never talk about, life or our ambitions or our goals, most people who are not retarded are going to call that a shallow relationship. Whereas if I spend every single day with someone and we have kids together and we talk about our goals and our dreams and our ambitions, and we help each other when we're sick, we help each other when we lose family members, we help each other when we have serious issues in our lives, people are going to refer that to as a deep relationship. So based off of those definitions, Stephen definitionally has had a bunch of shallow relationships, and all the deep relationships that he's had have imploded. So, you can pretend like you don't know what I'm talking about, but you know 100% what I'm talking about. If you don't agree to those definitions, that's fine. But if you don't understand the concepts that I'm relaying to you, then you're feigning ignorance. Destiny is just open, not poly. I don't agree. I don't agree. He says that he's polyromantic. He has full-blown relationships with other people. It's not just hookups. I have group sex. I would not agree to these terms. Listen, we're not going to get together. Like, we're not going to get along, I think is what I'm trying to say. If someone is in a poly relationship, that doesn't make the other relationships shallow just because they aren't exclusive. Yeah, no shit. That's what I just said. Did you not just hear what I said? I literally just explained this. I just explained the difference between shallow and deep. Open is a type of poly, guys, and all poly involves consent. Listen, you got, hold up. We got 93 people in here, all right? Already. We're like 10 minutes into the fucking show. We're almost breaking 100. And I'm very happy that you're here. But if you guys are arguing amongst each other, like, no, poly is different than open, and open is this, and poly is that. Listen, shut the fuck up. Shut off your computer. Go outside and talk to like a normal human being and have a normal relationship. Find a friend who you are not sexually attracted to. Walk down the road and talk about your hopes and your dreams and your ambitions. Find somebody who you are physically attracted to, and then go talk to them about your hopes and your dreams and your relationship, and have children with them and pay your fucking bills and pay your taxes. Because if you're spending your fucking weekend arguing with me and a bunch of other degenerate Discord freaks about like fucking sexual dynamics of a fucking relationship dynamic that's going to 100% implode, you're wasting your fucking life. Okay? You're wasting your life. Just give me a heads up. All right. A bunch of fucking gooners in chat. Oh, man. Literally, we lost 8 people. So hopefully, literally, I'm hoping that 8 people were like, you know what? He's right. And they closed their fucking computer and they went outside. Good for them. Good for them. Semantic games. These aren't games. We're being descriptive about reality. All right. Anyways, Joe Vasquez is right that I'm getting one guide. Let's continue.
Yeah, super, like the recording of audio without telling people, and the sharing nudes with other people is fucked up. But I also said that I wasn't going to, I don't think he's going to do it again. I think he's fucking paying the price right now. And he's probably going to keep paying the price if he gets sued or anything else. So, yeah, but I also said that I wasn't fucking off for it because of it. But are you a perma fuck offer?
Yeah, I'm done with him. Yeah, I'm done with him.
Really? No shit.
Yes,
Why?
I'm done with him. Because I have no reason. I have no reason to believe he's going to stop doing it. He's literally memeing on Pixie. He's literally saying she's doing it for money. He's implying that he's a victim, and that now that he's on Vyvanse, it's like he's all good now. Like, there's no reason for me to believe that he's better. There's literally no reason. And I don't know why I would associate there. Yeah, no. I'm personally done with him. I mean, my main issue is that he knew better. Not only did he know better, he was publicly making comments that were condemning people for doing the exact thing that he was doing. So he knew what he was doing was wrong, was laughing at people for doing what he was doing was wrong. This is somebody that I cannot rely upon in the future, being an auditor of his own actions. And like you agreed to earlier, I cannot verify whether or not he's doing things to put himself on the correct path. Therefore, I'm done with him. If I can't verify that
I'm relying on the fact that you know what it was? I guess I would agree. Yeah, he was full of shit with a lot of this stuff, but I'm relying on like the cat that stepped on the hot stove right now and is going to never do it again. Like, he's never really gotten any punishment like this in the past?
Okay. What we have here is a tacit acknowledgement from Dan that Stephen operates based off of a sociopathic mindset. And what I mean by that is oftentimes when people are conducting themselves, if they are, empathetic, then they will do something that is like cringe or fucked up, or they will hurt another person. And they'll be like, wow, I hurt another person. Therefore, I don't want to repeat this behavior. Right. As an example, 2022, Stephen hurt two people that he loved. Let's just be real here for a second. He loved Lauren Southern and he loved Melina, and he hurt them both through his conduct, right? And so a empathetic person with like a normal, set of like a normal emotional range, they'd be like, wow, I love this person. I love this person. I hurt them both. I need to conduct myself in such a way that I never do this again. But what ended up happening was through 2023, at least, Stephen was still conducting himself in the similar way. As far as we know, the Sherry audio recording of them having an intimate liaison and then him sharing that intimate liaison audio recording with other people was happening through 2023. Well, he's obviously still involving a partner with himself, engaging in an intimate act that other partner would value, and then sharing it with somebody else. And if it came to light that he was sharing it, he would obviously hurt that other person. And so Dan is effectively saying like, okay, well, what he's really saying is Stephen's a sociopath. So until he hurts himself, he cannot learn his lesson. And so that's what he's saying, even if he doesn't know he's saying it. Irrelevant, on the other hand, is saying, I am, I think if we're just being honest, irrelevant is saying, I can't be around him because I can't trust him to not hurt people around me, or for his reputation to lend Stephen some level of social credence. And because of that social credence, anybody who comes into the orbit and then gets hurt is partially the responsibility of Irrelevant, because he's normalizing Stephen by hanging out with him. And by the way, like, I might take a totally different tact where I am still pretty critical of Stephen's personal conduct, and then I might work with him professionally. But that's because, again, I didn't put much weight in his personal conduct in the first place. Whereas I think Irrelevant does have a more liberal or progressive perspective on sex, where consent is, very valuable and probably one of the primary value systems that's important in a sexual dynamic, and almost exclusively because let's face it, he's friends with Darius, and Darius obviously does similar things. So anyways, let's continue.
And now he's going to be fucked, I'm guessing.
I hope he gets fucked from this, but because he fucked up really bad. He fucked with people's trust and their consent that they put in him. Probably gave a tremendous amount of people trust issues for the rest of their life that they're going to have to figure out how the fuck to deal with.
So hold on. That's like a little detail, but I think it's an important detail. He's saying that Pixie and the people who have audio and the people who had like short-term relationships with him are going to have trust issues because he violated their trust by sharing their intimate shit. Listen, man, when you're promiscuous, this is, I'm just going to say this. I don't care if Fable's mad. Guess what? The more people you fuck, the more there's going to be an opportunity for you to fuck a crazy person. It's just true. It's just mathematically. You find one person, they're a little bit crazy, but they're predictably crazy in the way that you understand. You have sex with them, and you have sex with that one person for the rest of your life. Guess what? You know how crazy they are, and they're only going to fuck you over in ways like, so for instance, this is kind of a joke, but my wife asked me to pick up the dog poop in the backyard, right? God damn it. That's annoying. But at the same time, it's a reasonable expectation of hers in order to have me do housework around the house in order to help her maintain the household. Okay, that's predictable. It's annoying, but it's understandable. Now, let's say that I introduce another person into the relationship, another female or another male. Let's say we have a perfect relationship and then they leave. Okay, that was an opportunity for something crazy to happen. Let's say I introduce another person. Well, eventually you're going to have somebody who's a fucking sociopath who's going to fuck up your life. Just off of like raw numbers, right? So this whole thing where it's like, oh, I can be polyamorous and nothing crazy ever happens, or I can be open and nothing crazy ever happens, or I can have these shallow relationships and nothing bad has ever happened. Like, listen to me. You do you, but to me, I'm just hearing cope. Okay. Because the numbers aren't with you. Anecdotes aren't with you. There's like nothing with you. You just have your life that you're living the way that you want to. And then you're probably coping past all the fucked up shit that you're going through. So don't look to me to reinforce your perspective on polyamory or open relationships. It's not going to happen. I'm going to call you a fucking moron and I'm going to keep it moving. Kalinda says, I counterfire. Wait, I'm not trying to be a dick here, but shouldn't sexual consent be important to conservatives too? It is. It is. Kalinda, what's an interesting thing is I had this conversation with, it was either Queeman or it was Darius or it was somebody. And they were like, be real. Consent is an important part of conservative relationships too. It's right. Like that's totally true. But consent is not the end of the conversation, right? Whereas I would say a lot of liberals and a lot of progressives, that's where the conversation ends. They're like, if everybody consents, who cares? They're not hurting you. So let them do what they want to do, right? Whereas a conservative would say like, do they share their values? Do you have physical chemistry? Do you both want children? Do you both want to pursue jobs that are compatible in order to build a good home life? Do you share the same moral systems? Do you share the same religious systems? There's going to be 10 other touch points or 20 other touch points for a conservative perspective on sex and relationships. Whereas I would say a liberal perspective on sex, they start and stop at the foundation of consent. So hold on, I'm gonna check in. Steven is not BPD. Keeping his dick in his pants is based. All right, cool. I just think along everybody is a consenting adult. See, dude, this is it. This is literally it. Okay. Fable says, I just think as long as everybody is a consenting adult, then I don't care after. Listen, man, gal, girl, they, I don't know. I don't know your gender identity. You have an anime PFP and your name is Fable. Listen, you literally just enacted, right? Like what I said, right? You literally said, oh, well, as long as everybody consents. So if Steven had sex with, who is it? Sherry, and then they never talked again. Even though Sherry consented to the sex act, and then if he never shared their sex audio, that would have been cool. Same thing with Pixie, same thing with whoever, right? But to me, this is correlated behavior that's going to correlate with a bunch of antisocial, antinatal bullshit. So yeah, you're the perfect example of what I'm talking about. I think that's Miss Grace Thorpe. She says, hiya, Connor. Hello. Welcome aboard. Bonobos seem to be open. Yeah, let's check on the social relationships of bonobos. Sabian Green for 200 DKK. You've probably answered this before, but is the Destiny situation really worth the time and energy being spent on it, especially considering the political BS going on? I think it is. You really have three large streamers who dominate politics, right? You have Destiny, Vosh, and Hassan. Vosh is, I'm just going to be mean, is a lolicon. He likes jerking off to teenage hentai. Okay, they're obviously they're above the age of 12. They're below the age of 18, and he likes jerking off to teenage girls. Okay, and drawn teenage girls. Hassan is a terrorist and authoritarian communist apologist. So to me, he's a fucking piece of shit. And if I could deport him from the country, I would. Steven is a liberal, and his politics are not antithetical to our country, but his personal conduct is dog shit. So if people are learning that, like, hey, Steven's personal conduct sucks, therefore maybe he's not right about everything, yeah, we should talk about it. Absolutely. Thank you for the dono. Kalinda says, yeah, okay, I mean, I agree with the liberal view mostly, but also you're right when it comes to specifically to relationships. Yep. Thorpe says, I just don't get the pixie cope. I have relations with the streamer. I would expect them to talk about it. I mean, I get a little victim blaming too, though, so don't reinforce my victim blaming. Ryan H says, Connor, they have whatever polydynamic they want. You're right that it's antisocial. That doesn't give license for other consent violations. I agree. I didn't say that. I'm not saying that it's causative. I'm saying that it's correlative. Thorpe TV says, if I have recorded relations with a streamer, then I would expect to share it. Honestly, like, so Thorpe, Grace, I'm assuming, I think that's a reasonable expectation on your part. It's still a violation of consent. I would just say that these days, if you point a camera at something and video record it or take a picture of it, you just have to assume that at some point it's going to be public. And so my recommendation to everybody is to allow, like, make your private conduct the same as your public conduct. And I just mean, like, whatever you do in private, if it became public, you wouldn't be ashamed of it, right? All right. Sorry. You guys are having fun in chat and you're distracting me. Let's try to get through it.
Yeah.
My thing is, just in this situation, I don't understand, like, if we agree that you pretty much can't verify whether or not he's getting better, you've established that he's good and he can hide it from you, then
Hold on real quick. Shelbourne, you misspelled humorous, so your entire position is thrown away. Sorry.
Lol.
Anyways, keep going.
yeah, if he's good at hiding it from you, and you can recognize that it'd be difficult to be able to verify whether or not he's getting better,
Straight up.
You're just like waiting to see if a situation like this happens again?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How about, like, why? Why would you do that? Why would you be?
Because I believe that it won't. I believe it won't happen again. I believe that he's internally sad and sorry, and I probably have more information than you guys do.
You believe he's internally sad and sorry, even though he's saying Pixie's doing it for money?
I think that is. I think there's like two Steves. There's like the internal part of it, and then there's like he's an entertainer. And like he has to do that shit if he wants to like stay alive. That's it.
Come on, bruh.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think he needs to. You're telling me, you're telling me Steve's career would no longer be a thing if he didn't claim that Pixie was in it for the money and she's doing all of this for money?
I think he's like desperate and like coming up with like crazy fucking shit.
I agree, he's desperate and coming up with crazy shit. That's not what I asked, though. Would his career literally not exist if he wasn't painting Pixie as like just doing this for money? And
would his career not exist? No, obviously, no. It would.
Okay, so then he doesn't have to do this. So.
All right, I'm going to take the bait. Don't you think Pixie kind of deserved this, at least the public shaming, because she lied about sleeping with Destiny for clout and made fun of other women who had been exposed for the same thing? No, I don't. Reason being, and maybe I'll fight Grace or her father on this at some point, I guess, is that the Pixie thing, it could be definitionally, right? We're talking about definitions, optics. We're talking about being pressed on a Red Pill podcast. I'd have to check out the clips, right? But the situation, as I understand it, was Pixie was 19. She was in Miami, didn't have a lot of friends, didn't have a lot of sexual experience, etc. Steven positions himself as a sex guru, which, by the way, I've said it multiple times. If my 19-year-old daughter asked me if they should sleep with somebody like Steven who positions himself as a sex guru, my answer would be 100% no. And I would call them retarded. But allegedly, the hookup was to kind of be like, okay, well, we're not going to date. We're not going to be married, but we're going to fool around so I can, Pixie can learn about different things about, sex and get experience and all that kind of stuff. Now, again, I think that's wildly stupid, if understandable behavior, right? Now, going on the podcast, as far as I know, I don't know whether or not they had sex, right? I think that the content, as far as we know, is something else. It's like oral, right? And so it could be definitionally true that they fooled around a couple of times. They only did oral, and then they stopped hooking up, and they were still friends afterwards, and they were friends for years. And so as a result, any renown that Pixie got didn't come from the fact that she had sex with Steven, right? That statement could still be 100% true in Pixie's mind, that they didn't have sex, and her popularity or lack of popularity had nothing to do with her physical relationship with Steven. Now, I understand where you would say, And I think I would say, and I think parts of the audience would say, it's like, yeah, well, you still fooled around. And just by being in Destiny's orbit, that probably helped with people wanting to talk to you. Therefore, you can't say whether or not the physical relationship had anything to do with your popularity or lack thereof. So it's kind of like, it's at minimum probably a lie of omission, if not a incorrect analysis of the situation, right? So I still have sympathy. I still think Pixie's a good person. I think she just did something. She did something stupid when she was young. But guess what? I did plenty of stupid shit when I was young too. Plenty of wild, stupid shit. But you know what my attitude would be? My attitude would be, yeah, I was younger. I did stupid shit. Here's all the reasons why I did the stupid shit. Here's how I'm going to live from now on, right? That would be my attitude. But I think that because so many people in this dynamic have adopted a liberal or progressive sexual framework, they feel like they have to not only defend like their actions, but they have to defend the framework. And I don't think they need to defend the framework. Fable said, holy shit, what's the clout? What did she gain from sleeping with Steven? I mean, I kind of agree. She was just, in my knowledge, she was just like a normie orbiter. And I don't even know how many people she had live when she went live. That's why people still tolerate Destiny, because they think they can give them some clout. I mean, yeah, but I think that, Phil, I get that you're saying that, and I think that you're correct to a degree. However, I think that what we need to realize is a lot of orbiters are successful outside of Steven. And I mean, that's part of the reason why I'm going live every single Saturday for more hours, is because it's like, okay, I jump on panels every now and then. I do debates every now and then. That's not really consistent live content, right? So if I'm going to have politics, Twitch and YouTube politics, give me any kind of money, thank you, DKK, by the way. But if it's going to give me any kind of money at all, or any kind of time, attention, clout, subscribers, whatever, then I need to build something separate from the Hippy Dippy, separate from Prime Kai, separate from Steven, separate from, all these other creators who are in the orbit, right? Thorpe says, great. I'm assuming this is Grace. I think you're making a mistake. You're saying, oh, Pixie is dumb. 19-year-old didn't know what she was doing. She was trying to have fun. No, she did it for clout. It may still have been stupid, but that is why she did it. I don't agree. I don't think we know that. I don't think she was like, hey, Connor, not Connor. Hey, Steven, let's fool around. That way I can get money and time and attention. I don't think it was conscious like that. I very much doubt it. Ryan H says, Connor, you're right that she didn't get all the success from Steven. I don't think she would have been an online audience at all without his original boost, which he gave after the encounter. Again, I don't know if that's true. Manta says, I still will watch Destiny because you're smarter and more entertaining than most streamers on politics. It's not complicated. I mean, are you wrong? Ooh, sorry. Last thing. I'm still getting one guide. We'll get back into the content momentarily. But Gray says, I agree with you, Connor, that Pixie should learn a lesson from this, but isn't she learning the opposite lesson? To be honest, she did something stupid and now is getting tons of money and attention. Isn't she going to learn the opposite lesson? So I don't want to go that far, right? I don't think having a sexual scandal and then getting your GoFundMe for a legal battle, I don't know if I would view that as like positive clout or positive attention. However, it is attention, right? And I actually think get baited. True. I do think that Steven, if you check my essay from yesterday, everyone go watch my video essay from yesterday when you're done here. But the video essay from yesterday, I think Steven learned a bunch of negative lessons where being sociopathic, being self-centered, streaming through it, being okay with shallow relationships, all of that was effectively rewarded by his career. The more that he focused on streaming and the more sociopathic he was with orbiters, the more money, time, and attention he got. So I actually do think that, I don't know about Pixie, but I will say that Steven had a perverse incentive. All right, last one, and then I'll stop getting multi-guide. Mr. Boop says, obviously she shouldn't be shamed for nudes being leaked. Absolutely not. But the lie irony of prior statements about sex for clout is the thing in question now. I agree, but I wonder if she was telling like a half truth, right? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Talon says, well, are they shallow or not? Yeah, I would say plenty of Steven's relationships are shallow. I think he would say they're shallow. All right, let's continue. That way we don't get literally like spend 2 hours on this segment. We've already spent 45 minutes on a 15-minute video.
He doesn't have to. I think he probably assumes. I mean, I don't fucking know what he assumes. I don't know why he's doing it.
I don't understand. So a parallel that was brought up, and I'm sure JStock, because you were on JStock stuff, right?
Very briefly.
Okay. I don't know how you could go so hard at Forethought and just go so easy on Destiny.
Because Forethought was a fucking cunt. And not my friend. And I've known Steve for 15 years.
Okay.
True.
Wait, is that like hard for you to imagine?
Yeah, no, I think so. To be clear, as I've said in several different instances, I think that this feels like a bigger betrayal. If we're talking from entirely a self standpoint, it feels like a bigger betrayal because I am friends, or I was friendly, I should say, with Steve, that he would be willing to betray like the ideas and the respect and the trust that his friends put in him to not do something like this and to like hang out with my friends or to interact with any people that I'm friendly with around him. He betrayed that by doing this. So I consider it a worse betrayal if it's your friend than some random person.
Okay.
I didn't put any faith in or respect into Forethought. I put faith and respect into Destiny. He betrayed that faith and respect by taking advantage of not one, but multiple of my friends.
I want to applaud Irrelevant real quick. I think he's legitimately a better person than me. I think he actually is. So when it comes to this stuff, Pixie, I wouldn't say that we're friends, but we're friendly, right? We went to PV events together. We helped work with each other. We did meetings together during PV. We helped do canvassing operations. She was responsible for a lot of the back end logistics. And so I would absolutely consider us friendly. And if she was like, oh, I'm friends with Connor, then I'd be like, yeah, we're friends. Right. Because there's no moral, spiritual qualm that I have with her as a person. I think she's a decent person. And, obviously I have a wife, so I can't like hang out with just Pixie. Like, let's go hang out, Pixie. Like, that's not going to happen. But if there was like a Twitch, YouTube politics event, and there were people who wanted to break off into a group of creators and hang out, I would 100% hang out with Lonerbox, Pixie, Irrelevant, all that kind of stuff, right? But I wouldn't make the presumption of being friends. What I respect about Irrelevant here is that I think he does consider himself friends with a healthy chunk of these people because he does hang out with them a decent amount of the time. And so he's treating the violation of Pixie's consent as if Steven had fucked over one of his friends. I think that's admirable. Okay. I might be a little bit more lizard brained, I guess, where this ultimately is like, I like people. I think they're cool. If we want to hang out, get some drinks, bullshit, talk about politics, all that kind of stuff, I'm totally down for all of that. And if you call us friends, then we're friends. Right. And I will help you and you can help me and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, we are here for the content. We are here for the money. We are here for the audience. So it's like work friends, right? I don't have like best friend loyalty for online work friends. I just don't. So if Irrelevant is treating it like real life, we are friends, I actually think that's based and admirable, and he's a better person than me. So yeah.
You not feel the same?
I think he well, I already said this on stream. I already said pretty much, I don't want to say exactly what you said, but I think he was like, I'm trying to think how I want to phrase this. One moment.
That's fine. And to be clear, I'm not trying to make you not be friends with him anymore. I'm just trying to understand why you would continue to be friends with him.
So Grace or Mr. Thorpe, still not sure who's chatting with us, but they want to bait us, so we'll bait one more time. Would you still feel sympathy for Pixie if hypothetically it came out that she had received nudes and videos of other women when she was 19, which is highly likely in your opinion, but just speculation? So that was about 5 years ago. I am curious as to that situation. I think it's morally interesting, right? Because that means that she would have hooked up with Steven partially because she had received nude content that she didn't know whether or not the other people gave consent. Then she consented to being filmed. And then you would think logically, now she's 19 and 19-year-olds are stupid, but you would logically think it's like, oh, well, I just filmed an intimate act with a person who shared videos and pictures of him doing intimate acts with other people. Doesn't it logically stand that my intimate material would be leaked to other people? I don't know if I would morally judge, but I do think that's that's an interesting question that I don't have an answer to that does complicate it. 100%. That I don't even have a straight answer for you. I'm going to have to think about that. Even as a hypothetical. I'm not saying that happened. I'm just saying I'm going to have to entertain that in my brain as a hypothetical and digest it.
I continue to be friends with him because the stuff that happened is not enough for me to, like, when he tells me that, like, this shit is over, never going to happen again, and that I owe it to him for 15 years to believe that one time, even if that seems a little bit unlikely.
He owed it to you for 15 years of friendship to not do it to your friends in the first place.
That's another thing where Irrelevant is a better person than me.
Why don't you view it that way? No, not a yeah, sure. He owed it to you to not do this. And he said, no, I don't care.
That's like saying like every person that does a crime ever, like they owe it not to.
Yeah, you owe it to your community and the people that you're friends with to not fuck over their friends. Yes, you owe it to your community to do that, to take care of and look after your community, especially when that's half of your fucking content, man. That's his content. It's talking about how to not be a shitty person and not do these types of things. Yes.
Well, what do you want me to say? He fucked up, and he's gonna pay the fucking price for it. But I'm not gonna fuck off for it. I guess, yeah, it's not enough for me. Sorry. Like, that can make me be a fucking asshole. Also, I'm giving him another shot. You don't have to, and I think that's commendable for you. I actually think it's way more commendable because, as I said when I streamed today, I think there's a lot of people that will say that they're fucking off right now, not do well streaming or whatever, and then will fucking crawling back. And I think these are like fucking rats that don't have any morals. And I respect you. You're a better man than I am. That's what I would say. You are a better man than I am with that stuff because, you know, it seems like you value that stuff a lot more than I do. I'm just not as good of a fucking person. And I value the friendship more than I'm better friends with him than I am with the people that get hurt. So yeah, it's just.
Yeah, basically Dan is admitting that he's a little bit of a sociopath as well. So we actually have quite a few funny comments, so I want to address them. Marshal Georgy Zhukov, which by the way, if that's like General Zhukov from The Death of Stalin, so based. That was like the funniest character I've ever seen. And by the way, I haven't even watched Death of Stalin. I've just probably watched half of the film via clips. I love that character. Is it really an assumption that the vids you received weren't filmed without consent? I don't know if you would put no one so far has contended that the videos were created without consent. As a matter of fact, I think what's been said is that the videos were created with consent. They were shared without. And so I don't know if gooners would think that far ahead, but if gooners are not thinking that far ahead, or if 19-year-olds are not thinking that far ahead, then I would say that you need to add this to your gooner calculus, basically, that people could be shooting homemade sex tapes and then sharing it with you without the consent of the other people involved. Forever Lurk says, I think I'm going to catch an internet STD from this conversation. It's probably true. So welcome to Twitch and YouTube politics. There's like a 70% chance that you're going to catch a digital STD. The Thinking Sabercat says, how often do online cases go to court and been successful? As most people in the Sandy Hook case, but that was 12 years long. Pixie will need more than a GoFundMe to get this case complete. I disagree. Just because I think that this law was only passed in 2022. So we don't have a lot of preemptive case law. I think the longer that this drags out, the more damaging it is to Steven's reputation. And so I think that he should be trying to settle out of court as quickly as possible. He should basically say, what's a realistic dollar amount that we can all come to? 100 grand per plaintiff, or 200 grand per plaintiff, or 250 per plaintiff, or something like that, and then pay it out. Because I think the longer that the shadow of this scandal is over his stream, the more damage it does. KOE says the company you keep is more important than what you're suppressing politically. If Trump's moral failings upset you, Destiny is actually in your life, so that affects you way more. That's important. So Phil, this is actually really interesting. It's an interesting conundrum, okay? So my total amount of time spent with Steven is probably 4 hours in total in real life. And what I mean by that is we were up in Cincinnati and we hung out a couple of times while we were waiting for different events during the canvassing event. So that's probably 90 minutes right there. In Miami, while I was helping with Progressive Victory logistics, we hung out maybe for 2 hours and we just sat around a table, ate dinner, talked, whatever, and we were just hanging out. So Steven, quote unquote, being in my life is 4 hours if you're not including content. And when we were doing content together, we were in an adversarial role. What's interesting to me is you are making a moral judgment about people who have had Steven in their lives for prolonged periods and saying like, oh, well, if you freaked out because Trump is such a massive piece of shit, then you should obviously be freaking out about Steven. And it says more about the fact that you're keeping Steven in your life while Trump is this far away federal fucking bureaucrat dickhead, right? Well, here's the thing, Phil. Leaking nudes to me is not as important to, like, for instance, USAID is a thing that's, going in the news right now. And I don't want to spend $47,000. It's actually $20,000, but it's okay. I don't want to spend $47,000 on a trans opera in Colombia. I think that's fucking stupid, right? It's a waste of taxpayer dollars. It's an insult to taxpayers to take probably 3 or 4 taxpayers' money and have it, pay for a play in a narco state, right? And I mean a narcotic state, right? That's insulting and gross and stupid. However, one of the programs that has been frozen, I think unjustifiably, is mosquito netting in Southeast Africa. So there are probably a few hundred people in a country right now who will not have access to mosquito netting, and they are likely going to catch diseases that will kill them because of Donald Trump freezing the assets. So you say, hey, Connor, you are not taking Steven's sexual allegations as seriously as you should, and you are inviting his presence into your life. And I think that that's hypocrisy and a bad move. I am saying to you, you are cool with, because you want to cut the $47,000 worth of funding for a trans opera, you are cool with 600 people in Africa dying, right? So, for me, let's evaluate the evils. I would say that the person that you're sweeping for is doing infinitely more evil shit than what we're talking about today. So, anyways, scrolling to the bottom. Let's continue.
It's a fucking crazy situation. It sucks. Sucks that I got put into this situation, but that's it. I'm forced to be in a choice to throw away like being friends with someone for 15 years or.
Why do I care about mosquitoes in Africa? I'm American. I want my money back. I prefer less tax than helping some Africans. Well, I mean, in my opinion, you're kind of a piece of shit, right? So for you, let's take your tax liability, right? It's probably, I don't know, $2,000, $10,000 a year, something like that, right? So we're talking about cents on the dollar. We're talking about 1/3 of a cent on your dollar, right? And so your options are 1/3 of a cent comes back to you, or 600 people in a country that you don't have anything to do with die. That's your options. 1/3 of a cent back to you, or 600 people die. I'm going to pay the 1/3 of a cent. Now, maybe you don't want to pay 1/3 of a cent, and 1/3 of a cent is more valuable to you than 600 people dying. You can say that. You can believe that. I think you're a piece of shit. Just is what it is. The Thinking Sabercat says, at counterpoints, I've been a Destiny fan since he basically destroyed the closet right-wing skeptic community and the internet blood sports community. Is it possible that he will destroy the Hassan Piker closet tankies as the H3 thing I think is the most damaging, as well as really weird things Dan Clancy has been doing? Yeah, it could be great. It could be great for politics. He might be a personal mess and he might achieve fantastic political outcomes in the Twitch and YouTube political sphere. Ryan H says, Connor, if Destiny wasn't such a moral high horse fuckhead, it would be much easier to get with that. Steven is not some cold, real politic fucker. The guy constantly morally condemns people. Okay, so do I. Welcome to my chat. I morally condemn people all the time. None of this affects you as much as Destiny being in your life. Funding doesn't affect either of our lives. This is just ex post facto justification for what you already want to do. No, it's not. No, it's not. You might not care about fucking Africans dying from malaria. I care about 1/3 of a cent, right? So if you say you can care about West Africans or South Africans for 1/3 of a cent and it saves 600 people, then I'll be like, yeah, sure. Give them 1/3 of a cent. You know, it's literally no skin off my ass. I don't give a fuck. I like that the United States has soft and hard power internationally. Christian Blair says, if only Africa had more mosquito nets, then every year we could save millions of mosquitoes from dying needlessly of AIDS. Yeah. Go fuck yourself. I'm going to put that up in chat. That is some evil, funny shit. Fuck you, Christian Blairis. That is awesome. That was one of the best chats I've ever read. Yes, but you're not morally condemning people while doing literally the same thing. I mean, yeah, sure. Give it time. Everyone's hypocrites on some scale. The Thinking Sabercat, actually, like the most insane Trump move is leaving the World Health Organization as bird flu outbreaks. This is just over 100 years since last bird flu, Spanish flu outbreak that killed 18 million Americans. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Like that could be, as a matter of fact, we don't even have to play hypothetical. We could just say what's probably true. We can say that Trump's mismanagement of COVID probably resulted in an extra few 100,000 people dying because they believed him that it wasn't a big deal. And so they went out into the world, they got infected. There wasn't enough hospital beds. And so they died. Right. So, you know, Phil, you can, in my opinion, moral frog about Steven. Steven, you're friends with Steven. Steven is so bad. Why are you even entertaining a relationship with him? But to me, it's like, okay, but you actively promote a guy who got hundreds of thousands of people killed and you don't care because you don't conceptualize it. Just fine, whatever. But isn't Steven just a Democrat Israeli show? I mean, yeah, relatively speaking, he's a normie Democrat from a politics standpoint. Sorry, we need to wrap this up and get into the next piece of content. Talon of the Silverhawk says, counterpoint 600 people, not so much. Are you paying 1/50,000th if for a life? You are saying if a life is worth more than 200K in Africa, what is your total income though? Their life is less than 200K. It's a bad investment. Let's Google it. What is the income? Okay, hold on. First off, let's find out the country, right? We're going to do this together. USAI. Oh, hold on. United States stops mosquito net program. Trump's aid freezes sparks mayhem around the world. Let's Google mosquito. Let's find. Oh, awesome. We're also killing people from Myanmar. That's awesome. Good job, guys. In Ghana and Kenya. That's awesome. So not only are we killing people with mosquitoes, we're also starving people to death in Myanmar. That's cool. Very cool. Thanks, Trump. Like, Phil, I want, if Phil's still here, I don't know if Phil's thinking about this. Phil, right now, there are men, women, and children who are relying on food from the United States in order to survive. Trump, because he wants to be viewed as a fiscal conservative savior, has paused and will likely cut the funding for those men, women, and children. To you have enough food, water, and shelter that you will not be uncomfortable in the next week because of food, water, or shelter. To those people, the next few days could be whether or not they live or die. So you are fucking with people living or dying while you're in my chat. I'm just going to say it. Moral fagging about Steven sharing nudes. What a fucking and let's be clear for the drama frogs. sexually explicit videos without the consent of the people. What a bunch of privileged fucking cunts we all are. What a bunch of privileged cunts that we can all just chill in our 130 of us can chill on a Saturday arguing about the sex life of a millionaire, while other people are reliant on money that is going to determine whether or not they live or die in the next week. That's amazing. So hold on. Let's see the average income for somebody in Kenya. In Ghana. Income for someone in Kenya. 20,000 Kenya shillings, which translates to roughly $165. So their monthly is $165. Calculator. 165 times 12 is, so their annual income is $2,000 a year. And you're saying for like a third of a cent, I can save their life. So let's just round it up to 1 cent. 165 times 12. What is it? It's like multiplied by 0.01, or no. It'd be the opposite, right? Divided by 0.01. Yeah, so that's 198,000 times return on investment. Spending 1 cent to save 1 Kenyan is an economic return on investment 200,000 times. Connor, what you keep in your life reflects on you no matter how you try to deflect Africa or Myanmar. I agree. What I keep in my life reflects on me, and what you keep in your life reflects on you. 100%. You didn't say anything wrong. I just think I just think that I think your priorities are fucked up. Anyways, sorry, let's finish the content.
Or to believe that,
to be clear,
he's going to be better moving forward.
He put you in that position. His actions put you in that position.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I didn't do it.
Right.
Yeah, I understand.
To be clear, he did it. He put all of us in that position.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. All right, cool. As long as you understand that you're saying like, oh, it sucks that I'm in this position where I have to give my friend of 15 years a second chance and potentially have this all go down. He was the one who put you in the position where he would require you to give him a second chance.
I'm not blaming Pixie or anyone else.
No,
I'm blaming him.
The way that you're making it sound is that it's like the cosmic forces did this. He was the one who is making.
No, I definitely didn't say the cosmic forces. He's the one who did it.
I'm saying that's the way you're making it sound. Is not like.
I don't think that's the way I'm making it sound.
Okay.
I think I'm pretty clear that Steve specifically fucked up. No, I never said like.
This is another thing that bugs me, because Phil's not the only one. All right, I know I'm getting one guide again. 10 out of 10 deflection. Don't look over here at Destiny. What about nets in Africa, dude? You're on a live stream where the title says Destiny. We're analyzing 2 Destiny orbiters, one of whom will no longer be friends with him and one of whom who will continue to be friends with him. I released an essay yesterday summarizing 18 hours worth of content into 1 hour of easily consumable content, talking about Steven's sexual dynamics. You're saying that I'm sweeping. We're literally looking at it. Sweeping means sweep under the rug. You take dirt and then you sweep it under the rug so people can't see it. It's lazily covering up a problem. We are staring at the problem. So you're fucking losing your mind. James Emery says, Connor chilling with sexual predators is such a vibe. I mean, I guess. Welcome aboard. The Thinking Saber says, I'm English and my medical prescription for a high blood pressure treatment cost me roughly $21. And for that same treatment from August from America is $100. It's kind of crazy. Trump is killing the sensible low drug costs, especially with America being the #1 country for diabetes. I mean, yeah. Talon says at counterpoints, but it was 100 million, right? So 100 million divided by 600 is less or more than $2,000 times 50 years. I'm not sure, but if you're still saying that it's like a huge difference, then it is what it is. Bro's never been good at the house chores sweeping. That's for women. I mean, you're not wrong. All right, let's continue.
Oh, it sucks that this happened to Steve. Man, it really is a pain. No, Steve.
No,
fucking
you're
did
saying this.
Like,
You're
no,
saying
no.
You're saying
I never
this.
was unclear.
Okay, you were unclear because you were saying this. Man, it sucks. This happened to me. No, it doesn't suck. This. It sucks. Steven did this to you. It sucks that Steven put you in this position. It sucks that Destiny did this to you by fucking over your friends. That's what sucks. Yes,
Yeah,
yes. Not in the this because you kept using this has happened to me. This happened.
Do you know why I'm saying this?
version-
Because we're talking about Steven.
Yes,
I'm not,
and I'm saying that is lost.
This is
in
a
the
very
implication.
strange. Hold on, I understand what you're saying. This is like you're going on. I don't think you understand. When we're talking about Steve doing fucked up shit, and I say, man, this situation sucks. Do you think that I'm no longer talking about Steve doing something?
No. What I'm saying is
hold on. Stop. Let's move on. This is autistic. We're arguing over words and we don't disagree. How about that?
Okie dokie.
All right, so that's the end of that content. I know I didn't like react to it a whole bunch towards the end, but honestly, chat has been distracting me a lot. So, but that's because chat's funnier than that content, and we already discussed the dynamic, et cetera, et cetera. Phil said something that he cares about me or whatever, wants me to do better, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, I'm doing the best with what I got, so deal with it or don't. I don't care. Doghouse says, at counterpoints, this USAID convo is revealing just how much or little at MAGA actually knows about our congressional process and how little research they actually conduct. All I've seen are vague lists with almost zero sources. I mean, I agree. So the 50,000 to a Colombian like trans opera ended up being 22,000. It was from the embassy. The embassy applied for a grant to go to a Colombian arts house in order to put on a production that, let's face it, it was a trans opera or whatever, but the cost is half and it's like a cultural arts thing. I don't think that tax dollars should be going to that 100%. But I also don't think that we should be canceling mosquito nets just because there's a trans opera in Colombia. You know what I'm saying? So I don't mind like exposing what we're doing with our tax dollars and then reeling back in the stupid shit. I'm perfectly fine with that. As a matter of fact, I think that's good. What I don't like is the hurting people and killing people unnecessarily while we're reeling in irresponsible spending. Yeah. Is this a J-Stock VOD just came into the stream? No, I think that was just Dan. I think that was just Dan and Irrelevant having a conversation separate from J-Stock. Oh, I knew we weren't finishing the video, lol. Well, I mean, we did. It was 13 minutes, so we finished it. This one we're definitely not going to finish, even if we're here for another 4 hours, okay? Because we will be pausing and getting one guide the entire time. But I'm going to try to steelman this. So let's go ahead and get an intro going. So thank you to the 120, 130 people cross-platform who have been hanging out with us. We are going to be getting into why Denims TV coverage sucks. We're going to be taking a look at a segment of it. For those of you who are unaware, I participate in a space called Twitch and YouTube Politics. There's a bunch of political pundits who are either millennials or Zoomers who like to opine on current events and political issues. Miss Frogan is one of them. Denims TV is one of them. They are, I think, Frogan is Lebanese. I think Denims is Moroccan. Somebody can correct me if she's something else. But they're both immigrants to the United States of America. I think they both have United States citizenship. They both talk shit about the United States. They are both Hassan Piker orbiters. For those of you who do not know who Hassan Piker is, there are 3 very large left-wing political streamers in the world. One of them is Stephen Bennell. We just got done talking about his sex scandal a moment ago. Second one is Vosh, who is a anarcho-communist, socialist, whatever, and he likes jerking off to teenage cartoons of teenage Japanese girl cartoons. So kind of gross, right? The third person is, Hassan Piker. He's the son of a millionaire or billionaire who sits on Turkey's board of trade. I forget how rich he is, but he is very rich. He was born in New Jersey. That way he could go to American schools and have a good life. He moved here as a teenager, and I think he went to University of Miami. Somebody can correct me on that. And then he became a political pundit for the Young Turks, and then he went into his own independent stream. So that's kind of the setup for our next segment is we are going to watch Denims TV and Frogan go over political content from the creator Ethan Klein, who is a very popular normie podcaster, and he created a piece critical of Hassan Piker. And so we're basically going to see terrorism sweeping. We're going to see, we're going to see all kinds of terrorism and anti-American sweeping today, and we're going to break it apart, and we're going to steelman the good parts and we're going to rip apart the bad parts. I'm going to go over chat. I'm going to get some water, and then we're going to continue. The Thinking Sabercat says, counterpoints actually most of the problem on X, especially is the fake news stuff. I mean, I agree. They are both very white. They're half white. I don't think it's worth it to, because we're talking about Mediterranean people, right? There are Italians who look like North Africans, and there are North Africans who look like Italians, and then there are North Africans who look like Sub-Saharan Africans. So, just saying that they're all white, I don't think is accurate. I want to be a little bit more nuanced with my racism than that. So, I thought he went to Rutgers. Am I mixing him up with somebody else? He might have. I don't know. I don't pay that much attention to him. I just hate the guy. I'm going to get some water. I'll be back in 60 seconds. Ugh. I'm fast as fuck, boy. Let me grab my Theracane and let's get the content cracking. Sorry, my dog's still walking out. Here we go. Don't bring up the WAPs, please. True.
Get back into fucking America.
Hold up.
SD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America. And they posted it in my head. I'm like, base?
It was the WoW based meme.
Based?
And like I've said at the time, and I'll say it again now, and I'll say it a fucking 100 more times because I'm sure this clip will resurface 100 more times. But like, I think the phrasing was bad. I think like risky territory talking about veterans, which are a protected class. I think that, the sentiment concerning, or like, the way that the sentiment is phrased is concerning. But I think the gist of the sentiment is, hey, hey, I'm Lebanese. I have family in Lebanon, and I'm concerned for their safety. And it's disgusting to see countless American vets or active duty military talking about how they're just so excited to fucking invade all these countries. And it's so disgusting. Fuck you. Like, it's much easier to villainize people when you remove all of the context behind how they feel and why they feel that way.
Sure. Not bad. Not bad analysis. Actually, I'm okay with that. Frogan hopes veterans get PTSD. She says, based. Then Denim says, veterans are a protected class. The sentiment is concerning. Actually, the way the sentiment is articulated is concerning. Frogan is Lebanese. She has family in Lebanon. And so it's disgusting to see Americans who are so bloodthirsty for Lebanese and Arab blood. I agree. But since we're talking about context and how different people perceive the world, I'm going to articulate the veterans' perspective and a historical perspective on the shit. That way, maybe Miss Denims and people like Miss Denims can understand the veterans' perspective. So we're going to go here. We're going to go here. War on Terror. Give me a second, guys. I'm just setting up. And then Google Maps. And then let me try to minimize my doxing of myself. You guys should know I'm in Central Florida, and that should be about it. Everything else, please do not try to come see me in person without an invitation. Okay, so we're going to move this over here. And we're going to get cracking. So the Sabra and Shatila massacre is something that Osama bin Laden cited in his letter to. Let me pull you guys up so I can make sure that you're seeing the right thing. All right. Nope. You're wrong. Dr. Zayas, completely imaginary invasion of Lebanon. You are wrong. You are wrong. So let's get it cracking. So Osama bin Laden is one of 58 children from the bin Laden family. Okay. The bin Laden family is similar to the Trump family. If you say the word Trump, then what most people will think about is obviously Donald Trump, but New York real estate. That is what people will think about when they hear the word Trump, if they're not associating it with the character of Donald Trump. And I'm going to ignore chat for a minute and just rant, so this is comprehensible in a straightforward fashion. So bin Laden is not a dirty word in the Middle East and North Africa. If anything, it's like a famous person, multi-billionaire real estate development name, right? But Osama was one of 54 or 58 children. His father only had one child, which I think was Osama, with his mother. They didn't get much money, time, or attention. And so, like any ignored child, he wanted to prove himself to his family and his community and all that kind of stuff. The way that he proved himself is he went to Afghanistan during the 1980s, and he was a fundraiser for the Mujahideen in Afghanistan. He would travel to Afghanistan, hang out, talk to them, see what they were doing, see what they needed, all that kind of stuff. And then he would go back to Saudi Arabia, where his family was connected, and he would say, this is what the Mujahideen are doing. This is how much money we need. So he was a financier for holy warriors in Afghanistan. Now, contrary to popular opinion, the CIA actually trained the Haqqani network. We didn't train Osama bin Laden and his fighters. So we didn't train Osama. We traded people who worked with Osama, right? The distinction may be without a difference, but I think it's a distinction worth making. Anyways, so Osama hated the United States for two reasons that he cited in his letter to America or whatever, and why he did the 9/11 attacks. One of them was that when Saudi Arabia was at threat of invasion from Iraq, instead of calling on holy warriors from the Middle East and North Africa, the Saudi Arabians called on the United States a kafir, an apostate, a hypocritical nation that claims to be Christian, but are effectively pagan, Satan-worshiping, degenerate, fucking gooning losers, right? That was his opinion of the United States, is you basically call on Satan worshipers to defend the holiest place in Islam. That was one of the reasons why he hated the United States. And Saudi Arabia, by the way. One of the reasons why he hated the United States as well is that Israel invaded Lebanon to fight I think Hezbollah wasn't a thing yet, but it's basically the precursor to Hezbollah. During the 80s, they invaded Lebanon in order to fight fighters in Lebanon, and they launched flares over a nighttime battle for a Christian militia called the Phalanges. Well, what the Phalanges did, because Lebanon is a multi-religious, multi-ethnic country, is they walked into a neighborhood that was predominantly Muslim, and they killed 3,000 people. They walked into every single house, and they shot every man, woman, and child inside those houses. So they just slaughtered 3,000 people, and they did that with Israel's light flares, right? So in Osama's mind, Israel was partially responsible for this massacre. The United States is responsible, in Osama's mind, for protecting the state of Israel and for covering their retreat back into Israel using the United States 7th Fleet. And so as a result of our military support of Israel, we are responsible for the Sabra and Shatila massacre. So not only are we demon-worshipping pagan douchebags, but we also helped massacre 3,000 Lebanese. So in return, Osama bin Laden launched a series of anti-American terrorist attacks, with obviously the most famous one being 9/11, right? And so 3,000 people approximately were killed in the 9/11 terrorist attacks. It was one of the most horrifying historical events that I think has ever happened in my lifetime, and just awful, right? I was basically 13 or 14, and I watched half a dozen people commit suicide by jumping out of a flaming building because Osama bin Laden is a fucking prick, right? And so what ended up happening was, my generation, the people who weren't pussies, were like, oh, well, we've never read Osama bin Laden's letter for why he attacked us, and jihadists suck in general. So let's go to their fucking countries and kill the fuck out of them, right? And so a few thousand of us, a few 100,000, I think it was like 250,000 people in Iraq at a time, and it was like 50,000 people in Afghanistan. We traveled to Middle Eastern and North African countries, and we killed the shit out of jihadists for like 2 decades. And we trained locals to fight jihadists. The problem was half of the locals were jihadists, right? And so, you know, we're effectively training people who are also fighting us simultaneously. And so it's pouring water into a bucket with a hole in the bottom. And so all of the money and blood and treasure that we pour into the Middle East and North Africa, it goes nowhere, right? We effectively train our replacements who are evil mujahideen dickbags who take our training and then they either kill us or they kill each other with it, right? 90% of the casualties in the Iraq war, I promise I'll try to wrap this up, but 90% of the 90% of the casualties in the Iraq war are caused by forces like domestic forces. They're caused by Shia and Sunni terrorist organizations killing each other. And so you can go to the Iraq Body Count Project. It's not probably the most accurate thing, but it's the closest thing to a comprehensive analysis of dead people that we have. And what effectively the Iraq Body Count Project says is that we went in there, we killed you, and you can pick it up by perpetrator here. We killed a whole bunch of jihadists and we killed some civilians. But what we did is we kicked off a civil war that killed a few 100,000 people, right? That's what we believe happened. So a few 100,000 people died because of American negligence. My frustration with Miss Denims and Miss Miss Denims and Miss Frogan is that if I was to point out, hey man, American veterans, American military people are bloodthirsty maniacs who want to go fight for war of their country. They don't understand anything about geopolitics and they just want to kick ass, take names, and kill people. Then I don't think that they would acknowledge that 80 to 90% of the people killed in the war on terror was Arab Muslim versus Arab Muslim. It was Shia versus Sunni, Sunni versus Shia, over and over and over again. It was Iranian-backed Hazara militias killing southeastern... what is it? It's not Punjab. It's something else. It starts with a P. Come on. Why am I blanking? Anyways, I'm being racist. But the point is that if you take like ethno-religious groups, 80 to 90% of the are in between those ethno-religious groups fighting for control of the country. So they'll say that it's our fault because we kicked off the conflict. I would say that it's our fault, but it's also their fault too. And that the Middle East and North Africa and Central Asia is fundamentally culturally broken. So Pashtun or Pashto, that's what I was trying to think of, not Punjab, which is, in my defense, there's Punjabs right here and there's Pashtun and Pashto right here. So anyways, the point is that, yeah, I'm doing victim blaming again. I love victim blaming people. Middle East, we kill the fuck out of Middle Eastern and North African people, but the truth is we are pussies in comparison to killing Middle Eastern and North African people compared to Middle Eastern and North African people killing themselves. Anyways, that was a 10-minute rant. I lost a few people. That's totally okay. Let's check the chat and then let's continue the content. All right, scrolling up and then I'm gonna check it out. Brian H says, well, the Bin Laden family are basically all dead now. No, they're not. I don't know why you think that at all. Even if you're talking about Osama's direct line, I think one of his sons is like a leader in Al-Qaeda. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I think you're just dead wrong. Kadari Ustoni says, counterpoints, would you be down to have a debate on communism for 8 to 10 hours at 1:30? No, I wouldn't. What are you talking about, Vlad the Kebabber? Good question. After 9/11, that name got tarnished. True. Connor, when talking about sex predator, his childhood was different. He's just sexually retarded. There's nuance. Connor, when talking about lefties, anti-Semitic pieces of shit. Yeah, true. You know why? Because they are. And if you're going to keep like moral fagging in my chat, I'm just going to kick you. I don't care. I don't need you here. Engage with what's being said or fuck off. The Thinking Sabercat says, at counterpoints, actually his kidneys dialysis was due to his alcoholism when in England from 1963 to 1976. He attended the elite Althagger Model School. Bin Laden attended an English language course in Oxford, England during 1971. He studied economics and business administration, and he got religious studies due to Islamic AAA. I mean, cool. I was under the impression that he bought the dialysis machine, preempting the fact that he would potentially have liver damage before he went into hiding. But it's my understanding that he didn't actually need the machine on a regular basis. Hydrate. It's important. Counterpoints. The worst thing about Iraq was the use of depleted uranium weapons, which has made parts of Iraq uninhabitable due to radiation. I don't think that's true. I think it is true that you will have thousands more birth defects, but I don't think it's true that it's uninhabitable. Thinking Sabercat. Sorry, I just got a dono. Thank you for the dono, by the way. Might be interesting to look where the majority of veterans are globally, as I think the Middle East isn't that many, considering the Iraq War was 2003 and Afghanistan is in Asia, not the Middle East. I know what you're saying, but the Iraq was 250,000 troops on the ground, and I want to say that Afghanistan went between 10,000 and 40,000. I think it was a lot harder to get a deployment to Afghanistan than it was to get a deployment to Iraq. Kadari Ustoni says, at counterpoints, that was the one that I already read, unless he was repeating it. Thinking Sabercat, the worst thing, making Iraq a battlefield for Islamic Jihad to kill Americans, and the majority of the second wave of insurgents were coming from Pakistan, Egypt, and Syria. Yep. Punjab is not pronounced Punjab, it's pronounced Punjab, as in making a joke. Well, thank you, Megdeep Ray. Thinking Sabercat again, at counterpoints, not a patch on the British Empire, the Dervishes, Zulu, and Tuggis were all flattened by Britain. True. All right. Puyu, thank you for the donation. Puyu Baddie says, I love your Middle Eastern wars overview. Please do more content like this. Down. We still have 130 people, by the way. We were at 135. We dropped down to 128. We didn't lose that many people with the geopolitical analysis. So that's good. But let's continue watching mid-wit IQ people make their geopolitical analysis, and then we get to call them stupid.
Oh yeah, this was immediately after this article came out talking about how IDF members who were bulldozing bodies had PTSD.
Hold up. So she's saying that the context of this was bulldozing bodies, and I think she says that some of them were alive at some point. So we would have to go verify all this shit, right? But the way that operations work, matter of fact, let me go ahead and show you. Let's show you. Does anybody remember this video? I love this video so much. Fallujah invasion music video. This is the most banger shit on the planet without showing dead bodies. I think this is it. Hold on. It's not this. Where is it? Dude, there's one that's so good. It's the most famous Iraq music video. It's so good. Will you want to be the one who let me fall? Will you? I'm gonna my way. My way, Fallujah. There we go. Here we go. This is this is the most popular music video amongst Marines, especially Boots and Pogues. And it's so boomer cringe, and I love it so much. You guys are getting a taste of history today. Let's take a look at it. Careful with the licensed music. You're right. Mute the volume on the videos. Do you think we're going to get hit? I'm just checking in with chat. It's all on there, though. You think we're still going to get hit? All right. I'll mute it. But basically, all right, I'll just mute it. But go watch this in your own time. So it's Out of My Way, 3rd Battalion, 1st Marines. This was a music video that was shot in the early war on terror. And it basically shows like this Marine, he gets like suited up 3-1, right? So these are the camis I wore. This was like 2 or 3 years before I got there. They have woodland camis because they don't have enough armor. They're rolling into Fallujah. They're gearing up or whatever. There's rock. Dude, all right, look right here. This is perfect. So right here, my combat instructors were Fallujah veterans, okay? So 9/11 happens. 3,000 Americans are slaughtered on live television. We go to Afghanistan. We kick the shit out of the Afghans and the Taliban. And then we're going to Iraq to kill more jihadists, right? That's a perception. If you want to argue Bush lied to get us into Iraq, I don't give a shit. It's totally fine. We can talk about that later. But you're a grunt. You're in Iraq. Fallujah is a city that literally has been abandoned by all civilians, and it's filled with insurgents. This is the heaviest door-to-door fighting since the Battle of Hue in Vietnam. This happened in like 2002, 2003. 2003, 2004, excuse me. The last time that people were engaged in this level of conflict was 40 years ago. This is a once in a generation battle. Okay. And the way I'm assuming that this is relatively speaking close to how the Israelis operated as well is you are going in with a tank. A tank can jack some shit up, and a rocket propelled grenade is not going through an Abrams, right? And I'm pretty sure the Israelis have tanks that are equivalent to the Abrams. You can get smoked by snipers. You can get smoked by machine gunners. You can get smoked by RPGs. But as soon as an RPG or a machine gun or a sniper shoots at you, you approximate the area where the fire is coming from, and you annihilate everything in that direction. Let's just watch them do that real quick. I wish we had the audio. But the reason why you're seeing them use machine guns, they're using the tanks, they're using the rockets, they're using all this stuff. The reason why you see them casually using that is because there's not that many civilians left in Fallujah at this time. And so as a result, if you take incoming fire, you just detonate the building that you're taking fire from, and it collapses down on insurgents. All the buildings that you're clearing or whatever, they might still have insurgents, but it's less likely. And so you clear it as if there's bad guys in there, but chances are you're going to take fire before you get there. Now, some people get smoked because there's insurgents who hide out in buildings, and then they just shoot you in the back when you come in, right? So anyways, but you got mortars, you got white phosphorus, you got airstrikes, you got all the weapons caches that you're finding inside the buildings. You're popping smoke, you're blowing up buildings, all this kind of crazy shit, right? So I'm assuming that this is what's happening for the Israelis as they're going into Gaza, is they're engaged in heavy house-to-house fighting similar to the United States. And they probably have similar tactical doctrine where it's basically like, well, if the civilians don't want to be there, then they need to get the fuck out, right? So civilians need to fucking leave. And if you get caught up in the bullshit, if you're in a house that you're getting taken fire from, it is what it is, right? So that's what's happening. So I had a combat instructor who was a bulldozer guy, right? He was like heavy, he was like motor T or something, but he was like a heavy equipment specialization. And so he drove a bulldozer. And what he said was they called in the dozers in order to move insurgent concrete blocks in cars that were blocking the road. And what happened was he had bulletproof and like a wire sheathing. Well, an insurgent pops out and starts shooting into his fucking truck, right? And all the Marines are back like 50 yards, 100 yards or whatever. So they're shooting at this guy, but they haven't hit him yet. So what he does is he actually turns his fucking bulldozer and he slams the guy into the wall and cuts him in half. Now, when you're a 19-year-old and you like want to go to war or whatever and see the hardcore shit and blah, 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 that's like the craziest fucking thing you've ever heard. And to be honest, it's pretty cool. But you can tell that the guy who's telling the story, he's fucked up. Now, he's fucked up for a variety of reasons. One of them is probably because he cut a human being in half with a fucking bulldozer. But the other stuff is he knows he could have died in that situation. He knows that the bulletproof glass could have caved in and he could have gotten some rounds to the face. He knows that he was basically moving stuff out of the way that could be covered in bombs. He knows that they're effectively slaughtering thousands of people in this city and that Marines have died, right? So just to be like, oh, well, you're a pussy because you have PTSD because you were doing fucked up shit. It's like, dude, you don't understand what war is. You're a child, right? So if you want to not understand what war is, that's totally fine. But then people who have gone to war, who do have anxiety, who do have PTSD, who are fucked up because of their experiences, they're going to think you're a piece of shit. Because guess what? Killing people is bad for you. It's bad for your health. It's bad for your mental health. It seems cool, and it probably is cool to a degree, especially when you're young. But as you get older, you see like the costs of it. You see the costs of war, not just to the dead, but to the people who survive, right? So they have a childish mentality. Anyways. Sneaky fellas hiding behind false walls. True, that happened. We could go through so many stories about that. But for now, I think we're okay with the stories about somebody chopping somebody in half with a bulldozer, which is a pretty sick story. Counterpoints. Have you ever covered the IRA conflict between 70 and 97, as it's really interesting, but can get upsetting, especially the Oma bombing? I mean, we can in the future. Aren't Abrams tanks vulnerable to tow guns or wire-guided anti-tank guns? Yes, but we hadn't distributed tows to insurgents at that point. So tows we gave to Peshmerga, Kurdish people in the north, and then we also gave them to Syrians who were fighting the al-Assad regime. We didn't have a lot of tows, which are wire-guided missiles. The enemy didn't have a lot of those. So anyways. The Thinking Saber says, counterpoints, my grandfather suffered from PTSD from World War II as he was in Burma and was a battlefield nurse. Oh, yeah, I'm sure he's all fucked up. So fuck us on, but what is this? I don't know. That's a great question. I think it's Frogan laughing about veterans having PTSD and Denim steel-manning why she has the perspective that she has. And then I did a historical explanation for why veterans pursue the conflict the way that they do and how veterans get PTSD even if they do fucked up shit. Yeah. Anyways, you're right. We should continue. Let's go. And by the way, quick shill. Thank you to the 130 people cross-platform who are hanging out with us. I'm happy that we were able to move from Destiny sex drama into semi-geopolitical analysis and calling Denims a fucking retard, and you still decided to hang out. I appreciate your time. Be sure to like the stream. Be sure to follow if you're not following. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. If you do have super chat money burning a hole in your pocket, feel free to donate. If you don't have money, don't worry about it. Just hang out with us and have a good time.
Like, what are we talking about here, man? What are we on? What are we talking about? You want me to feel bad for the IDF members that just killed hundreds of innocent people?
You don't have to feel bad. You should just understand it. And you should understand why people get pissed if you dismiss it.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Do you hear yourself? Jesus fuck. That's messed up, man. That's messed up. Sorry, bulldozing people alive.
Which, like, I would need some kind of substantiation on that. I can Google it while I let them continue.
This is an interesting comment. You think she'd apologize if she didn't get shit for what she did? Yeah, she said, I'm sorry because the internet is starting to hate me for my opinions. I'm curious. Do you think that Ethan Klein apologized for any of the numerous things that he's done because he felt a change of heart? Or do you feel that he apologized because the internet was mad at him? I don't know if they'll respond. They might not respond. I generally try in almost all instances to believe people when they apologize. In fact, I've believed Ethan Klein countless times when he's apologized. Mostly.
Okay, I can't find the story she's talking about. Let's continue.
Because I think there are lots of instances that you don't know that you've done something wrong until somebody else calls you out on it. sometimes it takes a couple people being like, are you fucking stupid? To be like, wait, actually.
Yo, didn't see you reply. Would you be willing to have a debate, 8 to 10 hour debate on communism? No. Thanks.
Okay, maybe that was bad. Okay. Wait. It's not like people are constantly replaying VODs of their life in their own head, being like, how could I be a better person? Sometimes you need someone to tell you, dude, what the fuck are you on about? I think you should believe people until they start giving you a reason to stop believing them. In Ethan Klein's case, I think he's made the same mistakes over and over and over again and apologized for the same things over and over and over again to the point where I kind of don't believe his apologies. It's kind of like a boy cried wolf situation, but like, I'm going to believe someone on their first offense. I think it's only fair. Unless someone is like a convicted fucking rapist or some shit, like then you can't apologize for that. But like in terms of saying mean things, yeah, I'll accept an apology, even if I don't really believe it. I'll be like, you know what? I will believe it because I think it's only fair to give that to you. When it's been like fucking 10 or 15 years of the same behavior, and apology after apology, and then the same behavior, then I stop believing it.
Like, am I supposed to be like I'm not walking back on it. I still fucking agree with it. Base.
The smug defiant.
Go, out, go, 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 go. Sorry. You guys good? Are you back? Are we back live? Hello, 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 hello. Can you say hello? You back? Am I back? Brundo says I'm back. Can y'all hear me or no? Okay, cool. Then we'll continue. I'm just going to ignore my dog. I'm going to let him sit outside. He literally like sat up, walked into the internet cable. Dick. All right. So there was a German gentleman who wanted to talk to me about, hold on, let me take a look. We're going to do this in 10 minutes. I want to keep the one-on-ones alive. So he took issue with meaning and nihilism, kind of like me blaming Steven, me blaming Destiny's nihilism and hedonism for his behavior. And so he wanted to talk to me about that. We did a panel a week ago, so we'll do that in about 10 minutes. Let's keep getting brain rot for now.
Raph and I will make the Twin Towers out of a stacked cake, and we'll make an airplane, and we'll recreate 9/11.
This tweet was the final.
Yeah, that's fucking insane, by the way. So imagine, she lives in the United States, by the way, and she did do that. She was doing that as a fundraiser thing for like some kind of like finance goal, that she was going to make a cake effectively celebrating 9/11. Why the fuck would I want this person in my country, right? Like, if Denims wants me to extend charity to Frogan for why the way she feels the way that she feels, like, okay, Americans participate in Middle Eastern and North African conflicts. We support the state of Israel. The state of Israel is responsible for massacres in Lebanon. As a result, she doesn't have a high opinion of the United States or Israel. Why the fuck would I want that person in my country? Why would I want her mother in my country? Why would I want her father in my country? Why would I want this person or their perspectives in my country? This would be like if I went into Lebanon and then I was a popular streamer in Lebanon. Let's not too popular. Let's not get too crazy with it. But then I was like, oh yeah, if I hit a certain amount of money, then I'm going to make a cake of the Sabra and Shatila massacre, right? Are you fucking insane? Like, the fact that nobody has fucking hit her in the face is fucking crazy to me, because how do you do that level of fucked up shit and not suffer some kind of fucking consequence, right? That's fucking bananas. So as far as I'm concerned, I would be very much be curious to see if Denims sweeps for the 9/11 cake. Let's see if she has any steel man of that.
Straw for me. You'll notice the date is October.
She was kind
Anything?
of wild for that one.
What?
She was kind of wild for that one.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the reason why I don't care about the 9/11 joke cake is because every American makes 9/11 jokes.
Oh, okay.
Like, that would be like, I don't know, caring about dad jokes or something. I feel like, hasn't Ethan Klein himself made 9/11 jokes? Like, it
Yeah.
feels very concern trolling to me,
Oh, shut
where
up.
like you just want to care about this thing because it's coming from someone you don't like.
Correct. Correct. So when you have an in-group, let's say that there's a bunch of Lebanese people and they make jokes about the Sabra and Shatila massacre. The reason why they're saying that is because it's fucked up, right? So they're making a joke in order to make light of something that's fucked up and to kind of cope with trauma as a community, right? If an Israeli makes a fucked up Sabra and Shatila joke to Lebanese people, you can imagine that the Lebanese people would be offended and maybe angry, right? So having somebody from Lebanon make a 9/11 joke obviously hits different than a fucking a US citizen who's been here for 20 fucking years, right? Yeah, 9/11 jokes are only jokes if you think 9/11 is bad. Exactly, Jonah Boy. Exactly. So if she was like, "Hey, 9/11 is fucked up. I'm actually making a joke out of it because I care." You know, like you know, I think it's funny. You know, I don't actually think that this is good. Then that would be fine. But how much you want to bet that if we press Denims or press Frogan on 9/11, they would start doing the Hassan thing where they'd be like, listen, it's bad to kill civilians, but America kind of deserved 9/11 because of the way that it does things. And it's not a joke. They're not joking about it. They're serious about it.
You don't actually have a fundamental, like a principled position on this. You just don't like that she's doing it.
Correct.
And obviously, I think that the hijab plays a big factor in this, especially a lot of the other people that are getting mad about it, because some Americans are so dumb. They're like, hijab, go back to your country. It's like,
I mean, yeah, if you're gonna wear a hijab, which is deference to Islam, the religion, and then you're gonna say 9/11 it was justified, and then you're gonna make jokes out of people who got slaughtered, and you're not sympathetic in any way to the people who got slaughtered on 9/11, yeah, you can go back to your country of origin. That's totally fine by me. You can go back to Lebanon. You love Lebanon so much, you got extended family in Lebanon, go back to Lebanon. Perfect. Go ahead, please. I would love it if you did. You know, and same thing. If an American or an Israeli was in Lebanon and they were like, yeah, I don't care about the Sabra and Shatila massacre. I actually think that it's based that we murdered so many Muslims. You know, and here's a joke. I made a cake out of the Sabra and Shatila massacre. And the Lebanese people were like, you're a fucking piece of shit. You should leave our country before I beat the fuck out of you. I would be like, yeah, the Israeli deserves to get kicked out of Lebanon if they're making light of a massacre and joking about it. 100%. Like these people act because they have freedom of speech, right? Like somebody said freedom of speech in the chat. Because you have freedom of speech, it's the freedom to do good and be bad. And I agree that freedom of speech and freedom of conscience is preferable to the alternative. However, just because you have freedom of speech doesn't mean that you don't have the ability to offend people, and doesn't mean that people who are offended can't be fucking pissed at you. So yeah, people are pissed, including me. In 1 minute, we're going to talk to the
Frogan
German
is more
gentleman.
American than me. Like, we're both American citizens, birthright. We're both Arab. She's way more American than me. She's been to like 5,000 concerts. I've been to like, I don't even know if I've ever actually gone out of my way to go to a concert. She knows like 90% of like fucking actors. I've never, sorry, that statement didn't make any sense. The number of times I've heard her reference actors or singers or pop stars or whatever, and I've never heard these names in my life. I'm like, who? What? Well, who is that? I watched a Denzel Washington movie for the first time 2 years ago.
I'm going to kick him out. I understand.
That's how you become American? No. My point is, she is way more inundated and way more knowledgeable on American culture than I am.
Yeah, I would see that as a problem, right? If somebody was inundated and largely acclimated to American culture, but they still thought 9/11 was like justified, I would see that as a problem. Anyways, well, the good news is Forever Lurk says this is torture. She can't complete a thought. Well, the good news is we're going to come back to this content. I'm going to stream from noon to 5. However, there was a gentleman that we had a conversation with about like belief systems and nihilism and cultural Christianity and all that kind of stuff. We did that with a gentleman by the name of Echta Sinte. And so we're going to call and we're going to talk. So we're going to get a little bit of a palate cleanser, a Denim stupidity palate cleanser. We're going to take a break and we're going to talk about something a little bit deeper. So I understand if it gets a little dry for you guys, I'm not going to hold it against you if you dip out, but hanging out and chilling with us is appreciated. And we're going to talk about something cool and interesting with hopefully somebody who's cool and interesting and relatively smart. So calling now. So take your brain. Take your brain off. Take it easy. And I'm calling him, but he didn't pick up. Call when ready. All right, sorry. The brain rot's going to continue for another minute then while we're waiting for Mr. Sint, which is my fault because I told him 1 p.m. Let's continue the brain rot.
Like,
oh. Well, hold on. Now he's ready.
I unfortunately.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Sint. How are you?
Hi, pretty good. Yeah, pretty cool.
And then chat,
happy
can
to
you
meet.
hear, real quick, chat, can you hear Mr. Sint okay? Hi, Danabo. And then, sorry, real quick, I just want to make sure that, can you say hello to as a matter of fact, let's do intros. So we're going to be talking about nihilism, philosophy, life, morality, all that kind of stuff. This is Mr. Ekta Sint. We were on a panel a week back or 2 weeks back. And basically, we wanted to have this chat. So we're going to do this now. Mr. Sint, can you please tell the people at home a little bit about yourself?
Okay, I'm Zinta. That's fine already. And I'm just super interested in philosophy. Indeed, we met on a week panel about what was again? About whether
was it specifically Destiny and whether or not we should support or criticize him
like
and or Trump?
It felt like that. It quickly devolved into that. Like
Okay.
It was at first. It was like a more broad thing where we tried to just decide if it's okay for left-leaning people to do to excuse immoral behavior at any. And then I thought we were arguing about like the range of that, but apparently not. We were mostly talking about Destiny. So what is there to say about me? I don't know. My social media presence is quite anemic. I'm not very not very well renowned person, but
that's
yeah.
okay. We like to have interesting and thought-provoking conversations mixed in with our stupid internet drama. So you're fulfilling that role today. So we kind of got to I think some people really don't like the fact that I think that degenerate, gooner, sexually crazy behavior roots from nihilism, or basically like the belief, like the lack of belief in a higher force. Which we can work on definitions if I say something that you think is incorrect. And
For sure.
I think some people, including you, took issue with that because you're like, well, I don't believe in this higher thing, or I'm kind of a nihilist in this sense or this sense, and this would never be permissible within my system. And so I think that's kind of what we disagreed on and what we wanted to get into today. So what is your, you're European, I'm assuming, you're German, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I'm as continental as they come. Yeah.
Right. So what is your perspective on, I guess, like existence, religion, the death of religion, the death of God, where we are now, etc.?
So yeah, so I have so much to say. I'm so happy. Sorry. So I'm a nihilist in several senses. Not in all senses. There's like a billion forms of nihilism. There's like ontological nihilism. There's moral nihilism. We have existential nihilism, where you like and I think existential nihilism has two flavors to it, where you can either be an existential nihilist about meaning or an existential nihilist about purpose. Some people don't make the distinction between meaning and purpose, but I think it is quite important to make that. One is worse than the other, I think. I think meaning in your life, things should mean something to you. But to have
so
that
are
meaning
you a
something.
cosmic nihilist, that you basically believe that ultimately the world that is outside ourselves is kind of like almost like a mistake, I guess. It's like an accident of nature where we just happen to exist, and therefore there isn't like a creator who cares about us individually. There isn't like a rule set that we have to follow, or else we're going to be screwed for eternity. This is largely an accident. Our creation is an accident of nature. Is that what you believe?
I think the accident is a word that I would not co-sign, because it implies that there was a plan and it went wrong.
Okay.
But that's not what I believe. I think the nature is either a brute fact or indistinguishable from a brute fact. Like either is fine by me. If there's like some secret plan behind the universe, then I guess that I could. I think personally, I think that's an ugly thought, and I think that would be horrendous. But I hope I would have the strength to admit it.
Yeah, I want to ask you a question, because this actually kind of gets to the root of the, I don't want to say the problem, but it gets to the root of the problem for existence for me. So as far as I know it, most materialists, most people who focus on the material world and they don't think that there's necessarily like outside planes that affect the way that we behave, they would say that there's a very strong chance that life and humanity resulted from abiogenesis, right? So basically, the world existed, planets formed, there was methane and gas and volcanoes and water and electricity, and it all mixed together, and then it created the amino acids and the single-celled organisms, and then we evolved from there, right? So what's kind of crazy to me, and I don't know what to make of it, is the fact that it feels like in order to make the jump from dead, what we consider dead material, to living material, it almost feels like there's a jump there that I don't know how, I'm not saying like God did it, but I'm saying like even if you're a naturalist, it almost feels miraculous that the dead would become alive.
Interesting. It doesn't really feel that way to me. Like to me, like this is this is just an iteration of matter. Like I don't think there's special sauce there.
Well, so hold on. So you consider like, sorry, I'm going to press you on that. So
It's fine.
a conscious
Trust me.
being who is like mechanically able to move and think and do stuff, you don't think that's necessarily that much more like beautiful or relevant than like a rock?
Not cosmically speaking, I personally think so. Like beauty,
Yeah.
beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I think nature is not a beholder, so I think it doesn't think of anything as beautiful. I think it's kind of cool and beautiful and interesting, and the only thing I personally care about, of course. But
Well, and
cosmically speaking, I think the wish for the cosmos to reflect my own preferences back at me is kind of a greedy wish. I don't like it. I think that's a wish not worth wishing.
Well, and then hold on. This is a relevant chat, so I'm going to go for it. The Thinking Saber Cat says panspermia makes more sense. This is one of my frustrations with people who talk about panspermia, or they're like, "Oh, we're from aliens" or whatever. Panspermia.
You just push it back.
Yeah, all you're doing is like, well, life came from a different thing, and then it hit us, and then we got life. Well, where did that original life come from?
It does do something though. Like it makes the thing like it's like less likely that it emerged here on Earth than it is to have emerged somewhere in the universe. You know, the universe is so gigantic that it's that I guess panspermia. I don't buy it either. Okay, like I'm
no,
with
but
you.
but
I'm with
even
you
if you
there.
bought
Like,
panspermia, let's say that it happened somewhere else, you still need an explanation for the original life, right? Because if we're talking about Big Bang, as far as we know, life cannot exist as it presently does in a vacuum. It can't exist at the center of a sun. It can't exist.
Vacuum. It can like the little the
tardigrades, the water bears.
Tardigrades. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So tardigrades can exist in vacuum, but they're very unique. Okay. Well, not unique.
Sure.
I think they're cool creatures.
Everything is unique.
But I don't think if we're taking the Big Bang as the way that the universe began, I don't think that the Big Bang exploded and then there were tardigrades flying around in vacuum and then they accidentally bumped. Like I don't think tardigrades existed in the singularity that pre-existed the universe. Right.
That's true.
Right.
So you want the explanation for like when did the magic juice happen? The
transition
life,
from death to life, and what that kind of tells me too. So a lot of people think that the universe is cyclical, where it happens over and over and over again. Right.
Fancy.
So that kind of tells me that if the universe is cyclical, life can kind of be imbued in dormant matter, dead matter. And so if we collapse into the big crunch or the big rip, and then the cycle starts again, life could still continue.
It's like a zip file. And then you open the zip file and then out comes life.
Boom!
You know?
Yeah, not just existence, but also life. Yeah.
I mean, sure. I don't think of it as a zip file. Again, that's to me, cosmically speaking, life seems as I don't view things in cosmic perspective. But if I were to talk to the universe and ask the universe, "Hey, universe, do you think life is more special than the rings of Saturn?" Then I don't think life would tell me, "Yes, of course, my child." Pat, and then pat my back. I don't think so. I think that's
hold on. Are we talking about
nature
as a creative force, or are we talking about life? Because I think life does have a preference for itself. I think that if you look at the way that like living beings conduct themselves, then it obviously has a preference for perpetuation, complexity, evolution, all that kind of stuff. But if you were to go back to, let's call it the prime mover, the God that created everything.
God, I'm not averse to it. I'm not. Like,
you don't have to use the word God. I might, but that guy, I think that entity, if it exists and if it's conscious, it spends as much time contemplating the rings of Saturn or the storms of Venus or the ice fields of Pluto as it does contemplate like the drama of living beings, because the truth is that if you look at natural places, they can kind of like capture, your sense of awe through like aesthetic beauty. And of course, we're talking about like a human preference for like beauty or whatever. But nature
Sure.
seems to be able to capture our attention in a really interesting way.
Yeah, I mean, sure, I agree. Do you know about you earlier? You said something that never mind. That would take us somewhere else.
We can go somewhere else if you want. In my
that's
opinion, we
fine,
have
that's
an
fine, that's
hour
fine.
to explore whatever we want to explore.
Okay. To me, I think the idea that your theism, your deism, or deism, theism, somewhere in between there, is
Yep.
much more pleasant to me than the idea that everything is just about us and that this is kind of a stage and we're like actors in some like fucking drama. I think that is an ugly thought. I don't get why people are inspired by it or like awestruck by the wonderment of it all. I think it's a narcissistic thought. I think that's the thought that somebody who wants ultimate relevance can think. And what good is ultimate fucking relevance? Who wants to be fucking Truman from the Truman Show? Who wants that? Like that's I don't know. Like
No.
importance is
So
an
what?
overrated fucking thing.
No, I agree. And if anything, growing up, I think that we naturally have that narcissism and ego. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can. Sorry,
Okay,
can you hear them frozen here a little bit?
Yeah, your camera might have froze. You can shut it
That's
down, turn it back
annoying.
on. But the thing is, like, that egocentrism, that narcissism, I feel like that egocentrism and narcissism is very common, especially in young people, because we want to think that we are the beginning and end of creation, right? We want to
Yeah.
think that we are in a unique moment in history. The things that we're interacting with are like ultimately important, that our culture is so precious that it can never be surpassed. And then as a result, we will gain a kind of cultural immortality. So even if we die, people will remember us for thousands of years or millions of years or beyond our own comprehension. But if you look at history, we kind of know that that's not true. Like Egypt was a beautiful civilization at the beginning of time. They've been surpassed culturally in a lot of ways. Rome and Greece thought that they were the centers of culture and thought and intelligence on the planet. They've been surpassed in a lot of ways. Even America is having this moment of like military and economic dominance, but you can already see the corrupt part of its character that could ultimately be its own destruction. And so as a result, 1,000 years from now, people might be like Greece, Rome, America, and they'll dismiss all of them just as easily and be like, this is why they were all stupid. And so we want that specialness. We want to be Alexander the Great. We want to be Napoleon. We want to be Caesar or Jesus. But the truth is 99% of us are not those people.
And I think they would be wise not to want that. That's my my personal.
Most of those people got killed.
Yeah, like I think like think of Atlas, who carries the world on its shoulders. I think that guy yearns for irrelevance. I think he would love to be irrelevant and not carry the fucking world on his shoulders.
Well, I think there's other great men like like Cicero or Marcus Aurelius, and they died in old age writing books, evaluating everything around them. Right.
Yeah.
And I think that's the fate that I want. I don't want to be like Alexander the Great. I want to be like Marcus Aurelius or Cicero.
No, that's cool. Okay. Marcus Aurelius, that was a cool guy. Okay. That's a good role model.
No, I can drag it back to the topic. So basically,
like you said earlier, something that most people want to be like the main character of something. But main character it's not possible to be the main character without an overarching narrative, without a main story, without a main quest. Without a narrative, the main character, the protagonist, is just another dude. Without nails, there can be no hammers.
but that's
it's a desire to be instrumentalized by some fucking narrative. I think that's not a good thought. I think there's there's narcissism on one side and ultimate fucking masochism on the other, where you love, where you want to be instrumentalized by something, and you also want to be the thing that holds the universe together. Yeah.
Well, so that's actually interesting, because I think I experienced a crisis of meaning, especially when I was young, because I had this narrative about the importance of my life, which with time I just found not to be true, right? I was raised very Christian. I went to church 0 to 18 years old. I was in service every week. And even as a teenager, I was like, why does God give a shit about me? Right? Like, I'm one of 7 billion souls on the planet at this time. In history, I'm just another guy when it comes to like great achievements or great families. Why would the creator of the universe, who is probably busy like staring at the rings of Saturn, why would he care about me like jerking off, to Sears magazines in 2002? Like that's probably not something that he gives a shit about, right? So anyway, so I had that problem. And so religion, or at least the Christian religion, the emphasis on your relationship with God being the main story, the main arc, the main moral achievement, that didn't seem true to me, right? And so the more I found out about the world, the more I found out how in conflict it was with the Christian perspective. We got jihadist terrorism. We have religions who believe that they're the center of moral authority and human narrative. We have half a dozen to a dozen civilizations all over the planet who all think that they're the main character. And so if everybody thinks that they're the main character, then the truth is probably none of them are. Right?
Yeah. And wouldn't it be an ugly thought to think that somebody is, like that makes us all NPCs then. That makes us all...
So that's the interesting thing about Jewish thought, right? So Jewish thought believes that the covenant between them and God, they're the main characters and we're all NPCs. So a lot of critics of hardcore Judaism will criticize Jewish folk for basically viewing people outside the religion as cattle, right? They don't, the people outside of the religion, they don't have, and Christians do this too. I'm not trying to pick on the Jews, but they view people who do not have an active covenant with God. They may as well be beasts with no moral consideration. And so you can use them how you see fit because God doesn't care about them. And I think that is not only, oftentimes when people criticize religion, I think that's what they're criticizing. They're criticizing the moral authority with which you can disregard the needs of other living creatures. And so what I would say though is that if you kind of evaluate life and the way that it works, the truth is that, in my opinion, God created the mosquito as much as he created humanity. And you could say he didn't create either, but life or nature created these two things. And so there's a spectrum of consciousness and experience, but all of life, because it's alive, because it's conscious, because it's capable of feeling pain, all of life has some level of moral worth and moral consideration.
Yeah, I think moral consideration comes from us, which to me seems like enough. Like, I don't think the cosmos needs to morally justify my existence or care about what I have to say or care about my life. The only people I need to care are the people. It's kind of superfluous to want the universe also to agree. That's like obsessive. That's like a level of I need to feel cared for sounds unhealthy to me. Like I get that people just want to feel loved and feel cared for. Yeah, but not from the fucking darkness of the universe. You're not gonna have.
Do you plan on having children? Out of curiosity.
Good question. I'm going back and forth on it. If I go, good question. There you go.
Okay, so the reason why I'm asking that question is because I realize that I am not capable of thinking my way into immortality. I tried that. It doesn't work. I can't.
Yeah.
I can't create life extension technology. I don't have the capacity. Even
Yeah.
if I did, if I was able to live 1 billion years, the planet will still ultimately be destroyed by, the sun or a dark hole, a black hole or whatever. So immortality is not possible, right?
That's true.
So then I started looking at, well, I'm a human being. What does my humanity demand of me? What does life demand of me? And what do I think is good and what do I think is bad? And what I realized is a lot of the things that religion says is good, family, community, telling the truth,
Yeah.
taking care of your people, all of that stuff is good. And then all the
Sure.
stuff is bad is predictable, right?
All the stuff is good, but that stuff specifically was good. Yeah. I agree.
Rape, murder, lying, cheating, stealing, all of this stuff is bad. And so when I oriented myself towards like a more religious, like moral perspective, I found that not only did my life get better, but I was like happier, right? And so even if I don't believe in God literally, like I think there's a guy with a beard who sits in a cloud who judges people and all that kind of stuff, even if I don't believe him literally, orienting myself towards religious belief, it made me a happier, more pro-social person. And so, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, you take the good from where you can get it. Like I think what religion does outstandingly well that other ideas don't do is teach about temptation. Temptation is something we are so shit at talking about, especially in a capitalist society. Like temptation is a good thing, dude.
Yeah,
we want that. Yeah. But I'm the sort of nihilist that believes in wisdom. So which is also something that not many atheists kind of do. If you talk with them about like, I don't know, cosmic purpose, whatever shit, their eyes roll back into their If it doesn't have like a spreadsheet attached to it, it's like not interesting. Which I get. I was there too. I'm still kind of there, but
Well, so this actually, I bring this up oftentimes when I'm talking about like hedonism, right? So I think nihilism, maybe not necessarily, but it does lend itself to a certain amount of, I would say, immature hedonism. And so what I mean by that is if there's
I'm glad you
no
said it
God,
that way.
if there's no God, there's no judgment, there's very limited consequences. The consequences that you have are exclusively going to be while you're alive. And if you die, you won't even have the presence of mind to realize that you have suffered a consequence, right? So that basically means that, I would say an immature hedonist perspective would say, well, fuck it. I like sex. Let's have as much sex as we possibly can until I die. I like drugs. I'm going to do as many drugs as I can before I die. I like food. I'm going to eat as much food as I can before I die. And so what you get is this very like limited childish justification of hedonism that obviously isn't good for the individual. And it's also not good for the society. And so I can leave it there. But a lot of the debate around destiny or even Donald Trump, I think is they do not believe in a higher power than themselves. And they have justified an immature hedonist perspective to justify everything they do.
Yeah. I think what you're arguing for there, ironically enough, is kind of what I'm arguing for. You're just using, I think, in my opinion, the wrong words, but you're
maybe
whatever. Maybe I'm using the wrong words. Who knows? You said childish hedonism, and I'm very happy that you said it that way. That was really cool. Like I was about to make a distinction between like two kinds of hedonisms, whereas like a petty hedonism, where you try to cram as many orgasms into a day as possible, and then eat the rest of the time, and then I think there is also a basic kind of hedonism where you try to avoid the fucking stovetop, try to not touch the fucking stove, and be kind of happy, like having children and loving your wife. That can be considered hedon, like some basic fucking good feelings through the day.
Lactoid during the conversation, he was like, "Oh, okay, you acknowledge that," because I was talking about mature hedonism too. I brought up this story, and I'll bring it up again because I think anybody who hasn't heard it, they need to hear it. There was like Plato or Socrates. I always mix up the two. They might as well be one person to me. But they're traveling, and they
same person.
Yeah, so they're traveling, and they meet an old hedonist who is about to die, and he's making sacrifices to the gods. And Plato is confused, and he's like, "Why are you making sacrifices to the gods? You've argued your entire life that they don't exist, and if they do exist, they don't care about you. Why are you making sacrifices?" And he's like, "Well, actually, I'm just doing a hedonistic calculation where I'm sacrificing to the gods, because if the gods aren't real, I'll be dead and I won't know any better. But if the gods are real and I made the proper sacrifices, then I'll end up in Elysium or whatever they call it. And, I'll have a happy afterlife." And so, and that hedonist too, he argued that he had lived a relatively moderate life because he valued good living over pain. And so he didn't do a bunch of drugs because he didn't want to have a hangover. He didn't do a bunch of drugs because he didn't want to become addicted. He didn't have sex with everyone that he ever met because he didn't want STDs and he didn't want kids out of wedlock. Now I'm projecting my bullshit onto it, but he was basically saying, like, I lived a simple life because I found a simple life maximized my pleasure and minimized my pain.
So what I agree with you there again, totally. I hope we're not agreeing too much here. It's going to be annoying. Hedonism. So you're basically saying that Destiny isn't doing hedonism correctly,
or he's doing like a very childish version of hedonism.
I also think that the principle of hedonism is, first of all, kind of ingrained into what we're doing. Like, we want good feelings, for God's sake. And that's, you can't breed that out of people. You can't beat that out of people. That's just, but
how many hedonists talk about consequences?
Yeah, true. Maybe they should. That's the thing. The principle of hedonism can't be the problem. And if it is, we're kind of fucked. But if the principle of hedonism is the problem, I would say the wisdom to wield hedonism is the problem. They don't, if heaven is real, for example, I'll be a fucking theist. A hedonistic calculation, as you said, it's I'll be. I hope God isn't cynical enough to accept that kind of worship, but maybe he is.
I hope that
case he is. I will pray nonetheless.
No, if God exists, right? So in the opening to the Bible, he describes himself, or it's described as like logos, which is like eternal truth, right?
Yeah.
And so the God of eternal truth, the God of creation, I don't think that now, maybe this is me being narcissistic. Maybe this is me putting my ego into it, but I don't think the God of eternal truth would judge a human being's life based off of whether or not they personally believed in him. Like, you can be a piece of shit, you can be evil, you can violate every norm, but as long as you believe in the creator God of the universe, I'll give you a pass. That seems like a human narcissism, as you were talking about earlier. It's a self-centeredness of like, well, you have to believe this way or else God doesn't love you. Right? That feels very self-centered.
Yeah, it's also like a chauvinist.
Sorry, go ahead.
You go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Well, all I was going to say is, I hope that the God of truth, the God of eternal truth, the God of creation, he would care more about whether or not his creation tried to be good insofar as we can define good and evil. And so try to bend towards our concepts of justice or good or truth or any of that.
So it's not only, I think, the kind of self-love and narcissism you talked about. It might be also some sort of chauvinism where you're like very happy that mankind, like, it's no coincidence that mankind is the species. To me, I'm very hung up on animal ethics. That's one of my big pillars of my my being, my moral foundation. And I
Well, like
I
the
don't think
ethics
anything that
around
just
consumption and exploitation of animals.
yeah, basically, like just the consideration of animals. That's mostly my thing. Like when people say like humans are special and that's true. Humans are special, but we are not especially special.
Right.
We're not like every fucking animal is special. The specialness ain't the problem here. It's whether or not we are like chosen, and that requires some. To me, my big hang up on these conversations is always how can people find this desirable? That's my main mystery.
Well, what
It's so
the current state of like industrial agriculture and all that kind of
the,
stuff, or
so the thought of a god that chooses that gives you the chosen one status and gives you the
because you want to be the main character. I mean, that's why.
yeah. But okay, never mind. Yeah, okay. I hope it's not that.
No,
simple.
you're saying that you don't want to be the main character, but and this is kind of funny. I'm joking a little bit. You know, there's the Spider-Man saying it's like with great power comes great responsibility, and it's like, well, if you're unique, if you're the main character, if you have an arc of development, then by being the main character, you have to focus on your quest. You have to find out what your mission is, and you have to attack it as aggressively as possible, or you're abandoning your role as the main character, right?
So
exactly. I agree with you. Whereas not being the main character, it's kind of like, okay, well, I can just appreciate being alive, right?
Yeah,
and experiencing life as it comes, which I think is a much more like sober and relaxed way to experience life. But I think that the narcissism overwhelms the fear of responsibility, because let's face it, narcissists, they're not exactly known for taking extreme amounts of responsibility. You can be the main character and also never take responsibility, and that's like that's the dream right there. You're the world's most important thing, and you don't have to do anything to earn it. That is perfect.
That's true.
Americans love that shit. They fucking love being the main character without responsibility.
That's pretty good. Yeah, like I think that's what also purpose offers for you. Like it offers like you can have it as a fig leaf, as humility. Like you're like, oh, I'm just serving. I'm serving this, and also you're like grandiose. You're like, I'm serving like higher than myself. I have integrated myself with something that is fucking gigantic. Oh yes, and then you start masturbating. It's gonna be great.
No, that's the. But hold on, you just said something that's really true. What is it? Somebody has said, and I think masturbation works too. But somebody said that like man is the god who shits, right? And it's man is the god who jerks off, right? And so you have like all these thoughts of greatness and aspiration and empire and civilization and justice and like all that kind of stuff, and then you go into the bathroom and you go, but I think that's the interesting thing, is that when we're contemplating and pursuing these higher ideals, I think that you're nourishing, you're feeding your soul, if your soul exists, right? And so by entertaining these higher level thoughts, you're reaching into the higher ideals, the higher forms. If there was a God, what God would want you to be doing, but then you're dragged back down to earth by your need to take a shit. And so I like that. I think it's cool. I think it's one of the coolest things about existence is pursuing the higher ideal and the higher truth while being this like flawed, biological, decrepit creature. Like I think it's amazing. I think it's so interesting.
I'm totally on point with you. I'm not above, I'm not below or above, depending on how you see it. Seeking out higher truths. Like I'm happy with that. Like I'm big into philosophy and stuff. But So you're saying something earlier. I'm writing stuff down because you're saying things that I want to respond to. So you said something that you have no access to immortality. You mentioned that in the context of having children, and I think that is kind of cool because you can't have immortality, but you can have perpetuity. That is kind of cool, and that has recently have given me a big headache and a heartache because I have 2 dogs, and spaying one of them felt really shit, to be honest.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, sorry, keep going, but I have a answer to that as well.
Because there's I think I thought about it this way, like there is something really, really
you are ending.
You're losing something there. Like if you want to compromise between killing somebody and not killing somebody, you castrate them.
Yeah, you have taken. This is something that I struggled with, particularly when I would say I was in the worst bouts of my nihilism. I was making a conscious choice to end hundreds of thousands of years of perpetuity, I think you called it. So I was eliminating, time is a very slippery thing. You blink, 3 hours pass by, and then you blink metaphorically and a few years pass by. And so the difference between existence and non-existence for a living creature is actually, I'm talking to someone. So the difference between existence and non-existence is only, especially on a cosmic scale, is only a matter of moments. And so you are ending the genetic lineage of another living creature, and you are ending the possibility of other living creatures existing. And so now the truth is, though, that we are human and we are set to like a fixed time and space. And so we must act within that time and space. If you take an eternal look at existence, you're going to fuck yourself. You're going to be lost in the ether.
Yeah, but nihilism doesn't preclude you. Sorry, that was a difficult one. Apparently, from acting in any which way. Like you said earlier, that the moral degeneracy, gooning, whatever the thing is like stemming from nihilism. I think nothing can stem from nihilism. Nihilism isn't like a thing that leads somewhere logically. And you said you were suffering from the loss of perpetuity, that you felt the loss of the time you were like you're spitting on your ancestors, kind of when you don't reproduce in a way, like billions of years of evolution, and now you're here and you say nah to all that, like thank you, Graham.
No, I feel that's exactly how I feel.
Yeah, but how did you suffer from that if you were like a genuine nihilist then? Like,
oh no, I don't think I was. I think that I thought, and maybe to some extent I still do. I think nihilism is a very logical analysis of reality, where we just as easily next week we could get hit by an asteroid, right? All of human civilization, all of human history could be wiped from existence, and the truth is the galaxy would barely notice at all, right? Sure. And so,
but I don't need the galaxy to notice. That's the thing. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, but I have the vanity. I have the vanity and the ego to hope that the galaxy notices, right?
Okay.
But you and I can have this conversation, and I can feel good that I'm having an interesting conversation with someone who is considering all of these really complex ideas, and you can feel good that somebody is willing to have these weird, messed up conversations. And so we value it. We value it on a local level, right? But that local level also, we are not separate from nature. We are not disconnected from the broader universe. And so us having a pro-social consequence as the result of this conversation is the reinforcement of both, like, if you want to say like the dead stuff is nature and you want to say the living stuff is life, you and I are reinforcing nature and life by having this conversation. And so whatever I am a servant that we talk about, like tying our lives to purpose in order to get perpetuity, if not immortality. I am not a master. I am not a master of anything. I am the slave to the plane of existence in which I've been born. but I am a servant, and I am a servant to nature. I am a servant to life. And I also think to some degree, I am a servant to order. So I think that the world naturally can fall apart, and living creatures, in order to perpetuate their existence, they have to put things into a certain order for life to perpetuate. And so, if we're talking about gods as things outside of our control that are immortal and have power in our lives, I really serve like 3 gods. I serve nature, life, and order. And I think we choose, consciously or unconsciously, we choose our gods.
Interesting. I don't. I think there is no. I don't think I serve somebody, and I think my relationship with my world would be cheapened if I was doing it out of a duty or like a thing to serve. Because it kind of messes me with responsibility, with the concept of even responsibility. If I feel like I have to do something, doing it is kind of meaningless. Like doing
I don't
it
agree.
is not an affirmative thing. It's a you're trying to if you're living in the service of something, what that does to you is it threatens to give you dysphoria if you don't suffer, if you don't do it. I'm distinguishing goals from purposes. Okay, like
sure,
they're kind of related in that they're both teleological. They both have like a thing that they're aiming you towards, but they do it in a different way. Goals give you like euphoria. Goals to strive to it. Purpose gives you like a purpose dysphoria, where it's like it cracks the whip when you're
am I living up to the purpose?
Yeah, exactly. Like it like I said it like this: goals have carrots and purposes have sticks, and your sense of self is the stick.
But you are a beast, and you respond to both carrots and sticks, and so that is like, that's for me where you're like, oh well, if I'm responding to the stick, or if I'm responding to the suffering or whatever, then it's not really like a free choice, and therefore it's not as like valiant or whatever. For me, I don't think it makes a difference. And what I mean by that is, let's say that you and I are walking down the side of the road, and we see a child that's like starving, right? And so I feel this guilt, and I feel this sense of duty to provide money or food to the child. And so I have guilt and I have purpose, and I give money to the child. Let's say that there is a person just like me who ignores their duty, ignores their guilt, and doesn't do anything about it. They're going to suffer more than your example, right? And so let's say the person who does not believe that this duty necessarily should be the reason why you do something. One version of you gives them the food and the sandwich, and one person doesn't, right? For me, the consequences of whether or not you do the right thing, in our estimation, is way more important than your sense of agency about why you did the right thing. Like for me, like agency, it's like it's like this little bubble in your own brain that the rest of the universe doesn't give a fuck about. Nobody gives a fuck about it.
Sorry, I still like the analogy would be in that case though that there is a guy that gives the child the food out of a sense of obligation, and then there's another guy who gives the food out of just a whim because it's like a good thing for him to do. I like it, hell yeah. Just out of hell yeah. Like you can own a action in a way that you can't when you are not motivated or moved by purpose. If you're not moved by purpose, you can, like, ironically enough, you're what I'm gonna say this again. If you're, the less your actions matter, the more they matter.
Yeah. No, I agree, because you're making a I was talking about how like you have this like localized bubble of like moral judgment that is only within your own brain. But for me, so the less that your impact matters, the more your choices do, because basically you're like, okay, all of this outside of me, I have no
Mhm.
control over, but I am going to
Mhm.
choose to do X, Y, Z, A, B, C. And so it's kind of like your will that is willing something into existence or non-existence. And so it becomes this really like almost like beautifully dark, solitary, noble act in the void of space. But one of the things, and this is very German of you, by the way, but the
What is?
thing about it is like you can conceptualize yourself kind of like a candle that's sitting in this broader darkness of non-meaning, and you
Yeah.
only have this like very local context for like meaning and light and illumination
Mhm.
and understanding. But what
Sure.
I like about the way that I think about things is that when I look to, I'm still that candle. I can be snuffed out at any moment, and my consciousness or understanding of the world can be snuffed out like that, right?
Mhm.
But my vision extends to my left and right 1,000 miles. And the
Yeah.
reason why is because there's another million or billion candles back into history. And there's also a whole bunch of candles to, in front of me that are trying to light the path for the future of humanity. And so as a result, I am not alone. I am not a single moral agent. I am not the only person who is capable of defining truth. I am using the information that comes from the people before me and trying to inform the people who come after me. And so that's where like that sense of isolation that you can experience from nihilism, where nothing outside of your own perception necessarily matters. I think it kind of reunifies you to humanity because you can see 10,000 years into the past, and because hopefully we can see a few centuries into the future.
Yeah, I mean, you can have all of that, what you just said, without having attaching like this sense of obligation to it. Like all of this can be like a great euphoric, I gotta insight, like a big, like spiritual, quasi-spiritual experience. I'm not afraid to say the word spiritual. Like I don't care.
No,
You know what I mean?
I've had several
Yeah.
spiritual experiences in my life, even though I don't
Yeah.
know whether or not there's an afterlife or a God.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. There you go. Like, you're much more down to earth about this than I thought you would be. Honestly, like I haven't consumed much of you, but
I normally don't have conversations about nihilism or moral philosophy. I oftentimes talk about the sex life of multimillionaires.
Very good. Yeah.
Yeah, and it turns out that talking about the sex life of multimillionaires or how left-wing streamers are stupid is more popular than considering whether or not existence truly matters, right?
It ties in beautifully. It's wonderful. Sorry, I wanted to talk about like your existential crisis, if I may. Like,
Sure.
I'm not sure if that is that okay. Okay, good. Because I have a thought about this. Like when you gain a religious upbringing, when you have a religious upbringing. Sorry, that might have been a wrong word there. What happens is people break your legs and then they sell you crutches. And then when you come out of religion, you throw away the crutches, all euphoric, like, yes, haha. But what they still have, but your legs are still broken. Like you on adrenaline, you might be able to fucking run a couple miles, but then you
you still got stress fractures. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a I might have stretched the analogy a bit far there, but
no. I do like it. It's like so and just to deepen it just a little bit. So they break your legs, they give you crutches, but then you learn to walk with crutches for 18 years. And then at 18, you throw the crutches away and you try to take a few steps and then you slam your face into the pavement. And so so for me, like I understand the analogy perfectly, but what I'm saying is the crutches in this like metaphorical sense or whatever, my recommendation is if you need to throw the crutches away in order to take steps under your own power to feel like a human being, I'm not going to say that like you're evil or bad for trying to figure it out on your own, right? But what I'm going to say is, for most people, they will need to lean on the crutches every now and then in order to be able to walk properly or try to walk properly. And that's what happened in this, talking about the existential crisis. This is what happened to me. I became 16. I didn't believe in the crutches. I threw them away. I slammed my face into pavement for 10 years. And then I was like, okay, what if I try walking with the crutches, you know, in order to see if I can walk better? And then I did. And then I was like, okay, now how do I walk with them, but not reliant on them, not relying on them for my mobility? And so, in this metaphorical sense, like, I think that's, if you see people slamming their faces into the pavement over and over and over again, I think it's okay to tell them, like, you need the crutches, right?
I don't think so. I think we, like you said, it would. Most people have to rely on the crutches. Sorry, this analogy will not die. This analogy will continue on forever.
It's okay. I like it. I think it's a good one.
If I think we are living in a world of institutionalized bone breaking. Like the religion is selling narratives that are actively undermining the agency and the walkability of your fucking legs, of your existential legs. Like what happens with the religious upbringing? They sell you the not only the purpose, but they sell you the desire for purpose too. Like there was a guy that
is it the Eskimo?
The guy who invented bottle caps is also the guy who invented bottle openers.
Right.
Funnily enough, and that's how I see religions. Like they are institutionally breaking necks. You cannot tell how many people actually need the crutches right now. That's my point. It's kind of poisoned. The sample size is kind of fucked.
There's two things here. So, and one of them is going to be related to a conversation I had with a gentleman by the name of Leith Waterkai last week. So for people who caught that conversation, you're about to hear me repeat myself.
That's the fucking most D&D fucking name I've ever heard.
Yeah. So there's also another story that I think is relevant, where a Christian goes to speak with Eskimos, like Inuit, like indigenous people who live in Antarctica. And so he's like, hey, here's the message of Christ, and now you have to believe in him, or else you're going to hell. And the Eskimo was like, well, what would have happened if you never told me about it? And he was like, well, if you were a good person, you would have gone to heaven. And if you were a bad person, you would have gone to hell. Then he's like, why the fuck did you tell me about
it? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's true. The age of innocence was over at that moment.
Right. So I thought that was kind of funny. But then when it comes to Leith Waterkai, so that gentleman, he is a secular humanist. He thinks that morality can be determined from a secular, analytical, moral lens. And that
I'm not a humanist, by the way.
Well, there you go. So he was saying that all the good morality that you can get from the Bible or from the Quran or from the Bhagavad Gita or whatever, you can get that morality without all the mysticism and mythology and all that bullshit, right? Sure. And so what I told him, which I think is just true, is that human beings love and value stories, and they like learning morality through stories. And so if you want secular humanism, or if you want your nihilist, mature, hedonist, humanist perspective to prevail, you are going to have to narrativize moral messaging that all the humanists agree with. And you're going to have to make it interesting and sexy and fun. Because the truth is...
I think the thing is, we're kind of doing that already. Sorry, I'm not.
No, we are.
We have art, we have philosophy, we have these kind of like wisdom cultures. We have even like long traditions that go back, like, and it's only the tradition's only gonna get longer the longer time goes on. It starts with like when Aristotle was talking smack about Plato, and it continues to this day. The secular tradition can be beautiful if you want it to be.
But how many people
but-
are gonna study it? And so as an example,
true.
so
But
we're
that's the thing. That's again, that's the advertising bit. That's the stupid part. Like it's just a brute fact that religions are just mega powerful and win the advertisement war. It's just not deservedly. I don't think it's like a great thing that they're doing it. I think it's a big unfair bullshit nonsense. Fucking
but
asshole
I
thing.
think they have a 15,000 year head start. And so
Well, that's just happenstance. Fuck that.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if you actually want to win, so I, trying to be Marcus Aurelius or Cicero of the year 2000, I am going to continue to advocate for looking at religions as they presently exist, taking the good moral messaging that you can, and then carrying them with you into the future. But also keeping your own conscience, your own brain, your own sense of analysis. That's what I'm going to advocate for. But if the secular humanists want to beat me and they want to say all this religious bullshit, you can just throw it out, just study secular humanism, then they are going to need to work on their narrativization and their marketing, because otherwise there's going to be somebody 1,000 years from now doing a live stream saying the exact same shit I'm saying.
That's fair. I think the marketing is also like just deleterious to what we are like wanting to achieve. As we're talking about breaking legs and selling crutches, the existential crisis, in my opinion, is a supply-demand problem. Like if you like have a like this existential crisis is the fucking grinding horrible feeling you're feeling when you want a lot of purpose and there is none available. Then you fucking start to feel empty and horrible and but you can solve a supply demand problem in two ways. You can either increase the supply, which I also always think is illusory. I ultimately think every form of increased supply where you just present purposes to people is empty and hollow inside. It will not sustain itself eventually. If you're smart enough, you'll catch on how it's fucking empty. Even God is just a fucking brute fact. Like this guy is just why is he there? Does he have purpose? Is he just no, apparently he's just like a random number generator number that just popped out of fucking nothing. He couldn't even tell you himself where he comes from. The second way to kill a supply demand problem is by decreasing demand. I think we should have a mature look at ourselves in the mirror and say like, why the fuck do I want this? And is it even worth wanting? I think it should be a celebratory act to look at yourself like, shit, I'm free from any fucking outside narrative. Ain't that fucking awesome? There is a good news in that.
But I'm gonna push back on that though. So and then we are gonna wrap up just because I want to take I want to do one-on-one conversations, that way I can talk to as many people as possible. But I also want to keep them shorter, that way like people can get in, get the message, and then get out for the streaming, because we have to talk about the sex life of millionaires, and we have to talk about how streamers are stupid. That's where the content is. That's where the money is. But anyways, when it comes to what you said though, the reason why I would push back on it is because like you're saying you're freeing yourself of the crutches, you're freeing yourself of these narratives, right? Well, what I would say is, in my experience, what happened was I threw the crutches away. I slammed my face into the ground. But the reason why I slammed my face into the ground was because I thought that I was not under the whim of any external force, but I 100% was. I was under the force of consumerism in capitalist culture. I was under the force of hedonism in a consumerist culture. I was under the force of dead religions that were competing with Christianity. I was under the force of, I'm trying to think of what else, but like immature hedonism, which I think that immature hedonism is promoted to young people, because guess what immature hedonists do? They spend a shitload of money, they have sex, and then they buy stupid shit, right? And so if you can capture the stupid immature hedonist market, they can spend all the money that they have on your stupid product, which, by the way, is liquor. That's the stupid, immature, hedonist product. So, so anyways, the point is that, like, I'm with you that realizing the truth should be a celebratory act. But I think that part of the reason why a lot of people slam on their face is because they believe themselves to be free from all these narratives, whereas they're just swimming in everybody else's narratives. But I do want to wrap up. That way I can go back to talking about inane bullshit. So can you please give us your final thoughts, who you are, and where people can find you?
Sorry, for some reason that took me way off guard right now. Okay. Sorry, my name is Echte Sinte. My name is Kalianeke on Twitter, Kalianeke. Sorry that's so complicated. I'll try to make it shorter on my next account. What I want to say is that's it. If anybody wants to like read any book to soothe their existential worries, read The Myth of Sisyphus. Don't read the Bible. That the first book gets you way more. That is a book that understands you. Like not the Sky Tyrant one is not as
good as The Myth of Sisyphus.
Doesn't get you really. Yeah.
All right, beautiful. Well, thank you for coming on. It was fun hanging out. I'm looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, okay. Me too. See you around.
Bye, buddy. All right, guys. I'm going to leave you with the stupidity of Miss Denims. I do want to appreciate the approximately 70 people cross-platform who hung out with us. When we were talking about Destiny's sex drama, we were at like 120, but I do understand that existential philosophy isn't as sexy as where millionaires put their penises. So I'm going to start up calling Denim stupid again, and I'm going to go get some water, and I'll be right back. So you're going to have to deal with Denim's brain rot for 2 minutes, but to be honest, I don't think I'm going to miss much. Be right back.
Fortunately got addicted to anime and video games, so and then my parents only watched fucking Egyptian soap operas, so I didn't get any American culture. I just watched fucking anime and played video games for most of my life. So the past like 5 years has been me being like, okay, what movie have I never seen before that everyone always talks about? Fight Club. Okay, I guess let's watch this one today. Okay. Steven Bueller's Day Off. Is this real? Do people live like this? This can't be right. This can't be right. No. Ferris Bueller. Sorry. Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Anyways, my point being, it's a racism thing. It's the most important thing I've ever asked you. Have you seen Star Trek Deep Space Nine? I'm definitely not Googling this. No. I've seen like 4 episodes of New Generation. I think Steven Bueller. Yeah, I supported you for that one.
All right, I'm back. We'll start analyzing why we hate Denims momentarily. Mr. Boop says, good combo. I don't think that guy expresses perspectives on mature hedonism or nihilism quite well, though. I'll go reread The Myth of Sisyphus. So I think that mature hedonism is oftentimes just being a normie. So basically living a normal life, being good to your friends, having fulfilling romantic relationships. If you have children, taking care of your children. If you have parents, taking care of your parents. If you have animals, taking care of your animals. The whole point is to minimize your pleasure. Minimize your pain, maximize your pleasure. But the reason why you're doing that isn't because it's okay to just do like endless amounts of ecstasy until your brain rots out of your skull. Obviously, you're still going to have quite a painful existence if you do that. It'll be really pleasurable, and then it'll be really painful. The point is to not just, they say, I'm not here for a long time. I'm here for a good time, right? And the point of a mature hedonist would be to say, I'm here for a long time and a good time. Oh damn! Hold on. This tweet is such a fucking shitty fucking tweet. I gotta see Denim's response. Sorry for rewinding. But if she actually has a dog shit response to this tweet, I want to see it.
That's how you become American? No. My point is, she is way more inundated and way more knowledgeable on American culture than I am. Like,
Is she gonna sweep for this
I
tweet?
unfortunately got addicted to anime and video games, so I never, and then my parents only watched fucking Egyptian soap operas, so I didn't get any American culture. I just watched fucking anime and played video games for most of my life. So the past like 5
She's
years has been me
Japanese.
being like, okay, what movie have I never seen before that everyone always talks about? Fight Club. Okay, I guess let's watch this one today. Okay.
Okay, are we going to talk about this tweet?
Stephen Bueller's Day Off. Huh. Is this real? Do people live like this? This can't be right.
Denims, can you
This can't be right.
read the tweet?
Ferris Bueller. Sorry. Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Sorry, Ferris. Sorry.
Denims, are you going to read the tweet?
Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Anyways, my point being, it's a racism thing.
What?
It's the most important thing I've ever asked you. Have you seen Star Trek Deep Space Nine? I'm definitely not Googling this.
Hold on. I got to see if she just bypasses it. I'm sorry if I'm making you rewatch this. If she bypasses this fucking tweet, that's fucking crazy.
No. I've seen like 4 episodes of New Generation.
Oh my God. Get to the point, you
I
dumb
think-
bitch.
Stephen
No
Bueller,
wonder
yeah,
why
I
fucking-
supporting you for that one.
No wonder why Ethan Klein went off. This is crazy.
Stop, no, stop.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Is she gonna address
Stop.
it?
Oh my God, stop. Anyways, point being is that like I think you are based. Sorry, like I think your understanding of like culture and how ingrained in
What the fuck
a
does this have
specific
to do with the
culture
tweet?
is a much better determiner of like how much of a blank you are, like how much of an American you are.
Okay.
I don't know shit about American culture. I am not. I said Stephen Bueller. Okay. I really
Okay, chat. My chat. I think you missed the part where she addresses it. No fucking way. I was here before that. We were pausing it. There's no fucking way. If somebody has an area where they address it, if you want to find it for me, that's totally fine. I'm going to keep going forward because frankly, I don't believe you and I don't want to fuck up the stream for it. I'm going to 1.5 times speed right now. I am sorry to your ears, but I need to see if she ever actually addresses this fucking tweet.
so embarrassed. Okay. But I think a lot of people would assume that I'm more American, but that's only because I'm not wearing a fucking hijab. And people just
She's
assume,
still
oh,
talking
she's
about the
not a real
hijab. We
American.
were here
or
for
she's
this.
a fake American. Go back to your country because she's wearing a hijab. And he's like exploiting that right now in this video. And it's pathetic. It's so pathetic. I only know Japanese culture. Ohio.
Hold
There
up.
have been times where I've been able to remember the Japanese word for something, but not the Arabic word.
How is she
Allah will definitely
bypassing
smite
it?
me for that shit. He definitely
Name
would.
5 episodes of Dr. Phil right now or get deported. Go.
That baby. Anyways. anyways.
Chat. I want you to realize that this woman makes a few $100,000 a year and you are making $30,000 a year fucking stocking shelves. She makes quadruple your fucking income and this is what she does. She literally goes, the only reason why you're attacking Frogan is because she's wearing a hijab, and the reason why you're not attacking me is because I look like a normal American. And even though that Frogan is more American than I am, that's what we've gotten so far. It's taken her 7 fucking minutes to say that shit. Let's see if there's anything substantive that she says.
7th, 2023, the morning of the massacre, at 5:30 a.m. Pacific time. At this moment, Hamas militants had infiltrated a music festival.
Okay, we can slow it down a little bit because now that he's actually saying it out loud, she might address it.
And several kibbutzim, where they began their wanton slaying of civilians. Here's what she tweeted. Leftists preach and foment.
Whoa. Whoa. So we got Ethan Klein saying exactly what happened. that on October 7th, at whatever time, there were Hamas militants who entered into Israel and started slaughtering civilians in their homes. Watch what her fucking reaction to this is.
Hamas militants had infiltrated a music festival and several kibbutzim.
All right, I'm literally going to slow it down because this is fucking bananas.
Where they began their wanton slaying of civilians. Here's what she tweeted.
Whoa. Dude, if you're in my presence and we start talking about civilians getting massacred and I don't think a single, she was talking shit about American military service personnel. They wouldn't roll their eyes at civilians getting massacred. They would be like, they would look you dead in the eyes and they would say, this is war. We were in urban combat. We took contact from over there. So we shot in that direction. The Hamas militants were hanging out with civilians. So as a result, that family that was in the building with Hamas militants, they got slaughtered. It's fucked up, but that's war. That's what every single military service member would say. That's what every single member of the IDF would say. Nobody would be like, you care about civilians? You care about dead civilians? Like nobody would fucking do that. And this, I'm going to say it, this fucking cunt thought that that was an appropriate reaction.
Leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as
Let's
soon
see
as
if
it
she can
happens
save
in the
it.
Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. It's not what she said. It's when she said it. While she's on Twitter
No, it's what she said too.
celebrating, I was listening to the local news in Israel. Families were calling into Nuke.
I mean, oh, Wormy. Yeah.
Oh, let's see if you can save it. Come on, Denims.
Wormy.
We're talking about murdered civilians. We don't have time for your cat.
Wormy very rarely sits on me. This is a treat when she sits on me.
We got massacred civilians. Let's go.
Sorry, I was trying to say something. I do think it was in poor taste to make this comment on October 7th, on the day that this was happening.
What?
But I also think that her comment wasn't necessarily about October 7th. It was about a particular group of people that were speaking very loudly on October 7th.
What? What? This happened on October 7th. 5:28 a.m. as the news is rolling in about October 7th.
That were speaking very loudly and were refusing any context. Sorry, refusing to include any context about October 7th. That there were a lot of people that were not doing any analysis. Again, I still do think it was probably not great to post it on October 7th. But I get that what her goal was with this tweet. And it's so frustrating because he doesn't actually care about actually like fucking talking about what she's actually talking about.
What?
First of all, to take all the information we have years later and then retroactively put that knowledge into Frogan's mind is totally bad faith also. Yeah.
No. You fucking moron. You fucking moron. All the knowledge that we have years later, you're the people who have been dismissing all the knowledge that we have years later. And on top of that, this is fucking cope. The reason why, sorry, we're getting back into the Denims gear, okay? The reason why this is cope is because I'm scrolling past this fucking tweet and then literally immediately underneath it is like a Malaysian or an Indonesian worker in Israel who's getting their head chopped off with a hoe. There were Hamas militants who all they had, well, maybe they weren't even Hamas. They might have been Palestinian civilians. They grabbed somebody who was local. They threw him down onto the ground. They grabbed a backhoe, like something that you use to till dirt, and they brought it down on his neck repeatedly until they chopped his head off. So no, we had context when this tweet was out about what was happening. We had Hamas proudly posting videos of them going into Israeli kibbutz and shooting obvious men, women, and children who were cowering under furniture. They were proud to post that. They were happy that they were posting that. That was their version of content. There were people praising the paramotors, the people who were flying in on electric paramotors. They were praising them as there were videos of Hamas militants shooting into the crowd of concert goers that were fleeing the location. There was the video of the woman who had bloody sweatpants who was kidnapped by Hamas and brought back into Palestine. There was the video of the woman where they were holding her head like she was a trophy animal that they had hunted down, and her leg was broken backwards and there were bullet holes in her legs. And they were holding her like a trophy animal to show off to the video cameras. So no, don't let Denims, don't let Hassan, don't let Frogan recontextualize what they're talking about here. Not only did they know, they saw it and they didn't care. So no, I reject this wholeheartedly.
News stations begging for help. Let me show
Just
you
curious, isn't this a takedown about Hassan?
what I mean.
What's funny?
No, I actually forgot. I actually forgot it was a takedown of Hassan.
This is a Hassan moderator. This is a Hassan moderator who is a part of the community, still is a part of the community. It's perfectly relevant. You are a Hassan orbiter. Why is what you say and what you do and the way that you conduct yourself not worthy of criticism for Hassan if he's not willing to criticize the way that you act? This is a Moroccan, I think she's Moroccan, a Moroccan-American woman laughing in the context of a Jew being pissed off that people weren't taking the slaughter of civilians seriously. We're about to literally listen to a phone call of a family that was massacred. Let's see if Denims can reel back in her snide laughter while we listen to people who are getting fucking murdered.
No, dude, he's gonna get to Hassan any minute now.
תתחברו, תמצאו מקום, תתחברו. אבל אני עוד אותך, אנחנו בתוך הרכב, אי אפשר לצאת. אני יוצא לכיוון שלכם עכשיו, צריכים מיקום, שליחים מיקום, שליחים מיקום. שליחים מיקום. אני בא, מאמי, שליחים מיקום, אלוהים.
The morning of October 7th, Israelis were listening to calls like this all morning long, dozens of them. Imagine reading this tweet after listening to this. This woman should have moved on years ago to another profession, but for some reason, Twitch is obsessed with keeping.
I want to get to your point, Mike, because I think it's an important point to make.
Hold on. Do we want to address the murder real quick? Do we want to address the Frogan orbiter tweeting out that this is what revolution looks like and we just listened to a family getting murdered? We should probably address that, Denims. But go ahead. It's your stream. You do what you want to do.
Ah, yes, an unbiased source, the local news in Israel.
He will show this, but not the hostage saying bye to Hamas. Yeah.
Are you fucking serious? So hold on. What is the hostage saying goodbye to Hamas have to do with this family getting murdered? Does a hostage spending 6 months to a year with people who may or may not treat them well, and then saying goodbye to one of the people that probably treated them well, what does that have to do with the murder of the family that we just listened to? Can you explain that to me in a way that isn't 80 IQ? I would be happy to hear it. Does anybody in chat? Anybody in chat? Do you have an explanation for this? I don't have an explanation for this. What does saying goodbye to the hostage taker have to do with this family that just got murdered that we didn't hear? Yeah. Bull Media Steel Dragon says that counterfire. You don't understand. It has to do with systemic racism and Islamophobia. Yeah, that's what I would expect as a defense, but it actually has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Let's see if she can save it.
It's just very disingenuous.
What is?
It's very disingenuous.
What is?
To see people hurting about what is happening in Gaza and making, I think, maybe not great statements, and to assume that that's just someone cheering on because they're excited to see people in pain because, oh, obviously the Muslim woman hates the Jews. It's just pathetic and it's just disgusting. And it's
Hold up. This bitch is fucking stupid. I'm 1518. Where's the fucking tweet? Here's her tweet. This is what she said when it was happening. So why wouldn't you take issue with that? How is it we're literally going to pretend that Denims is a genius and that we're retarded, and we're going to look up the term disingenuous real quick. We're just going to make sure that we're not being dumb. Disingenuous. Not candid or sincere, typically, or pretending that one knows less about something than one really does. I think Ethan Klein is probably being very candid. I think he's very upset by what's going on and the callous disregard for human life that these people show. 100%.
and it's so disingenuous.
How?
Can you imagine if when he was talking about how like, oh, I don't think that like the IDF systematically rapes women or men in Israeli prisons, you just start playing like fucking audio like that? Like it's just
what? Are we accusing Ethan Klein of supporting the rape of men and women? It's systematic, by the way, she said. The systemic rape of men and women. Do you think he condones that? Do you think he praises that? Do you think he says that's a good thing? Or do you think that he says that every case that has happened should be investigated aggressively and the people who did it should be condemned and punished to the furthest extent of the law? What do you think Ethan Klein says about that?
disingenuous, dude. It's fucking pathetic.
Is it?
Like, if you have such a crazy content nuke on Hassan, why are you including this?
Being her
Because this is a Hassan moderator.
Her on life support. And instead of moderating her, they actually gave her an award, Together for Legendary Woman, in which she would get front page placement all year long.
This is actually my favorite detail about Frogan. She won a Rising Star Award at the Streamer Awards, an award show put on by her friends. And then the next year, guys, she gets nominated for Rising Star again. Are they fucking with her? You can't be Rising Star twice. It's up or it's down, man.
I'm pretty sure she got
True.
nominated twice and then won the second time. It's also fan voted. Like, what do you want people to do? Not vote, that you want them to vote for who you want them to vote for?
Bro.
What the hell?
You were never up. That was the problem. They tried to pretend like you were up, but you were always down. Rising Star twice. What's this
True.
fucking
So apparently her average viewers, somebody could look it up, but somebody said, not saying this is correct, I think it's Nick DiOrio, her average live stream viewers are 120. Before we took a break to talk about existentialism, we had the same viewers or more viewers than Frogan.
Mario Kart? You hit a boost up there or some shit?
True.
Because Frogan is the two-time Rising Star champ, and
Scuffsfield, thank you for the tier 1. Requirements changed for the awards as well. There were new categories to highlight even smaller streamers. Yeah.
because
Israeli Jews put Hamas in power. So let's go ahead and address this as Steelmany as we can. So what happened was Bibi Netanyahu and some of the stronger right-wingers in Israeli government, there was a more moderate faction in Gaza and there was a more militant faction in Gaza, the more militant faction being Hamas. So what they did is they unfroze assets that Hamas was able to use in order, one, to allegedly win election, but then two, consolidate their base, spend it on weapons, on community services, and all that kind of stuff. And so you can make the argument that Bibi Netanyahu and Israel empowered Hamas. Well, the argument, if you're just going off of people's actions instead of what they say, is that Israel wanted a militant faction in charge in Gaza because they knew that peace would never come. And then as a result, Hamas would do what they did. And that would give them pretext in order to do an ethnic cleansing in Gaza, which is what they're doing right now. So just because Bibi Netanyahu and a segment of the Israeli government emboldened the terrorist faction in Gaza, doesn't mean that the terrorist faction suddenly becomes good or their actions suddenly become good. There's no possible way that you can believe that. And so you can say, well, it's like, oh, well, the Israel's just reaped what they sowed. Okay. Well, based off of that logic, Gazans are now reaping what they sowed as well. It's obvious that it's all evil. Evil, like evil as in you're doing wrong and you don't care. So I can call Bibi Netanyahu evil for empowering Hamas. I can call him evil for capitalizing on the 10/7 attacks. Yeah, it's October 7th, right? 10/7 attacks in order to ethnically cleanse Gazans from Gaza. So yeah, that's not a hard hurdle for me to jump. They funded Hamas to resist left-wing groups. Okay, and changes nothing of my analysis. Thank you for the details, though. Well, she has the gravity of a star. Jesus.
Because of her massive viewership of 100 concurrent viewers, it only makes sense that Twitch would give her one of the main...
Okay, not only did I hear that it was 120 concurrent viewers, we beat that today. When we were talking about Destiny shit and we rolled in the Denims thing, we were at like 120. Now we're down to 80, but we did take an hour-long break to talk about existentialism, so I'm going to use that as an excuse.
Main stages at TwitchCon to do a 45-minute long segment. Her idea that was Twitch approved, an Arab to Jew racial tier list.
We're still lying? We're still gonna lie. Okay,
It's not a
sure,
lie.
why not? Just keep lying.
So the premise is who can say
What does this have to do with Hassan? I've been saying this for the past 5 minutes at least now. What does this have to do with Hassan?
That's
Bibi, an Arabic...
the only coherent sentence or rebuttal that Denims has had in the past 5 minutes is that Frogan is not Hassan. That's the only coherent thing that she said so far.
It's literally just, well, you associate yourself with this person, so you're a terrible person and you have to...
Alice McGee says, oh, heard that Frogan a while back. She's still relevant? No, she's not. Apparently she was never relevant.
What? Be held accountable for every single one of their sins?
word of affection like baby or sweetheart. And this tier list determines who can
Jonah
say
boy,
it.
that's rude.
Top and most desirable tier is Arab. And at the bottom, the worst one is, quote, loves Sabra. Now, why does loves Sabra equate to Jews? Sabra is a well-known Israeli company that makes hummus. They've been on the divestment list for many, many years, so the activists are well aware of their status. Oh, yeah, and Sabra literally means a Jew that was born in Israel.
It also plays up an anti-
Which, like, shocker, nobody knew that?
I don't believe that, but let's just pretend for a second.
And also the transliteration for that is different?
trope that denies Jewish identity in the Middle East. There's this idea that Israelis are all white colonizers who are stealing the culture and identity of Arabs to make it seem like they belong there. Watch Frogan and her co-hosts accuse Israelis of culturally appropriating Arab culture.
And yeah, nobody cares where it comes from, just that it's terribly mass-produced hummus.
One thing that's like funny is that there's two types of like genocide, right? There's like genocide of real people, and then there's like cultural genocide, right?
Okay. Saboteur of Destiny says, ahoy, can I please get some context? Of course, I would be happy to provide you context. So my name is Connor. I consider myself a center-right, neoconservative gentleman and a centrist who hates Trump. These people are, I think that Denims is Moroccan-American. I think that Frogan is Lebanese-American. Frogan is a moderator for Hassan Piker, who is the biggest left-wing political streamer on the planet. This is a takedown piece from a Jewish gentleman who used to be a co-host of Hassan Piker. And this is a takedown piece talking about all of Hassan Piker's misdeeds. We're currently on a segment where Ethan Klein is talking shit about Frogan, who again is a moderator and a community member of Hassan and considered a Hassan orbiter. Denims, the person to our right now, is the Moroccan-American who's a Hassan Piker orbiter and is trying to do a sweep job, but she's actually not that great at it. So right now we're just kind of calling her a stupid piece of shit. So that's what's going on.
Like, this is fucking funny. Like, those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create Sabra.
Yes, good.
Hold up.
It's Israeli is the most insane thing to me. Like, genocide of real people, and then there's like cultural genocide, right? Like, this is fucking funny. Like, Those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create Sabra and
Yes, good, yes.
that like the staple hummus of America, insane.
It's super offensive to us, and like that's actual like cultural appropriation. Like people get mad when someone has like dreadlocks and they call that culture. I'm like, come on, it's just like a hairdo. Like it's okay. People like white people are allowed to have dreadlocks if they want dreadlocks, but like actually trying to claim our food, our desserts.
Just one question for you guys.
Who the fuck do you think is making the hummus in Israel? Martha Stewart? No, it's the same fucking Arabic speaking Jews that you kicked.
I think the point that he was trying to make was not like, I think the point he was trying to make about dreadlocks was what's currently happening is like white people saying, no, we invented dreadlocks.
No.
So the equivalent here is we're not saying, no, Israelis, you're not allowed to have hummus, but for you to be like, no, this is Israeli hummus that we invented. I think he was just rushing through a point. He didn't communicate it as well as I think he could have. And also it's fucking clip chimped. So he probably explained it in the next minute.
Out in the 1950s. Yes, they also like hummus and they like all the same shit you do because they are you. They're from your country. You kicked them all out and now you're accusing them of stealing your culture. You want to talk about cultural genocide? Well, here it is. You racist piece of shit.
Those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Hey, scumbag, here's a hummus place we used to eat at. The chef is from Yemen. Here's another dude from Syria. Does this dude look like a white colonizer to you? Would you like to tell him he's stealing your culture? Well, this is what most Israelis look like.
Dude, the fact that they have
I do think the overuse of they is a little silly, but continue.
One, bold of you to assume the people who are working in Israel are Israeli citizens. Two, insane to keep insinuating that she's anti-Semitic because she uses the word they after immediately explaining who they is in this instance. Three, what does this have to do with Hassan?
Have the audacity to create Sabra.
This is casual bigotry being passed around like a leftist talking point. It's exactly why people are saying that anti-Semitism is coming mostly from the left. And yes, I know this dipshit is also Jewish. Incredible. He picked up so many tokens, he actually became one. And by the way, everybody on...
A little bit of fun, anti-Semitism. It's okay when he's anti-Semitic. It's okay, guys.
True.
It's okay when Ethan Klein is anti-Semitic because it's different.
Yeah, because
this
he's not
panel was looking
anti-Semitic,
pretty
he's
fucking
painted
white
Jew
themselves. So bearing all of this in mind, it's really not a stretch to say that the Love Sabra bracket is a
That's
dog
me.
whistle for Israelis or Jews.
The next person is one of my favorite people, Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one.
I did eat with this fit, though.
That's good. All right. Turn that up. Turn giraffe.
We all know where this is going.
You guys are say the line. Say the line. Zionist. That was a joke. That was just a joke in my
Denims.
haunt me forever. Just like me being a fucking shitter, dude. Me being like, yes. Tell everyone that he loves the state of Israel and he loves that the state of Israel is committing a genocide. Do it. Say it. Oh my God. This is what I mean when I say like I'm fucking right, but I can't stop myself, man.
Okay, so do you not believe that? So this would be my question. Let's say that Denims, she's not giving us a lot to work with. Okay, let's say that we are in a room with Denims and we have the capacity to ask her a question. So she's saying that it's a joke now, right? She's saying that like, oh, it was a impulsive statement. It was a stupid joke. Blah 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 blah. Do you believe the joke? So do you think that Ethan unnecessarily sweeps for the state of Israel and its genocide, or do you not believe that? Because if you do believe it, then you can't hide behind it's a joke because it's your real feelings on the matter. If you don't believe that, then you should probably say so we can we can change our perception of your perception. That would be what I would say. Is Denims, please clarify, what do you think Ethan Klein's position on the state of Israel and the current annexation of Gaza. How do you feel about it right now?
How far into the video are we? Luckily, we're almost done. We're at 127 out of 143. We're almost done. So here's the thing.
Can I be considered an ethical gooner? Patrick Mulligan asks. No, I don't goon. I don't goon. I hang out with my wife. We have a good relationship. I don't have extramarital relationships. I don't date anyone outside of my relationship. I don't flirt with anybody outside of my relationship. I don't spend endless amounts of time watching pornography or anything of the like. I am not a gooner. Okay? The only gooning I do, the only goon squad I'm a part of, is a group of law enforcement officers to beat the shit out of you. That's it. Zorkmine says, update, counterfire set, stream title equals coping retard acts to coping retard. Is this fucking ogre? I would not be surprised if it was fucking ogre. AKA gay porn. No. Nope. Let's continue.
The evil category, the love sabra, the evil category is obviously about Jews. One, why were there, this is the same point I made since day one, why were there non-Jews, myself included, in that category? Mike was in that category. Fucking Sneeko was in that category. Oh, hi, Jordan. I saw a lot of cool people in here, by the way. Hi, all the cool people that are in here. Hi, Jordan. Hi, Frogan. Hi, Fizz. Hi, Mike. Hi, VO. Hi, Sarah Need. Hi, guys. But anyways.
Oh my God.
Why were there a bunch of non-Jews in that category? Okay. Myself
were
included,
joking.
Mike included, Sneeko included. And if that was the evil Jew category that Ethan Klein is suggesting it was, why would I introduce a new category for Zionism? Why would I suggest that? Obviously, it's because that wasn't what the category was. I don't understand. Like, this is so crazy to me. So crazy to me. Just to throw off the scent. Oh. Why was Hassan an Arab when he's not Arab? Why was I not an Arab when I'm Arab? It's almost like the tier list is based off of vibes and we're just memeing around. We put Pokey in the asks permission. She's Arab.
I know. I think Pokemon is Moroccan.
She's
if I remember
Moroccan.
correctly. There we
She
go.
speaks Arabic, albeit French Arabic, Moroccan Arabic, which we all know. I can say this as a Moroccan Arabic is a
There,
fake
it's
Arabic.
Moroccan, cool.
But she's Arabic. And we put her in the asks permission. It was based on like your vibes, like the type of vibes that you give.
Got it.
Had nothing to do with people's race, ethnicity, religion. Had nothing to do with that.
Obviously, it's Love Sabra, right?
Yeah, it has to be.
That's easy. That's definitely Love Sabra.
She apparently consulted with the head of the KKK, and he told her more subtle. So if it wasn't obvious enough, they pulled me, one of the best-known Jewish creators, and immediately put me in Sabra. Hassan, by the way, who's Turkish, not Arab, is Arab. That's the good one. That's the good one. The Arab ethnicity is S tier. Then Denims jokes that we don't have a category low enough for Zionists, once again calling out my Jewish identity.
Yeah, that's only true if you think that Zionist equals Jewish, which is anti-Semitic. That is an anti-Semitic thing to say, that Zionist.
This is the point that everybody makes. 80% of Jews would be considered Zionists by the progressive standard because they support the existence of the state of Israel.
Equals Jewish. There are non-Jewish Zionists, people, Zionist here meaning supporter of the state of Israel, and there are Jewish people who are anti-Zionist. Where's the, you guys are missing a category for Zionist.
And if it isn't about being Jewish,
why would they put Ben Shapiro?
Watching myself is like something else, dude. Me, when I think of something funny and I have to say it. Oh, anyways, yeah, okay, I will. All right. What I will say, that factoid is wrong. I don't want to get into it, but we already debunked it. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow or something. I
Working
don't
the
fucking
night
know.
shift with this long ass stream LMAO.
FR, and now I have to work like the graveyard night shift because Wormy's on me and I can't push her off. 90% of Jews you would consider Zionist, though. That factoid is wrong, and it's been proven wrong many times. The poll that comes from has like,
yeah, So Ball Media Steel Dragon says, at Counterfire, I could buy the autistic explanation that it's just vibes, but we know if a white black tier list by Fuentes would be made, they would freak out. Honestly, man, like I would think it was fucking hysterical if they did an N-word panel, right? So you do says the N-word with an A, thinks it's a slur, says it with an ER, and then asks permission or whatever. You could literally do this with the N-word, right? Because the entire context for the panel was who can say the word Habibi, right? So you could say who can say the N-word with an A. And so you could make a totally hilarious panel. But I would not expect Twitch, Chevron, Capcom, and whoever Chevron, Capcom, and I think Samsung, I would not expect them to sponsor it. And if it was found out later that there was a who can say the N-word with an A panel, and it was majority black creators with one white creator, and they made a whole bunch of jokes about it, I would expect there to be backlash, of course. It'd be funny. It'd be good content. I would not expect it to get sponsored.
Like a sample size of 26. It's not accurate. The amount of people, I think it's like the last time we checked, the number of Jewish Americans that think a genocide is happening is like 1/3. And that's, I think a genocide is happening. Okay.
I'm gonna go to 1 1/4 just because it takes her a really long time to like make a point.
So that factoid that keeps getting thrown out, it's inaccurate.
If you guys can't do the 1.25, let me know. I'll back it back down to 1. But honestly, she makes like 1 point every 10 minutes. So I kind of want to like get into the meat if it's possible.
And you can look it up. There's lots of information out there. This thumbnail was bad. This thumbnail was objectively bad. I don't know why they put Ben Shapiro in there. That was bad.
How Arab are these Twitch streamers live at TwitchCon Arabs? Dude, yeah, they literally did the S tier, A tier, B tier, F tier, and they put 2 Jews in the bottom one. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I would say that's almost explicitly what Ethan Klein is talking about.
That was not a good look. This was bad. I think they did it because like clickbait and YouTube runs on clickbait, and that's why they did it. But I disagreed with that call.
Shapiro in the thumbnail.
And Ben Shapiro, like, I'm sorry, he does give big. He can't make his wife wet, dude. You think he has good taste? You think he knows what good hummus tastes like? Come on, be fucking for real. For 2 fucking seconds.
Okay.
Won't even eat pussy, and you're telling me the man has good taste. Literally, come on, be real. Just be real for 2 seconds.
The other most prominent Jews on YouTube, and the category next to me when he's not even featured in the game. Who's next down there? Anne Frank? Einstein? Seth Rogen? Schindler? Well, he wasn't Jewish, but they would put him down there. Let's be real.
It also doesn't help their case that both my wife and Ben Shapiro's wife were born in Israel, which would make them Sabras. So love Sabra literally in this case means Jew lover. That sounds pretty racist. And what about the title? How Arab are these Twitch streamers? Hold on a minute. I thought this was about hummus. I'm tired of.
They literally, if they were making that same thing, it would have been like, how black are these Twitch streamers? That would have been amazing.
These people gaslighting me. Haven't the Jews been gassed enough?
I always trust a guy telling me about anti-Semitism when he makes anti-Semitic jokes. That's how I know someone is being.
Oh, you pussy. You're going behind the it's a joke defense. If it's a joke, then he can make a joke. That was a solid joke. As somebody who's not Jewish or Arab, I love me a good gas joke. Jesus. Bolmedia says, did any of these people even describe a Zionist? Like if the majority of Israel want the threat of Hamas dealt with on October 7th will never occur, then all of them are Zionists? Of course they are. They support the state of Israel. They're Zionists. And by the way, I can work with that definition. I don't care if they're like, if some people say it's an expansion and if some people say it's general support for the state of Israel, I'm okay with you saying that Zionists are people who generally support the state of Israel. But at the same time, if you have somebody, this is the problem. Ethan Klein has said repeatedly, I think that it should be a 2-state solution. However, I'm very critical of the right-wing government in Israel. I don't think there should be any expansions. I think all the settlers should come back. I think this, that, blah, 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 blah. So if you want to call him a Zionist, go ahead. But that's not how most people are going to read it. And on top of that, if you were looking at who your enemies are, Bibi Netanyahu, who wants the ethnic cleansing of Gaza, versus Ethan Klein, who is saying, please, for the love of God, do not ethnically cleanse Gaza. Obviously, there should be some rhetorical differentiation between these two people. But Denims and her ilk are determined to not make that differentiation. On a scale of white to George Floyd. I mean, might as well, right? If this is on the table.
Being honest. That's how I know someone cares about these social issues. When they make anti-Semitic gassing jokes. That's how I know.
How is it anti-Semitic?
Yeah, that's when I know I see someone. I'm like, this guy cares about these issues. Cool. Good.
You know, hold on.
Understand what
you know how I know that Denims cared about murdered Israeli civilians on the day of? It's when we started listening to an audio clip of a family getting murdered, and her opening gambit was her rolling her eyes. That's how I know that she cares about murdered civilians.
What a microaggression is, but you can't understand why a Jewish man might.
I'm so confused what the tier list was about, actually. The tier list, which he conveniently removed at the beginning, which had the explanation, which was only a minute before this, was us saying who has the pass to say Habibi. Habibi just means like beloved or like loved one. So you can just like, so any friends or family members, anyone who's close to you, doesn't have to be romantic. You just call him Habibi or Habibti. It just means my dear. It's just a term of endearment. The joke here is it's not a bad word and anyone can say it, but a lot of people don't speak Arabic. So we put these categories of like an Arab person who obviously knows they can say it and they know what it means. Arab coded, which is like, they just kind of give Arab vibes. Asks permission is like, can I say that word? Someone who just like gives very innocent vibes. Thinks it's a slur is like, it can be a lot of things. That one's a fun one. That one's kind of like the wild card one. And then like love Sabra hummus would be, we are taking the Habibi pass from you. You are not allowed to say Habibi. You have terrible taste in hummus. Habibi pass rescinded. Which like, of course he doesn't want to mention the fact, he doesn't want to mention the actual context. But if you just think about it for 2 seconds, if you're not a fucking moron, pardon my friend.
I'm sorry if it's 125, but honestly, this is more consumable for me.
His Arab to Jew list doesn't even make any sense, because then what the fuck is asks permission supposed to be? Like Hispanic? Like what are these other categories supposed to be? It literally doesn't make sense.
Be uncomfortable with this. I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti-Semitism, and this was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their main stage. How is that even possible? Right in front of their sponsors too, Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This racial tier list was brought to you by our sponsors, Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This is an example of Twitch management elevating a racist nobody like Frogan at the detriment of their own company's well-being. Why?
After the predictable controversy.
Why is this in the Hassan Piker content nuke? I'm so confused. I'm still confused.
That's our only point so far.
Dan Clancy, the CEO, went live for the first time after 2 weeks and did an FAQ.
It's exciting to be here. Mary, thanks for having me. It's always a joy to do this with you. And we have a lot to talk about. And, looking forward to questions.
Let's take a look at some of the questions they got. This person asked, do you plan on addressing the anti-Semitism problem? Dan's response, permanent ban. Why do you not ban streamers that show terrorist propaganda on your website? Good question.
What does that have to do with Hassan?
Ban. Do you care to comment about the ADL and anti-Semitism on Twitch? Ban.
The answer is that this was clearly going to be a coordinated launch with Destiny. He had to edit all that out this past week. It's pretty obvious. Yeah.
Why the fuck is the CEO banning people for asking reasonable questions about a relevant controversy they've been in? What the fuck is this? These are not even written like in a mean way. You are banned, just like.
Why is she staring at me?
Mini F? Oh, we dropped 41 frames. Sorry about that. Ethan Klein's trying to get me. You can't get me. I'm watching the video you posted. Stop it.
The entire country of Israel.
Also, I'm sorry. The just asking questions thing is crazy. I'm in awe.
It had just been discovered around the same time as this Arab tier list that Twitch had secretly, without announcing it anywhere, banned the entire country of Israel from creating new accounts. This was enacted right after October 7th, and it continued on for a year. And if you're wondering how you didn't hear about it before, it's not because the Israelis weren't talking. Here's the top Israeli streamer's video about it.
Which is entitled, Twitch does not want Jews on their platform. He explains that they slowly started to realize no accounts could be made, and him and his fellow Israeli streamers were causing a lot of noise to get.
Do you think he'll be honest and mention the fact that Palestinians were also not allowed?
noticed, but Twitch completely ignored them for 5 months. When he created a support ticket with Twitch, it was straight up deleted with zero explanation. Around the end of the year when
You know what I can't believe? I can't believe Hassan would do this. Oh, hi, little Liliana.
people started talking about anti-Semitism on Twitch, Dan Saltman discovered the Israel ban when he was sent the code proving the block happened, presumably from someone who works at Twitch, and it could no longer be ignored. Israeli and American media started to pick up the story, which finally forced Twitch to respond. He also explains the block started on October 13th, which happens to be Global Jihad Day.
Good source, by the way. Good source. Dan Saltman, good source.
Hold on. So, dude, if you're going to criticize the source, you have to say how they're wrong. Okay? So, listen, Dan and I, we don't get along back during the drama days. This is just an opportunity to take a break because, frankly, I don't know about you guys, but I'm taking brain damage and there's not really much being said as far as Denims from a response standpoint. So let's do a Dan Saltman side story. So back during 2022, when Destiny was imploding his life with the most inane, stupid fucking drama possible, and he was inviting a shitload of black creators on along with Lav and Mr. Girl, I kept seeing Lav jumping on the shows, right? And so I was seeing that she was getting dogpiled, and I was like, fuck it, I'll join a show. I'll back up Lav a little bit. You know, if I can actually say something that is substantive, that way these people like actually, I don't know, learn something instead of just talking about pussies and dicks and balls and STDs and whatever the fuck else they were talking about at the time, then I'll do it. So I joined, I think we talk about like the definition of like Jew or anti-Semitism or some shit, but I talked for 2 minutes uninterrupted and Dan's like, that's boring, that's gay. So he joins and kicks me out. Like he just fucking kicks me out of the chat or whatever. And I still have like permissions. But if I get kicked from a chat from somebody who wants to run a show, like Dan is friends with Destiny. So I'm not going to piss on his leg. I'm not going to jump back in and be like, Dan, why did you ban me? Ugh. Like I don't care. Right. Like I want to hang out with people and have an interesting conversation, but I'm not going to freak the fuck out if they're like, hey, dude, you're too boring for us. I'm boring for a lot of people. All right. I think I'm interesting, but I'm interested in nerd shit. Right. So anyways, so Dan Saltman boots me. I'm like, fuck it. You know, whatever. I'll just get him next time. So Dan is having a conversation with Steven about how the Democrats should detain Republican Congress members, and they should hold them in a hotel so they can reverse a Supreme Court decision by appointing another dozen fucking people to the Supreme Court. I jump in and I call him a fucking moron for 40 minutes. And, you know, by the way, that was really fucking fun. I think that everybody knew that what he was saying was fucking stupid. I just jumped on and I called him a fucking moron. And since then, we haven't talked, right? So he was a dick to me once. I was a dick to him once. It is what it is, right? Well, now there's no other fucking orbiters. So, and by the way, I'm not even saying that I'm necessarily orbiting, but I'm just saying it's me, Dan. I think it's me and Dan and Darius. We're the only people who haven't been like, oh yeah, Destiny is irredeemable, irreconcilable, no mercy rapist, right? That we're the only people who haven't called him like a murdering sociopathic rapist. And so as a result, we're the only ones that are left, Dan. We're the only ones that are left. So I don't know if we're going to have like a more friendly relationship in the future, but you know, that's my history with Dan. He was a dick to me once. I was a dick to him once. You know, we'll see where things are in the future. Anyways, let's get back to Denims asking when this is relevant to Hassan, although we're talking about Dan Clancy, who is specifically sweeping for Hassan and allowing him to violate terms of service. And we're talking about Frogan, who is a moderator and Hassan orbiter who espouses ideas that are in line with Hassan. Did Not So Erudite rebuke Destiny 2? She said she was kind of, I think she had a more like wait and see perspective, but I think she said that recording without consent was pretty violative. And I haven't heard anything since then. So I think that she talked with Turkey Tom during the Pixie drama. And then basically they were talking about whether or not there was non-consent for the audio recordings. And I think she said that that might be a red line for her. I haven't heard since. So why did you ban me? I don't know. Were you being fucking annoying? If you're annoying, I'll ban you. I don't care. We got fucking 80 to 130 people today. You know, if you're being fucking annoying, I don't need you. Give it time, Connor. Give it time. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we're friends. Yeah, so that's the other thing that we kind of heard. Dat boy Sleepy D says Destiny confirmed Bridges is done. So I think the reason why Bridges is done, and this isn't anybody's fault. If Erudite and Destiny are friends in the future, like I'm not trying to throw. Sorry, talking about this is more interesting than the content, unfortunately. But if they're friends in the future, then I'm very happy for them. I think that Erudite is probably a positive influence in Destiny's life. But the reason why I think Bridges is probably done is because Steven just had a really major sex controversy. So the quality and quantity of guests that they would be able to get is probably precipitously low. And then also Bridges is supposed to be like a pro-social, pro-communicative platform. And Erudite has based a healthy chunk of her online presence of being like a men's advocate, but still being a feminist. And so you can't say, hey, I'm a men's advocate and a feminist, and here's my partner who just had a major sex scandal that we're not going to address. Here's a guest, multimillionaire guest, who is also ignorant to the sex scandal. Obviously, that's not going to work. That's going to fall apart like wet tissue paper. At Counterpoints, would I consider these streamers just reactionary? No. Reactionary to me is typically right-wing, but what reactionary means to me is that there's something going on and then you're reflexively pulling in the opposite direction. I think you can explain Hassan Piker's geopolitics in that way because obviously he's anti-American, but I do think that they have a more coherent philosophy than that. Wah, 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 says love. What? Why is that your handle? That is insane. Bridges Bird. Wah, wah, wah. Jeez, man. That handle is wild. Bull Media says, I mean, Bridges was basically a jumping point for Destiny to be more mainstream. I agree. And I think he's going to have to retreat and lick his wounds for a while. All right, let's get back to the content. I'm just I'm delaying it because I'm just expecting her to pause every 5 minutes and say, what does this have to do with Hassan? But we already know what's going on with Hassan.
The guy who explicitly said he doesn't even care about anti-Semitism. He just wants to see Hassan get banned and he wants to see Dan Clancy lose his job. Someone can post the clip if you have it. Yeah, that's a good source.
Oh, Dan Saltman being edgy? I'm surprised. Bull Media says, I just imagine what Marianne Williamson would say when she sees a scandal. She'd be like, I'm praying for Steven with my crystals that he finds healing and that he stops leaking people's nudes. I think that's what Marianne Williamson would say.
The guy who admitted that the ad campaign messaging advertisers, sending hundreds of emails to advertisers every day to get people banned. The clip of him admitting to it. Yeah, that's the good guy, a good source.
Terrorists call on others globally to act, which he thinks is an odd coincidence. They were never notified in any way, and it greatly affected their business. He says he doesn't feel safe with Dan Clancy in power, as he feels he can no longer trust him.
When Israelis try to sign up, it gives you a generic error message. It doesn't say anything to suggest that you're ineligible because you're in Israel. So when one of these guys wrote to Twitch customer service, this is what they said. I am really sorry that you are having issues creating an account. We have reviewed your case thoroughly and can confirm that, unfortunately, you are not eligible to create a Twitch account. As a result, we will be closing your case at this time.
Under the new increased scrutiny, Dan Clancy panicked and posted 2 terrible explanations on Twitter that were immediately community noted.
How can Twitch say on one hand that they've reviewed the case thoroughly, and then on the other hand say it was an accident and they didn't know? This is all very fishy.
A big media company like Twitch doesn't realize that their new account signups from Israel has completely flatlined? You're telling me that you guys didn't notice that? That's impossible. Then, at the same time, it was announced that Sneeko, Fresh and...
What does this have to do with Hassan? I can't believe Hassan
We've already
personally
answered
banned
it.
every Israeli from using Twitch. What is going on?
Fit and the little Houthi twink terrorists were all unbanned and they could stream again on Twitch. This is like the holy trinity of anti-Semitism.
So guys, yeah, we're back on Twitch. Welcome. I know we had gotten banned or whatever, or we got suspended, but I went ahead and appealed it, and we're back in the house, man. So for all the haters out there that were like, you know, oh yeah, they go banned on Twitch. Hey, be mad. Be mad, guys, because we are back in the house. They can't stop us.
They did stop them an hour later. All 3 of the accounts were eventually rebanned. But the decision to unban those 3 creators at that exact time, and being 3 of the best-known anti-Semites on the internet, seems to clearly be trying to send a message.
And then it was discovered that Twitch's head of policy and community guidelines was previously fired from her job publicly by the British government.
I can't believe Hassan would personally do this.
Why? She
I can't believe Hassan would do this.
like the Jews.
That's right. Their head of trust and safety was previously suspended from her job at Ofcom for being too anti-Zionist. And guess where her very next job was at? That's right, Twitch TV.
Apparently she was posting pro-Hamas tweets only mere days after October 7th happened.
That's so interesting. It sounds just like someone else we know. It's almost like supporting terrorists is institutional. Hell, it might even...
You know, for a second, I thought he was going to bring it back to Hassan, but then he just brought it back to Frogan. She was suspended for calling Israel out for ethnic cleansing, which means she hates Jews. My God, that's insane. It's also anti-Semitic to suggest that. It feeds into the...
Saboteur of Destiny says, do you think some of these political streamers will go down, like how the bomb making videos aren't allowed on YouTube and feds will go after you? Do you think there are consequences for Hassan? Not until Dan Clancy's gone, and I'm not holding my breath, right? So I think Twitch is owned by Amazon, and I think Amazon would take notice in an 80% revenue drop. But if Dan Clancy can sweep that somehow and he doesn't get fired, then I think that it'll be the status quo. But I also don't know how that's sustainable if Dan Clancy presides over an 80% drop in ad revenue, and if YouTube picks up the slack, and if Kick and Rumble pick up the slack. I don't know how he survives, but you know, dumber things have happened.
You're not a real Jew if you don't support the state of Israel narrative, which is anti-Semitic. Okay, guys, there's less than 10 minutes left. Everybody, yes, the victory lap. Woo.
Take a look at this tweet from Twitch's senior manager of inclusive marketing, Bridget Chermating, on October 12th. People are posting screenshots of them donating to Israel relief funds. Shake my head, y'all are truly rooting for the oppressor. Read a damn book. This tweet was made only 5 days after the October 7th massacre. The donations she's criticizing would go to families like this, if they were still alive. This entire family was murdered in cold blood by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. Bridget, who did these little girls oppress? How can you act so high and mighty for your cause and be so callous and inhuman for the innocents on the other side?
Sorry, I made the mistake of being normal for a second, and I was enjoying the fact that my cat is sitting on me, and she never sits on me. She used to sit on me all the time, but then she kind of stopped. Neither here nor there. And I was like, oh, Wormy, you're so cute. And then I remembered what I was fucking listening to, and I was like, wait, what the fuck does this have to do with this song?
So she's saying there's 10 minutes left in the episode or whatever before she's done. I'm assuming that they already showed that Dan Clancy was sweeping for Hassan and allowing him to violate terms of service, or else we're going to see it. So people were saying that this entire series was basically Denim stepping into a bunch of rakes. So maybe she'll step into a rake in the next 10 minutes.
This statement was made by the senior manager for inclusive marketing. Is that some kind of joke? Is this what inclusion looks like at Twitch?
Is it really crazy at this point, after all this, to say that Twitch has an anti-Semitism problem? I think it would be harder at this point to argue the opposite.
Oh, Bridget, one more thing. Sorry, I forgot. Can you tell me the answer to this riddle? What's the difference between a Boy Scout and a Jewish kid? I'm standing by. Let us know. And yes, it's true. I should point out this tweet is from 2011.
I can't believe Hassan made this woman tweet this in 2011. I can't believe it.
This one, however, is from 22. Sarah Silverman tweeted out, Kanye threatened the Jews yesterday on Twitter, and it's not even trending. Why do mostly only Jews speak up against Jewish hate? The science is so loud. Bridget said, this was the energy I was around.
This is the equivalent of me putting out an Ethan Nuke and then for absolutely no reason talking about someone that like Susan had hired in 2011. Or sorry, she hired them in 2020 and they said in 2011 something racist. Like this is the equivalent. Just remember, guys, this video is titled Content Nuke Hassan Piker.
When I work with two Jews.
I can't believe she's watching the whole thing. Respect. I mean, I don't know if I get respect for that, but what I will say is like, when you don't watch the whole thing, then the rare Ethan Klein viewer is like, well, you didn't watch all of it, so You didn't get to the part where he starts being insane yet. Like,
Jewish women in social impact who are both senior to me. She's trying to make Sarah Silverman seem like some kind of Jewish Karen for caring about anti-Semitism. I wouldn't really care about any of this.
If she wasn't the head of fucking diversity at Twitch, what the fuck is happening here?
This is insane. So with people like her deciding what is and isn't okay on Twitch, there's no surprise that you end up with these extraordinarily uneven enforcements of the rules. Take, for example, this clip of the streamer Destiny. He was permanently
I wonder how many of these clips he had to take out.
banned for what he said here.
It's that community is never worth engaging with. There's just no point in doing it. Like, it's too, the risk of me like ending up getting like perma banned and my life destroyed because of these like inbred fucking disgusting losers is like, it's just not worth it. It's just totally not worth it.
And okay, fair enough. If you're going to be consistent with the enforcement, then let's have a friend.
Surely he's going to play the actual video, right? He doesn't play it. You're something else, Ethan Klein. You are a real terrible person for this shit. He got banned for saying this is fake, by the way. He's literally lying. Epstein got banned for saying that the protesters should be mowed down.
I think Steven caught multiple bans, and that was one of them. And I think it was a temporary one. But anyways, he did catch a ban for saying some anti-trans shit, and I think that might have been the anti-trans clip. Bud123 says, do you have enough clout to do a debate conversation with Ethan? I do not.
Or sorry, the rioters. I think it specifically was rioters. It was during the Rittenhouse debacle. I don't even know what to call it. And he said that rioters should be mowed the fuck down or something like that. Dipshit protesters. Did he say? No, he didn't say protesters. He said he had to have said rioters, right?
Ugh, I'm gonna fucking fast forward this shit because she's going back, and he does say dipshit protesters, but he says dipshit protesters who are burning buildings at 10 p.m. So the obvious inference is rioters, right? Sorry.
Okay, has anyone else done that?
The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopath.
Why do you know that? Even he doesn't know why? No, Ethan Klein knows why. He's just trying to paint this narrative.
Settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths that these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to see clips?
Inbred.
I like when Ethan Klein uses the word inbred, it's okay, but when someone else says it, it's not okay.
No, you fucking moron. Oh. All right, listen. Somebody said at the very beginning of the stream, they're like, hey, you could just say that Denims is a fucking moron and we could save the stream. And I was like, yeah, but then it's not content. And most people will watch content, which is effectively you pausing every 5 minutes and saying that somebody is stupid, right? But this is actually amazing. So I'm gonna go ahead and explain the past 20 minutes because obviously we've all been suffering together. And thank you to the 90 people cross-platform who are suffering with us, okay? So anyways, what's been going on is she's been saying this has nothing to do with Hassan. But what was going on was Ethan was showing that Frogan, a Hassan moderator and Hassan orbiter, has all these horrible perspectives on like Jews, Israel, terrorism, et cetera, et cetera. Then he showed that Twitch Trust and Safety seemed to be permissive of this perspective because the head of Trust and Safety also has some anti-Semitic perspectives. Okay. What does this have to do with Hassan? She asked that 10 times in the past 20 minutes. Okay. It's probably 5 times, but still, that was her major point that she was holding on to. And so Ethan Klein shows Destiny getting banned for calling trans activists inbred pieces of shit, right? Basically, he was attacking trans activists. So he gets, I think, a perma, by the way. I think that was the permanent ban that took him down, right? That was the one that Keffels took credit for. So he loses $250,000 worth of revenue for calling trans activists, progressive trans activists, inbred, subhuman pieces of shit, right? So Twitch can have that standard. But we are now watching a clip where Hassan Piker is calling Jews. By the way, he said it's a nation filled with inbred, messianic, orthodox, blah, 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 blah. I think that's like an anti-Semitic statement. Even if you think that the Jews are fucking inbred, I think that's fucked up. That's like me being like, Appalachia is filled with a bunch of inbred, fucking redneck, toothless, no fluoride motherfuckers, right? Like, it could be descriptively true that people in Appalachia are inbred and stupid. But at the same time, you are obviously taking a category of people and calling them something derogatory. So people can criticize that, right? But the point is that Twitch took action in one case to protect trans activists, but here are 24 examples of Hassan doing the same thing to a different protected group and Twitch taking no action. You guys understood that, right? Like you guys understood that instantaneously. You didn't even need me to explain it over the past 2 minutes because you don't have a fucking 60 IQ. Please tell me in chat. Like seriously, in chat, just go, yeah, I already knew that. Like as a matter of fact, just type in the words IK. I know. Literally, just give me some IKs in chat. Oh, calling somebody inbred. I don't think it's the inbred comment alone. I think it's just going after a protected group. Bull Media says the irony that Destiny was banned for trans stuff and after seeing Hassan being pro-terrorist and still being on Twitch is so lost on her. Yeah, I think she's pretending to be stupid. Like it goes back to the quote, do not expect a man to understand an idea that goes against his paycheck, basically. I think that's what's going on. She is incapable of understanding the point that Ethan Klein is making because it's against her paycheck to understand it. Misery loves company. Why hang along when you can hang together? Wait, that sounded wrong. No, it sounded right. Sounded right. Imagine calling Arabs inbred when cousin marriage is common there. Right. So if we want to use the logic of what Hassan is using to call Jews inbred, I could do the same thing with Pakistanis. But what do you think is going to happen if I start targeting Pakistanis? If I make the Hindu Kush struggle the central to my platform, and then I just keep calling Pakistanis inbred, what do you think would happen to my platform? Coherent Scream says, at Counterpoints, you are wrong. It was for the word subhuman, not inbred, but you do you. Okay. Well, we just heard the word inbred 10,000 times. And why is subhuman the bannable word? All right, we got half a dozen to a dozen I know, right? All right, cool. Jumbo Jack is talking to Saboteur of Destiny. Ah, okay, I see what you mean. Even if Hassan is a propagandist, he has viewers, therefore he has value. I'm jumping in on that conversation, and I'm just saying Destiny had viewers. Destiny had tons of viewers, but they weren't willing to overlook his crimes while they were willing to overlook Hassan's crimes. SGM says, yeah, Denims has always been a grifter, cares about no causes besides whatever makes her money. If she gets a chance to dunk on Hassan, she'll jump right in for sure. I don't know. I think that's her meal ticket right now. Okay. All right, we're caught up.
This is so lazy, dude. He still edits like it's 2016. He does. It's sad.
You don't edit at all, you dumb bitch.
Does he think that using the word inbred is illegal or something?
Inbred.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hassan.
The clips are, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
He keeps playing this song to make me like, I think, to make the rest of the viewers scared because like, Arabic. But it slaps. It's just a fucking... When the beat starts, I'm like, fuck, dude, stop. You're losing me. You're losing me.
Yes.
Hassan, a non-Jewish person, is referring to Jews as inbred consistently throughout his career.
Inbred, ultra-Orthodox psychopaths.
Zero punishment. Hassan interviewing a Houthi pirate.
The Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Zero punishment. Hassan watching terrorist propaganda with zero critical commentary.
They do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Zero punishment. Hassan threatening a sitting congressperson. This one actually blew my mind. When I saw he tweeted that, I said, he's...
I'm gonna say something. Maybe I shouldn't say this. That one was crazy. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. I'm assuming it's because it was very obviously a joke, and jokes are not illegal. That one was crazy. That one was crazy. That one was crazy, dude. People say that
like a 9/11 cake is a joke. Yeah. Yep. We've been over jokes earlier.
I put a fucking bounty on someone, even though Asmongold himself has since absolved me of that crime and has explicitly said, "Oh no, she was joking." Yeah, I went back and watched the clip, and she was joking, and she actually wasn't talking about me. That one was wacky. That one was wacky to Becky.
He's done after this for sure. For sure he is.
For those that may not recognize this weapon, I'll explain. Shinzo Abe is a former Japanese prime minister. He served from 2012 to 2020. He was assassinated in July of 22 in a stunning fashion that left the Japanese public horrified. He was killed with a makeshift weapon that the shooter had built himself.
This entire incident was crazy. Like, how did that thing work? It's not even 3D printed, bro. It's just duct taped. Bruh.
Holy shit, I hate her.
At home. So when Hassan saw this tweet that he didn't like, he posted the schematics in what can only be...
Hold on. She literally asked how it works. The tweet that we're looking at is a description for how it works. Look. Canisters, 6 pellets, electrical cord going to... I don't know if this is an air gun. Battery, triggers, about 20 centimeter. Yeah, so I'm wondering, electric cord to what? So I'm wondering if these are air canisters or CO2 air canisters, or if these are, it might be an air gun. It's pretty cool. Cool homemade air gun. But basically Hassan is saying, somebody make an air gun and go fucking assassinate Tom Cotton. Cool. I encourage people who get stuck behind the pro-Hamas mobs blocking traffic, take matters into your own hands to get them out of the way. So basically, Tom Cotton is saying, hey, the people who are celebrating Hamas's terrorist attacks. Now, obviously, there's pro-Palestinian demonstrators, right? So he's being loose with his language and encouraging violence. And Hassan is saying, for being loose with your language and encouraging violence, you should be assassinated. Cool. Cool.
He presumed as an invitation to someone in his fan base to build this weapon and then assassinate this sitting congressperson who wrote a tweet he did not like. I genuinely do not know how he didn't land himself in prison for making terroristic threats.
Zero punishment.
Let the streets soak in their fucking red capital.
Real Hassan voice exposed.
Bloods.
And this isn't just
Real
a
voice
Hassan problem.
exposed.
It underscores a disturbing trend among leftists on Twitch.
Hassan using a fake voice, not banned. Exposed.
The problem is, if you can believe it, these people
Also, sorry, but like fucking Tom Cotton, are you serious?
are frequently making death threats and facing zero consequence. I know it sounds far-fetched, but
Oh my god, yes. Wait. I have to pull up the Asmongold clip. I just showed it today. I shouldn't be too hard to find. Wait.
I assure you, it's very real.
Listen, I'll up the number, okay? 30K to anyone who will make this dipshit disappear.
Bro, that Destiny guy needs to get
Wait. I can finally show people. First of all, I was making a joke about a tweet that was already in existence that said 20K to make Grums disappear off the internet. And my statement was, this is so fucking obviously a joke. And then I said 30K to make him disappear, but you also have to make, which was conveniently clip champed, but you also have to make Eve's boobs really big. Because like, that's not deliverable. And everyone was so pissed. They were like, I can't believe this. I can't believe the left is so violent. They're so violent. And the best part about that entire saga, by the way, chat, was there were Grums fans, which I stand by my statements on making fun of the guy and calling him a 41-year-old failed dev divorced loser. But there were people in his like community, there were his fans, which is crazy being a Grums fan. It's insane. But there were people in his community being like, we need to dox her now. It's like, wait, so the solution to violence being bad and you should never say anything to anyone ever is to threaten to dox me? Oh my fucking god, dude.
Oh god, this woman actually has fucking 60 IQ. Okay, no, I'm not condoning this behavior. I'm being descriptive. So if you are willing to say that I'm willing to pay, and this is a quote from her, I'm willing to pay 30 grand in order to make Grums disappear in general. Now, I would take that as a joke. I don't think that Denims would actually pay $30,000 in order to kill someone. because obviously like there would be legal consequences for that, right? So that's why I'm assuming that it's a joke. However, that audience is like, oh, you think this is funny because there's a bunch of schizo fucking leftoids who might actually take this seriously and then go after Grums and then either kill him or dox him or whatever. So what we're going to do is we're going to find your home address, your personal information, and we're going to publish it on the internet. That way, if you're making joking or real calls to violence, then you will feel vulnerable to the point that you won't want to do that in the future, right? And what's interesting is we can make arguments about like, I obviously I think doxing is bad. Obviously, I think that we should be participating in the debate arena, in the politics and the commentary arena as sober adults. However, Nick Fuentes, I almost guarantee you, he said it himself. He was doxed. Somebody came to his house who had just murdered 3 other people. He almost got murdered himself. And also there was progressive activists who showed up to his doorstep and basically verbally accosted him. So I guarantee you that Nick Fuentes is moderating, well, maybe not moderating, but he's modifying his rhetoric so he doesn't get as many clips taken not out of context, maybe clips within context, but there will not be as many clips of Nick Fuentes calling for implicit or explicit violence in the future because he knows how vulnerable he is. So that's the moral calculus that these Grums fans, and I don't like Grums, but these Grums fans are making. It's like, okay, well, if you see your name and address on the internet and you're calling for other people to be killed, then maybe you'll shut the fuck up and stop being such a dick.
Whoa. But a lot of people thought that I made that statement about Asmongold. And it's crazy that people still say that because here's Asmongold literally admitting that, first of all, I was joking, and second, I wasn't talking about him.
I saw a clip of a streamer doing a 30K bounty on you, didn't get banned. Yeah, but she did that. She was joking around, and also, I'll say it. The FBI actually contacted me about that, and I talked to the FBI, and I chose not to pursue any charges or any problems with it. Yeah.
I'm sure they did, Jam.
But yeah, I chose not to do it. The reason why I chose not to do it is because I rewatched the clip, and she clearly was not talking about me. I saw a clip of a streamer doing a 30K bounty.
But yes, it was totally real. It was real. I was.
Even if it's not real. So does Hassan actually want the streets to run red with capitalist blood? Maybe. I don't know. He could say that he's joking. But at the same time, there's a real sentiment behind it. It's like the 9/11 cake. Does Frogan actually think 9/11 is bad? Or is she being a bitch? Again, because I think somebody posted a link of somebody watching me react to it. So the equivalent, just in case this fucking moron doesn't understand shit, because we have to use equivalent morality in order to understand whether it's good or bad. The equivalent would be an American streamer traveling to Lebanon, being mildly popular in Lebanon, and then saying that if I make a certain amount of money, I'll make a Sabra and Shatila massacre cake. Obviously, people are going to be furious. Especially not even American, even if they're Israeli, it would be even worse, right? So that is the equivalent of having an Arab person come to the United States, be moderately popular, and then say they're going to make a 9/11 cake, while still probably, if we talked about a geopolitical analysis, they would sweep or do apologia for 9/11.
Totally real. I genuinely meant it. Oh, so good. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Ethan Klein, for the opportunity for me to show everyone this clip. Thank you. All right, let's go.
Not gonna fucking lie.
It would just be so easy to it would solve all of our problems. Like we would have socialism now at this point, right? We would have socialism at this point if someone just went out of their way and it would be so easy.
Thing that happens, I mean, like, holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
Actually, Mike from PA, the dude that's stuck in the before image of a transformation story, did receive a 3-day ban.
This man put a bounty on a fellow streamer's head. This man should not be getting a 3-day suspension. He should be getting a knock on his door from the FBI.
I made this video for 2 reasons. First, to stop Hassan.
It's also so ridiculous because, like, I'm sorry, I don't know how to tell you this. As someone who's spoken to someone who has actually had to contact the FBI about actual concerns, I don't know how else to explain this to you. The FBI doesn't give a fuck about some fucking joke. They care about real, credible threats.
True.
They have only ever cared about real, credible threats. Someone who either shows up at your door, someone who starts sending pizza boxes to your house, someone who starts sending actionable messages to you.
Yep.
if you can prove that it's linked to a particular content creator that's trying to engage in stochastic terrorism, or that a lot of the behavior is being hand waved or whatever, then they will care. I like, no, I don't know how else to explain this to you. This is not, this is
True.
not, if you think this, man, you live in a really special land. Ethan really calling it infiltration. This is so pathetic. I just, yeah. Didn't you just show a clip of Asman saying the FBI contacted him? Yeah, and I also don't believe him. Like, I don't know how to tell you this. No. The FBI doesn't waste its time. You only think this if you have no understanding of the FBI.
All right, I'm done with this bitch, honestly. I don't have another 7 minutes of my life to give to her. All right, we did it, chat. We suffered together. We figured out that Denims is indeed stupid. It's 4:30 instead of 5. I'm probably going to roll out relatively soon, but I will answer any questions or concerns or chat comments or whatever. But if you are, let's say you just came into chat in the past like 10 minutes and you're trying to wonder what the stream was. So number one, we did review an interesting 15-minute breakdown of Destiny orbiters who are splitting from Destiny versus Destiny orbiters that are sticking around, with Dan Saltman and Irrelevant as the examples. The video also talks about Steven's moral authority. And I think I made it pretty clear why I didn't take Steven as like a moral authority in the first place. Truth is, like, I think I'm a year older than him. I've lived a totally different life. I lived like a hedonist, nihilist life from maybe when I was like 15 till I was 25. And while I did a lot of cool shit, I was a miserable human being. So I was like, fuck this. I'm going to go live like a more moral life that's in line with the teachings of my parents. And as a result, I have become like a more fulfilled, I think, purpose-driven, happier person. Even if I don't seem happy, I'm way happier than I was. And I have a family that I love and a job that I'm okay with. And I have side hustles that I love. And I have a house and family and dogs and so many things in my life that I consider myself like, even if you don't believe in a literal God, I consider myself blessed and lucky to have. So I was explaining why I didn't consider Steven a moral authority in the first place. And then also like the moral calculations that go into people who are breaking away from Destiny and people who are staying. Right. So that was the first 30 minutes to an hour of the show, maybe like 90 minutes, to be honest. After that, we did start the Denims review. I did find her commentary relatively inane. I didn't find a whole lot of things to hook on to. And I also found that she basically just like swept. She was like, oh, well, here's the steel man for why Frogan would believe what she believed. And then I went into why military veterans and veterans of the war on terror believe what they believe. So that was kind of the second segment. Then we talked to a gentleman, German gentleman, about existentialism and nihilism for an hour. And that was fun, but obviously a little bit more dry, a little bit more serious. So I understand why we went from, a peak of like 130 talking about sex drama and Denims being a moron down to like 80 for hanging out for existentialism. But I do want to thank the 80 veterans who hung out and chilled with us during the existentialism conversation. And then I do appreciate the 80 veterans who were willing to still hang out while we were checking out how Denims is a fucking moron. And again, I didn't catch anything that I felt like I could really sink my teeth into as far as like a steel man. The closest thing to a steel man that we had was the very beginning where she was steel manning Frogan's perspective. But the only other actual objection she had was, this isn't about Hassan. Why are we talking about Hassan? But to be honest, I just view that as sweeping because I was able to articulate perfectly why we were talking about these things. So, fuck Denims. I think she's a fucking moron. If she's not stupid, then she's pretending to be stupid. She knew what was going on. She was just pretending not to for a fucking dipshit audience. Counterfire said you had a Destiny arc without the autism. I mean, I believe so. Yeah. Yep. From 15 to 25, I would say I was a pretty selfish baby hedonist dickhead who was very cruel and selfish with my time, my energy, my resources, and my relationships. And I was not happy. Saboteur of Destiny says, at counterpoints, what do you think Twitch's viewpoint is? How do you think they view the controversy? Did they make a statement? I mean, I think Dan Clancy just likes Hassan. I think that there's a bunch of Twitch administrators who like leftist progressivism, socialism, and communism. And so they're going to sweep for it as long as they're in the higher levels of the administration. I think the only thing that will get them kicked or banned is potentially the apocalypse that they survived. Now, they're probably categorizing it as YouTube has broken into the streaming space and they were already losing a lot of creators. So they might be telling the bosses at Amazon, like, hey, we did lose a lot of money, but realistically, we knew this was coming because YouTube is breaking into our market and a bunch of streamers are leaving anyways. So us having a controversy, we had to hold on to these people in order to keep our revenue up. So we're going to have a controversy every now and then, and we're going to lose advertisers, but we think we're going to get them back. Now, the question is whether or not they've gotten any advertisers back, right? If they have gotten advertisers back, then I would expect Dan Clancy to maintain his position and for the culture to remain the same. If they don't get as many advertisers back and they continue to lose money, then I'm assuming that Dan Clancy will be fired and maybe the culture will change. Maybe Ethan Klein will be partially responsible for that if this breaks into the mainstream enough that Twitch is shown to have fostered an anti-Semitic community, at minimum an anti-Zionist community, right? Jonah Boy says, I love existential convos. I mean, I agree. I'm a big fan of deep and interesting conversations. I do love talking about millionaires' sex lives. I do love talking about politics. I do love talking about shit posting on the internet and personalities fighting each other. I do think that's fun and interesting content, but I also think that you should take a break and think about deeper things every now and then as well. Well, Media Steel Dragon says, would you talk with Mr. Girl? He seems to be in his resurgence arc. I mean, I was literally going to interview him. So I just did the Destiny report summary, and I think I did a really good job of it. But I was going to interview Mr. Girl for like a Mr. Girl report. And I was basically going to do the same thing where it's like a chronological narrativization of his life and controversies. But he saw that I was joking about Pixie and the alleged settlement amount. And he was like, oh, Connor, you're sweeping. I don't want to talk to you. I was like, okay, is what it is. I'm not going to beg. I'll just talk to Queeman. Queeman is a Mr. Girl fan. He likes Mr. Girl. So I'll just take my outline for the Mr. Girl report and I'll just give it to Queeman and see if Queeman thinks that it's accurate. Christian Blair says, I mean, Fresh and Fit were retarded and gave the word relationship dating advice, worst dating advice possible. Destiny never advocated for poly. I mean, I kind of agree there. He didn't advocate for his own lifestyle, but I think that men and young men in particular, they look more at what you do rather than what you say. So I would still say that he's probably being a bad example to young men. Christian Blair says, Connor was supposed to talk with Mr. Girl. Yep. He basically said what I was thinking. Yep. Is what it is. Short Stack Goblin says, thinking Mr. Girl is in a resurgence is wild at Bull Medias. Well, yeah, but he's making hay while the sun shines. He's doing a celebratory lap because Destiny is finally getting, metaphorically punched in the nose. Bull Media says, I disagree. When you and your wife go on a Red Pill podcast and argue against them over and over again and being viewed as the Harry and Meghan of open relationships, it's directly or indirectly a promotion. I mean, I agree. I think him saying, Melina and I have this open relationship and it works for us, I think that is indirect promotion. But anyways, we're at 4:35. I'm trying to stream between noon and 5 every Saturday. The family is sick, including me. I was a little nasally today, so my apologies. But I do want to thank the 80 people cross-platform who hung out with us pretty much throughout the entire night. I do want to thank the 130 people who hung out with us during our initial drama review and all that kind of stuff. I do want to thank the people who did give super chats. I want to thank the people who did memberships and did YouTube subscriptions and Twitch subscriptions. Thank you kindly to everybody who donated to the stream. And I think I'm out for now. But parasocial love to you and yours. I hope you guys have a beautiful night. Any questions before I dip? I'll just give people 30 seconds to catch up on the fact that I'm actually dipping out instead of hanging out for another 30 minutes. No, damn it. Well, FMJ, go back. We got 4 hours worth of content for you. And just to give you a summary, we did a review of Destiny Sex Drama and Orbiting Implosion. We did a preliminary view of Denims and Frogan. We did a existential conversation with a German nihilist. Then we did more Denims content. So you got plenty of content. You can just rewind the VOD. Bud123 says, is the quality of life correlated with how much sleep you get? I think it is. I am successful with my academic endeavors, but so far I feel pretty down recently as I'm not getting enough sleep. Yeah, dude, you need 7 to 8 hours, 100%. And if you don't get that over a prolonged period of time, you need to have a crash. Next stream, what is it about? Next stream is probably going to be noon to 5 on Saturday. I think Brianna is kind of, I'm not trying to broadcast it. She could text me tomorrow and be like, I've been working on this in the background and I want to do this, like for all I fucking know, because you know she works on 10 projects at once. But basically, I asked Brianna, like, hey, because she said, like, I'm done wrestling pigs. I don't want to be down in the Twitch, YouTube slop trenches, wrestling fucking morons for the entertainment of people. And I'm like, I love wrestling pigs. I love wrestling fucking moron, dipshit, drama assholes. And so I might be more interested in slop content than she is. And she was like, okay, well, I need to think about, my next moves, blah, blah, blah. So she might come back next week and say, hey, we can only talk about hard politics. I don't want to do the slop. She could say, hey, listen, you're too involved in the slop. I don't want to be close to it. I have no idea, but I texted her once or twice and I have no idea what she's doing. So we'll see if we start bringing back Wednesdays. If not, then honestly, I like hanging out with you guys anyways for a prolonged period. Short Stack Goblin says, it's just about the I told you so, though. He has no other goals. I mean, he'll talk about pedophiles. He'll talk about minor attracted people. So if you're into that, you can check out plenty of Mr. Girl content. He talks about sex and abuse and relationships and all sorts of weird shit. I had a comment about the Africa stuff, but if you got to bounce, you got to bounce. I mean, you can make the comment about Africa if you want. Mr. Love to Eat Something 79. Make your comment. What is the state of PV? PV is in hibernation. They did wrap up for the election. I don't know if they're coming back for the midterms or if they're coming back for the 4-year. I think that they were, relatively speaking, an experimental project. And even if PV doesn't do it, I'm sure somebody else is going to do it. But the project was to try to take Twitch and YouTube politics and digital politics as a whole, get creators to hybridize, to synergize with electoral politics and try to motivate their audiences in order to do door knocking, canvas operations, and to vote. So I think there were like a lot of lessons learned, and there were some inefficiencies that were in PV that probably will not be repeated in the future. However, I think the first person through the door, I think the first person through the wall, they always learn the most. So, Bull Media Steel Dragon says, is Brianna following Chunk with the trying to work with MAGA thing? I think she has a more subtle thing, which is she's not going to shit blood when Trump does something good, but she's still not a fan of MAGA. At least that's what I've seen her public perspective being, and that's what she's articulated to me in private as well. Jazz says, at Counterfire, all Tao enjoyers should not be allowed around schools. I agree. They're basically Chinese communists. Dems need to get better, and the fact that they nominated David Hogg ain't it. Yeah, dude. Yeah, Democrats seem convinced to not want my vote. I'm like, hey, MAGA sucks. I need somebody that I can vote for. And Democrats are like, well, it's not us. So, okay. Good luck with that shit. SGM says, I'd hate for Brianna to back down. Don't there's any way that would benefit her efforts anyway. We'll see. She just might say it's hard politics, but then that becomes a drier show. And I don't want to know. I don't mind talking about real shit. I like talking about real shit, but I don't know if I want to do just dry politics, right? Because then when I start cussing and calling Denims a fucking moron and a stupid bitch, then all the dry politics people are going to be like, ew, why are you engaging with the Twitch and YouTube political sphere? Why are you calling this poor woman a dumb bitch? And like my response would be like, well, because she's being a dumb bitch, right? That would be my answer. So if it's like, no, I can't call people bad names because I need to attract a dry political audience. I don't know. That might be a better fit for Brianna. I don't know if that's a better fit for me. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying that obviously doesn't match my goals. Love to Eat Something says, not to be a dick, but why is it incumbent on the U.S. taxpayer to do simple pest control for third world countries? It isn't our fault. These governments are corrupt as fuck. Well, yeah, it's not incumbent upon you, but there's 600 people who are alive right now that are going to be dead if you choose not to give them something, right? So I would say that it's not incumbent upon you, but it's a good thing to do. And if it costs you a third of a cent to save 600 lives, then you should do that. And then the obvious long-term goal would be to work with this country, flexing soft power and hard power so that they emulate us. So then they take the investment and they start investing in their own people in a similar way. So, and you got to think about this on a 100-year scale, right? We have a good relationship with Japan and Germany, but that's because we still have military bases in Japan and Germany. Now, they were already advanced economies. They were already technologically and pretty culturally sophisticated, et cetera, et cetera. But, you know, at the same time, like if you want Chad or Niger or Nigeria or Ghana or whatever to develop these like very basic social infrastructure services, then you're going to have to support them for a prolonged period of time. And if it's a third of a cent of my tax bill saves 600 people, that's what I want my taxes to be spent on. So, you know, soft power mixed with saving lives is a good thing. Bull Media says, are you going to talk with Destiny or is he in isolation because of the lawyers? No idea. No idea. If there's something that feels natural, I'll be happy to talk to him. But I'm not going to force it because I don't want to force my way into his fortress while he's getting attacked from 10,000 different angles. I also don't want to ignore it either, right? So if we're having a conversation about something and then it relates to like sex or drama or values or consent or something like that, then I'm not going to want to avoid the topic just because he's in hot water right now, right? So it has to be natural. I'm not gonna force my way in. I'm not gonna ignore what's going on. So you know, if there's something that we should debate that we're both really passionate about, we'll debate it. And if there isn't, then we'll just grow parallel to each other until there is something worth talking about and interesting to the both of us. Christian Blair says, would Chud Logic collab with Connor given his stance on Destiny? No idea. Chud is not sweeper hunting as hard as Queeman, and J-Stock is sweeper hunting a little bit, but I don't think he's as bad. And then I wouldn't be surprised if Irrelevant is like, oh, you're willing to entertain a conversation with Destiny? Fuck you. Like, I wouldn't be surprised, right? But I do respect Irrelevant and the stance that he's taking. But with Chud, what he said, and I think this is just true, I think his content is React content, and it's good React content. You basically watch him call somebody a moron every 5 minutes for 6 hours, which is good content, and it's working for him. And so I wouldn't want to interrupt that flow. And so again, it would have to be organic. If he's like, hey man, I heard this take, I don't agree with it, I want to talk to you about it, I would do it. If he's like, but I'm not going to invite myself onto the program either, because he has a flow, right? So I'm not going to interrupt his flow for my own selfish things. I think Chud is also largely trying to only talk about Twitch and YouTube, Paul, if there's a drama. He's not just trying to talk just for the fuck of it, right? Why does it feel like every leftist woman hates her father? Because they do. The samurai and the gunslinger shall rule the world. True. Doesn't the U.S. To be in Japan, South Korea, and South Asia to deter China from expanding? I mean, I think so, but there's plenty of isolationists who say, fuck them, let them do what they want to do, right? Love to eat something says, will they do that if the U.S. just gives them millions to do their work for them? Shouldn't there be some incentive? Also, we do these things all over the globe, so few cents add up. I mean, I agree with the sentiment that the few cents adds up, and you are, you know, at the end of the day, you're talking about 50 grand here, 100 grand there. It adds up, right? If you and I pay, because we're broke wages, if we all pay $3,000 or $5,000 or $10,000 a year in federal taxes, and you have a program that costs 50 grand, I mean, that's 5 taxpayers that you effectively have wasted. I don't want to say wasted, but you use their money for that purpose. And so you should be very discreet. You should be very discerning with the way that you spend that money, right? So I agree there. However, I love to eat something. I think that you don't give the State Department enough consideration. They are a bunch of do-gooder Washington, D.C. nerds who want to rule the world. I completely think that's a fair characterization of State Department people, but I guarantee you they ask themselves that question. How do we get Ghana? How do we get Niger? How do we get Nigeria? How do we get Zambia? How do we get them to work with U.S. interest? And how do we help their people while also putting them on a path to self-sustainability? I guarantee you the State Department has endless amounts of meetings on that specific topic all the time. Would you talk to Nick DiOrio? Of course. he was a soft catalyst for the whole Destiny drama. Yeah, dude. So because I'm the closest thing to a sweeper for Destiny that exists, even though I literally call him like a sociopath who violated his own values in order to fuck over people in his orbit, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm the closest thing to the sweeper there is. And I've heard Nick say this, that he thinks that anybody who is willing to hitch their wagon to Destiny at this point is an immoral, unprincipled piece of shit. I think that's like an almost direct quote. And I respect his perspective, right? But Nick makes funny and good content, right? So if Nick says, hey, I got this political thing, I want to talk to you about it, I'll talk to him all fucking day long. Or if he says, hey, there's this drama thing that you're kind of related to, I want to talk to you about this. Okay, I'll talk to him all day long. But I'm not going to go to Nick's DMs and be like, hey, man, love your drama content. I'm the top 3 Destiny sweeper. Let's get together. And then he's like, fuck you, right? Like, no, I'm not going to. It has to be organic. It has to be normal. It has to be mutually beneficial. Hannah Morel says, not every left-leaning woman hates her father, though. Yeah, but he said leftist. Liberals and progressives are not leftists in our lexicon. Bud123 says, for example, Connor's wife is a semi-leftist. It is the radical feminist that you have to watch out for. I mean, that's funny that you say that. I was literally thinking about her when I said liberals and progressives are not all leftists who hate their parents. I was thinking leftists like socialist or communist. Love to eat something says, I think the sweeping for Pixie is cringe, not typically trying to victim blame, but why would you send lewd photos and videos to a self-professed coomer, degenerate polycule that you barely know? I mean, that's what I said. And I like Pixie, right? Again, if Pixie's like, hey, Connor's my friend, he didn't support me the way that I wanted him to support me in this drama. I resent the fact that he's still friendly to Destiny, et cetera, et cetera. I would think that was all fair. But if Pixie was like, yeah, I consider him friendly or a friend, I would be like, yeah, Pixie's friendly or a friend. But just because you're friends with somebody doesn't mean you don't criticize them, right? If you're a good friend. Patrick Mulligan says, Connor with Nick DiOrio would be awesome. Awesomely gay. True. Jonah Boy says, laugh my ass off. Cameron Mosley says, that's why I said feels like. I'm pretty sure not every lefty woman hates their dad. It's just from what I've come across. Yeah. And I thought you said leftist. And I think socialists and communists are largely antisocial fucking freaks. No offense to the socialists and communists in our chat. Obviously, all the ones here are the good ones. Christian Blair says, Pixie is smart in terms of her political views, but her personal sexual relationship experience is weak to say the least. I mean, I think that's a fair assessment. Not just that, but I think you know me that like, I think liberalism, capital L, liberalism is a decent political system, but I think liberals are largely spineless and toothless. So Bull Media says, okay, I'm out. Have a nice day, everyone. Well, thanks for hanging out, bud. I appreciate you hanging out. And thank you to the 70 people who are still hanging out while we're talking. I'm going to use him exiting as an excuse to leave myself. Christian Valeris, good to see you. Jonah Boy, good to see you. Love to eat something. Good to see you and welcome aboard. That's the first time I've seen you. Hannah Morel, good to see you. Bud123, Bull Media, Steel Dragon. I think I already mentioned, but I'm going to do it again. Eric Coda, good to see you again. Although you are jumping in literally at the end. Not my fault. Your fault. I've been live for 5 hours. Short Stack Goblin, Jask, everyone. Thank you to everyone. FMJ, thank you for hanging out. Thank you to everyone for hanging out in the chat. And thank you to everyone who donated. Thank you to everybody who's a YouTube member. Thank you to everybody who's a Twitch subscriber. Thank you to everybody who's a Warhammer 40K fan. I appreciate you. Catch you in the next one. Bye for now. Bye, guys.